can't get things right. They've changed managers already. They've changed front office. They've changed a lot of things. But as we entered this series with the Boston Red Sox, I didn't think that they would get swept. Mm-hmm. And now you're looking back on the start of this season, and they were swept in a 4-game series to Minnesota and a 3-game series at home against the woeful Boston Red Sox.
Fired their manager, Boston Red Sox.
I mean, does it get worse than that? I mean, okay, yes, it could. They could be winless.
Yeah, would be one way to say it.
I was trying to figure out how. Unwon. They're not undefeated. They're feated. Mm-hmm. Many times over.
Yeah, losing record right now. Second place in the division.
Right, only one back. 2 back of 500, but 1 back of the division.
Yeah, but they got to play better baseball. Otherwise, none of this matters.
Yeah. I mean, they got to be better defense. They have to hit the ball. 4 hits is unacceptable. They need to pitch better. Now, Jack Flaherty, okay, it was a bit of a roller coaster yesterday. Not all his fault. And he did have, he pitched the best, probably his best outing this year. And he doesn't come away with a win because he gets 0 run support.
Also got 0 support behind him.
Right, yeah. I mean, it all started with the Cole Keith error. They're in a bit of a shift. He's playing, in the shortstop position at third base. And it's a short hop. I understand it's not an easy play, but it's one I think a major league player should make. In the same inning, then you get Jack Flaherty hit a batter.
Yeah.
And you know that, or at least we believe, that all of a sudden Jack Flaherty gets into his head and is trying to figure out how to get out of the inning when he had a really good start. And then you have a chance to get it out on a pop fly foul ball. Okay, yeah, it's close to the fence, the rail, the dugout. It's still one that Spencer Torkelson should have made. We're talking about major league players. Mm-hmm. I don't expect them to be perfect, but some of those, you got to at least give your pitcher a little bit of help.
Morosi kind of did some foreshadowing when we had him on earlier this week. He threw out, hey, and by the way, people aren't talking about it. The Tigers' defense hasn't been very good. Well, last night, Cole Keith had a couple plays he should have made, including one that wasn't at near shortstop, the one that was hit right at him at third base that went through the wickets.
Yeah.
I looked it up. Do you know what they are, defensive runs saved? Because they kept highlighting last night that Boston's the #1 defense in baseball. For context, Detroit, 25th in defensive runs saved. And I said, okay, well, how much of this is infield and how much of this is outfield? Because I'm thinking infield hasn't been very good. The outfield's actually the worst in all of baseball defensively.
Ugh.
So I know we focused a lot on, hey, what would the bats look like when the season started? And the rotation could be a strength, but now they're hurt. And what about the bullpen? They're not doing really anything right. And the defense is becoming maybe their biggest issue.
Yeah. And then they put another guy on the injured list in Gleyber Torres.
10-day, right? Retroactive, yeah. So maybe we're halfway there. But I don't know. I mean, they just keep getting dinged up.
And you talk about the defense being Boston being the best, defensive run saved, bases loaded, Jace Young at the plate, and a little bloop hit.
I know.
And you're just thinking, all right, this is going to fall. We're going to get a chance to get a couple of runs in.
No, Abreu sliding. They got a really good outfield. Doesn't matter. You got to score a run.
Right.
Runs plural to win last night. So look, the Tigers are maybe falling apart. I don't know, because in this division,
what does that even mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
What does it look like?
5 games below 500 and go, hey, guess what? We're still looking up at only a couple games first place.
And I think it was yesterday, they were showing a graphic on TV. And it was how late in the season, what's the latest point in a season where a team has been under 500 and still won the division? And I forget who it was, but it was like 78 and 79.
Oh, okay.
Not the years, but the 78 record. Wins, 79 losses. So they were near the end of the season, and it was a team under 500 with only, a week and a half left to play that won their division. The fact that we're even having that discussion in May, can we possibly be that team?
Yeah, well, when you look over at our Twitch comments, one of the first ones says, "Good morning. The Tigers are in trouble." Yeah, if you're having that conversation in May, you're in trouble. Another says, given the state of the team, Flaherty as the ace pretty much says it all.
Yeah.
Is Flaherty the ace, or is the ace throwing to Friday? Montero.
A much-needed day off
today? Yeah.
Yes.
Valdez suspended, by the way.
Yeah, as well as AJ
Yesterday.
last night.
Yeah. We get the pleasure of talking to him later today.
I bet he'll be fired up.
Can't wait.
Can I please answer these questions?
He's like, who did this? Who scheduled me on an off day after we're swept?
and I've been suspended.
And suspended.
Right.
Did I don't know the rule or not.
Is it automatic?
Does he get to stay at the ballpark
So actually, I was thinking, like, okay, what kind of question am I going to ask him? And I thought about asking, like, okay, how do you spend that night? You obviously going to watch the game, but do you have to watch it from home?
It's the first question I wrote down. Was yesterday weird? What's the setup like for a suspended game?
Yeah. Can you watch it in the clubhouse, or do you have to be out of the ballpark?
He's in the man cave at home? Like, I don't know. He's got StatCast up, and he's
is he cracking a couple of beers?
Yeah,
and after the first Colt Keith error, I'm going to take have another beer. Spencer Torkelson. Oh,
come on,
babe, bring me another beer.
He's like us yelling at the TV last night.
He's got the bad call brick, throwing it at his own guys.
I would think he's not allowed to be on the premises.
I would think so as well.
Right, which then leads to believe, like, is he at home? And certainly he's not going to a sports bar.
Well, they go to KC, and they probably left last night. That's usually the protocol.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See you at the airport.
Maybe they're leaving today because it's an off day.
Yeah, I could see that.
And a night game.
They got a 6-game road trip. It's Kansas City, and then it's the Mets.
No more beer. Bring me the good stuff.
AJ at 8:02 today. We'll talk to the Tiger manager. Timing could be better for sure.
Yeah.
Pistons, they play game 2 tonight. We'll spend time on them in depth as the show rolls on. But how are you feeling ahead of game 2?
Feeling really excited. I feel good, feel confident, and because that's what you act as the 1 seed. You play the part, and now all of a sudden you're going into game 2. It's a completely different feeling than we had with Orlando. After one game, we thought, holy cow. I mean, and we said we still thought that they won the series, but we didn't think it was going to go 7. We didn't think they were going to be down 3-1. Now you're sitting there going, well, if they can go back to Cleveland up 2-0, the pressure is on Cleveland tonight. Pressure remains on Cleveland, and it gets even more intense if you're able to, utilize home court and the fan base. You're able to capitalize on what you did in game 1. The Asar Thompson block, the defense that Cade played, the turnovers that you were able to force. I feel pretty good.
You had a Cade stat. I hate to put you on the spot. Did you end up digging
I wasn't
it up?
able to find it, but he's got more fourth quarter points than any player in the postseason right now, and it's by like 20. I will find the exact points, but he's at 73, and I forget who was in second place, but it's by like 20 points. He has been clutch for this team.
6:50. 2 things to watch for game 2. We'll get into it. I saw a quote from ESPN. JB Bickerstaff, the best way to get back at someone who fires you is to beat them in the playoffs. Oh, no, this isn't from JB. Excuse me. This is a veteran NBA coach talking about JB. The best way to get back at someone who fires you is to beat them in the playoffs. You don't have to say anything. It speaks volumes on its own. So he's downplayed this, but clearly a chance for him to go up 2-0 here, go back to Cleveland in a great spot. We'll get to 2 storylines to watch for tonight for game 2. That's at 6:50. We've got Rousini and Vrabel talk next. What's up?
I've got the stat.
Okay.
72 points in the fourth quarter, the 2026 playoffs for Cade Cunningham. Donovan Mitchell is next at 56.
Okay, there you go. You asked me a question pre-show. You said, what would have to happen for Vrabel not to coach the Patriots?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if we're getting pretty close. Get you the latest next, 97.1.
Hey, Rapid Roofing is a company you got to get to if you want to have a roof over your head that doesn't leak. And if you're not sure, they'll come out, they'll do an inspection. They did it on my house. They said, hey, we got to make some repairs. You're going to need a new roof. And I said, hey, go for it. No pressure, no gimmicks, just odds and kinds. And they did everything that they said they were going to do. They ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put one on, and then they cleaned up and were gone. They do most roofs in one day. If you don't need a roof, they also do siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Said that a couple times last night. Good morning, 97.1. We'll talk more about the Tigers, 6:35. John, we have an update on Vrabel-Rousini.
Yes, we do. And so yesterday it came out that in 2021, which I believe was in June, early June of 2021, they were on a boat ride together. They had rented a boat while he's coach of the Tennessee Titans, and she's working, I don't know what news organization she was with at the time. She is pregnant with her first child, and the facts are they have both of their signatures on the insurance release form. And there's actually a picture of Mike Vrabel with the crew that is there. Now, she's not pictured, and it's reported that he said, hey, I'll take this picture, but you got to, no posting this publicly. We obviously know why now.
Yep.
But the interesting thing is, and this is some audio from Tony Farmer about the timing of this boat ride and everything else that was going on in the NFL at the time. And we'll connect the dots a little bit more when we hear from Tony Farmer. So you take that. If there is some form of collusion, we're going to leak this story that no one else has access to, and it comes from Mike Vrabel. Now, the issue is going to be proving this.
Of course.
But if that is the case, and now all of a sudden his team is able to acquire a star player for less than what the market value was, now all of a sudden the question is, how does Mike Vrabel still have a job? Now, this was at Tennessee. It's not at New England.
Right.
But now you throw in the whole A.J. Brown.
Yes. That's the thing. When this first broke, it was unethical on both sides. But it was like, well, this is professionally very bad for Diana Rousini. Well,
Right.
is it also now professionally bad for Mike Vrabel?
Right. I asked the question to you before I even saw this or heard this audio, and I wasn't able to connect the dots. And this is the thing. Internet sleuths. They're undefeated. Like,
Incredible.
they're eventually going to find all of this. And everyone now is you know what? I remember seeing Vrabel with someone back in 21. And, what I just assumed maybe that was his wife. Didn't know. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, pictures, signatures, there's going to be more that comes out. And how long does he hold on to his job if there are questions about collusion?
That's where we get into the football component. And this story's wild, by the way, because people are already speculating, like, whose kid is this? And now he's hanging out with her while she's pregnant.
Right? I mean, ew. If it were to come out that, hey, if I'm her husband,
Yeah.
I'm asking for a paternity test.
How are they even still together at this point?
Well,
this
well,
We
clearly
haven't
wasn't
really heard
this-
about her and her husband, have we?
No.
No, well, we've heard that his wife, Jen.
Well, yeah, we've heard about
Vrabel's
Jen,
wife.
Right.
but have we heard about Rossini's husband?
Not
No.
much at all.
He's getting all his ducks in a row, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I would imagine. Because, again, this is not like, a one-time hookup thing.
Right.
This went on for 6 years.
And we
Or
don't
longer.
know.
Or, yeah.
Right, or longer, and what was going on, where was it going on, what was being made or what was being gained on both sides from this relationship. And we don't know, because if you file for, let's say one of them filed for divorce, like they may be trying to let the whole media frenzy thing cool down before anything goes public.
It's not cooling down.
No, it's not going to cool down, because there's just going to be more of these little nuggets that keep coming out, breadcrumbs, and it all leads up to a disaster. It's an epic disaster. And so, yeah, I don't know what eventually comes of this, but the big thing is we know Diana Rousini, she stepped down. She resigned. Mm-hmm. She's been radio silent since. It's impossible for Vrabel to be radio silent. Now, he's tried as much as possible.
What if she does tell her story? How much more dirt is there that sinks Vrabel?
Or if, I mean, it is because it's been reported that she was emotionally connected, and I don't want to say in love. I mean, the only one that could tell her that is her. But if somehow he is saying, "Hey, it's all done," and does she come out and tell her story
says,
August 1 when
You can't
training
be
camp
done
starts?
With me.
Right,
You're the father of my. Well,
I lost my job, and an eye for an eye. Like, what's going on? I think it is very interesting. Does she tell it at the start of fall camp? Does she tell it week 1?
I don't know. At some point, I mean, it's probably going to be good for her rehabilitation for her image. She's going to have to start somewhere. What happened? And
I don't know.
I don't know. What's Vrabel's defense? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh, man. This news is brought to you by Bet365. Well, it is official. The news we all saw coming. Detroit is getting a professional women's hockey league team. So the announcement was made as expected at a press conference Wednesday morning. PWHL Detroit will begin playing for the 2026-27 season at Little Caesars Arena. The team will have black and silver as primary colors, complemented by white as a secondary and then red as an accent. The official team name will be announced at a later date, so
Okay.
feel free to.
I'm sure
get your
they'll have
submissions.
some type of, where you can go submit a
Yeah.
possible team name.
Maybe.
That'll be fun.
Do you think they go with the team name, or do they do what Utah did and have like a generic, like Utah Hockey
the
Club for
Detroit-
a
Well,
year?
Well, they might for a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of what they're going at right now. And then, they obviously unveiled the Mammoth.
We shall see. So the PWHL entry draft will be at the Fox Theater on June 17th. Fans can already start placing deposits for season tickets right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's going to be a busy place, the LCA.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially once you get WNBA 2.
Right. And so they're going to have 4 different teams playing and scheduling at the LCA.
It's awesome.
As far as the team name, what if they go with like the Octopus, like play off of the history of the Detroit?
Please,
Stop. Can we just move on to the next news story? You're really setting me up to say something that.
Yes.
Do you want me fired?
John, you want to shorten that one for us?
Moving on. Well, we're learning more about the sudden firing of Gabe Alvarez, the manager of the Toledo Mud Hens. So we learned on Tuesday that he was fired or dismissed, right, for a violation of club policy. But that's basically all we knew. There was no details that came out. But now, according to reports from The Athletic, from ESPN, even from himself, he was fired for sending an inappropriate text message to a female colleague. And he released a statement. He said, "I sent a single text message to a colleague that I intended as a lighthearted joke. Shortly after sending it, I recognized that the message was inappropriate and did not reflect, the value and judgment I strive to uphold." He says he immediately reached out to clarify the intent of that message. And then he did go on to say that he regrets the situation that this message created. But of course, we don't know exactly what that message was. Yeah. It's one of those things you type out, you think about it, you look at it, and then delete. Like, don't hit the send button.
Was it a suggestion for the Detroit women's hockey team?
That's what could be. You never know. A tragic story unfolded in Canton on Wednesday morning. A local father died after crashing his truck into the side of Canton City Market while he was taking his teenage son to school. And that teen was also injured, but is stable, recovering at the hospital. Police say the 44-year-old driver was pronounced dead at the scene. And according to a witness, the teenager who was sitting in the passenger seat appeared confused and in shock at the time, but alive. Very sad seeing the photos that have been released online. Police say the father, like I said, was taking his son to a high school in the Plymouth Canton School District. The crash remains under investigation. Finally, downtown Detroit is gearing up for race season. And if you've been driving through the city, you may have already started to notice it. So crews have officially started construction for the 2026 Detroit Grand Prix. And that means some lane closures, fencing, plenty of orange barrels kind of popping up around the downtown area. The work includes setting up grandstands, hospitality desks, safety barriers, the layout of the course, lots of things going on. Last year's Grand Prix drew more than 100,000 fans and pumped millions into the local economy, and officials expect an even bigger number this year. The Grand Prix will run May 29th through the 31st.
Okay.
Awesome.
Heather with the news coming up next. Checking in on the Tigers. Are they falling apart? It's 97.1.
Hey, with everything that's going on in our economy with your pocketbook right now, we're all looking for a great value. I'm going to give you a great option right now, and that's Planet Fitness. They've got a special going on right now, and this isn't the special. $1 down, $15 a month. That's their regular rate for their base membership. But from now until May 15th, new members are going to receive free access to the massage amenities for the entire month. So you get a little peek into what the Black Card spa and everything is. And if you like it, all of a sudden, hey, that's a great value as well, because you get all access to every single location nationwide, let alone the 60 that are here in Metro Detroit. And you could take unlimited guest privileges. You have so many different options. And it's a great, clean, welcoming place to work out. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
That's all the Red Sox needed. One run because the Tigers were shut out. Chance to win some money this morning. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Thursdays also mean Dear John in the 7 o'clock hour, and AJ Hinch will join us this morning at 8:02. Kind enough to join us on his off day. Let's talk about these Tigers, John.
Do we have to? Right now?
I'll double check the sheet. Yeah, we have
it
to.
Does.
We
yeah,
do.
I know,
yes.
I know.
Okay, so the question is, are they falling apart? Because I'm not sure that they're doing anything well right now.
I don't want to say that they're falling apart. Like this is a low point right now. And what is it that saves the season? I don't know if it's Casey Mize coming off IL at the right time.
We don't have a return date.
We don't have a return date. It's the same thing with Verlander. And I don't want to hang our hopes. If this was JV of years past, sure. Mm-hmm. His first outing, his only outing, wasn't great. Mm-hmm. And how long does it take for him to come? Is he going to get a rehab start down in Toledo? Or are they going to trust, hey, you know what, because we need him and he says he's ready, let's just bring him back and let him start pitching in the big leagues? Like, I don't know what it is that moves this team forward.
Right. When I say they're not doing anything well, they're shut out last night.
4 hits and a shutout, yes.
Yeah. The starting pitching is in shambles. There's no Skubal. There's no Mize. There's no Verlander. Fromber's suspended.
Yeah. So he's going to miss one start.
At least one start, yeah. Well, one start, yes.
Yeah.
The bullpen's been no bueno. And the defense is among the worst in baseball, 25th in defensive runs saved. So they're not doing anything well, and it's reflected in their record. Right. They have a losing record. They're 2 games below 500. They're still in this division, which is maybe the only rebuttal to, are they falling apart? No, they're not, because they're right in the thick of it.
Right. Everyone else in the division is falling apart, and they're right now the only team with a positive run differential. How long does that last? Well, if you're going to lose games the way that they have recently, that's not going to last very long, because it was a 7-run differential. You lost 10-3 on Tuesday, and yesterday it was 4-0. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not scoring runs, you're giving them up. It's not a recipe for success.
Yeah, we just want to take the temperature of Tiger fans, knowing that it's still May, knowing this division is still infinitely winnable, but the product right now is bad. 248-539-9797. Are they falling apart? I would say not yet. I mean, they're teetering for sure.
Where are you on the panic meter?
10 is like cancel the season.
Yeah.
Because it's May, I'm a 4.
Okay. I guess I would. I'm normally the
even keel.
Even keeled. So I'll go even keeled. But more panicked than you.
5.
I would say 5, maybe slightly above it.
So that's teetering. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not going to sit there and say 10, because it is May. It's a long season. But how big of a hole do they dig until reinforcements arrive?
I wish I knew when the reinforcements were coming back.
That's it, is we don't know. When's Casey Mize going to be back? When's Verlander going to be back? When is Melton going to be available? Like, all of these things could be positives.
Mm-hmm. Well, a great example would be, not that I have high hopes given the way they're playing, but off day today, and then it's at Kansas City this weekend.
A team that struggles to score runs.
Kansas City also losing record?
Oh, well, they're in the division, so yeah.
What if they take 2 or 3 this weekend? I don't want to be the guy that, like, on Thursday's show, I'm a 9 out of 10, and then they sweep the Royals and they're in first place the very next week. So that's why I'm trying to be even keel, despite sitting down and watching what I watched last night.
Well, okay, so here for context, I think we've done a decent job of this. Okay, not everyone has a losing record. Cleveland Guardians are at 500. Mm-hmm. The Tigers right now are 1 back. But Kansas City is only 1 back of the Tigers.
Yeah, Kansas City 17-20.
And we are 18-20. And now you got a 3-game series against Kansas City. Nobody thought you were going to get swept by the Red Sox. I'm sure there were some people out there that thought that they could. I didn't think that was going to happen. I didn't think they were going to get swept by Minnesota when they did in a 4-game series at Minnesota.
What both those series have in common is a Framber eruption, because that was supposed to be the game that kind of settles you down. If they win with the Valdez on the mound, all right, you lose 2 or 3, but you got your stabilizer. Well, that's part of what had me so mad yesterday is you lost the start with Valdez. He's not going to pitch his next start. Those are stabilizers. Because now, like, you lay out the rotation. I just said, they got 6 games coming up on the road. It's Royals and Mets. Take a look at who's pitching. It's Montero on Friday, and then, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pitching chaos for the next 2 starts.
Could it be the next 3 starts?
Well, no, because Flaherty will pick.
It's 3 of the next 5.
Correct.
3 of the next 5 are chaos. Mm-hmm. The only 2 starters right now are Montero and Jack. So, yeah, back-to-back bullpen days, that's not good.
No, for a bullpen that's already taxed.
Yeah, and then you go, guess what? Your reprieve is when Jack Flaherty pitches, he had the 10 strikeouts last night, but he didn't go 6 or 7 innings. The bullpen still has to be used in bulk roles.
And you're hoping that you get the best of Jack Flaherty, and was yesterday the best of Jack Flaherty, because you mentioned it. It was only 1 walk, 1 hit by hit batter, 10 strikeouts, and he only gave up 2 earned runs in 96 pitches. All right, so that's a good outing.
Yes,
but no run support and errors in the field, missed opportunities in the field.
Right. My point, though, is we would say that's good, Jack. I would take that in his next start. They still had to use 1, 2, 3, 4 other arms in the game.
Right.
So, that's not a big reprieve for a team that's going to be leaning a lot on their bullpen with the starting pitching injuries and suspension. So, they're teetering, I think, is the word I'd want to use today. They're teetering in the sense of season's not over, but these are critical junctures. You can't win a division in April and May, but the cliche is you can certainly lose it.
Right, and that's why I asked the question at 18-20 right now, and it with the fact that they've lost 3 in a row. How deep of a hole do they dig before any of these reinforcements, even before Valdez comes back?
Yeah, his next start would be next week at home, probably.
Yeah, because it's not going to be the 13th.
His next start he'll miss for suspension, and then
it would be Monday the 18th against Cleveland. No, I'm sorry, it would be right before the 16th. Against Toronto.
They'd work him in. That's like a week from now.
Right.
They're missing 1 ace in Skubal, and then the guy who's the de facto highly paid ace is going to miss a week here too. So look, there's going to be some damage done. I keep saying you got to stay afloat.
Right.
They may be below 500. They may be submerged. They got to hold their breath. They got to avoid drowning.
And it's not like the Red Sox yesterday lit the world on fire like they did on Tuesday. They had 4 hits.
4 hits. They struck out 15 times, won the game.
Right. And only 2 of those runs were earned runs. So even if you take away the errors and you have 2 earned runs, you still don't win the game because you didn't score any.
Yeah, as they pointed out at the end of the broadcast last night, you won't win any baseball game scoring 0 runs.
No matter how many innings you go.
Go as long as you'd like. 248-539-9797. Let's get to John in Ann Arbor. John, talk Tigers. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just heading into work. I think the team's in trouble. I think, rating them at 5 is, and I know it's early May, like you've said, but I put them at a 7. No time frame for Reese Olson, no time frame for Jackson Jobe, and the rest of the pitching staff. This is a troubled situation.
It is certainly a troubled situation, and they're going to need the bats to be on fire if they are at all have hopes of trying to stave off a run of 6 or 7 losses.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't see the bats consistently coming alive to override the lack of, effective pitching.
Right. And there's going to be more asked of those bats right now.
Right.
And
yep.
You look in the month of May, a lot of these guys are cooling off. Riley Green's been on fire, but McGonigal is I think, batting 130 in the month of May.
Right. And maybe there's a little bit of confidence because they did already play Kansas City. It was at home, and they swept them, but they were wins of 2-1, 2-1, and 10-9. So you're winning 3 games by 3 runs, and now you're going there. And Montero, tomorrow, that might be a chance for them because Montero has been consistent. He's been consistent. He's been an innings eater. But the final two games, no idea what's going to happen.
Right. Few texts. We'll take more calls. 248-539-9797. Working the Pistons to round out the hour. Two things to look forward to and watch for in Game 2. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, and really who shouldn't, would love a new truck, Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven the Ram. Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And we'll get into the competition now for power. On Ram side, you get two choices. Their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try passing someone, let alone towing or doing any work with it. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, quite honestly, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is right now. Lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do, pull into your Ram dealer today, sit in one, start it up, and I know you're going to hear the difference.
2 things to watch for ahead of Game 2, Pistons and Cavs tonight, Little Caesars Arena. We got your feedback on the Tigers. Are they falling apart? I said they're teetering. It's still early and no one's running away with this division, but they're not doing a damn thing well. Shut out last night, one of the worst defensive teams in baseball. Saw that last night. And the pitching is in shambles. Valdez is going to miss a start. You don't have any updates on when Mize is coming back. Scooble's going to be gone for a while. Even JV, still waiting to see. Text coming in saying, here's what I'm at. Here's where I'm at with the Tigers. Damn glad I didn't pay for that stupid TV package.
Well, the only argument I would make, and maybe it's probably not a great argument, is we have an opportunity to watch one of the great rookie seasons that we've been able to watch in Kevin McGonigal. Yeah. Now, I know the last couple of games he's not been on the same heater he was on, which we all know there's going to be ups and downs, especially for a rookie.
Yeah,
but he is exciting every time he gets to the plate. Four plate appearances yesterday. Didn't reach base safely, but no strikeouts. So he's always putting the ball in play.
But I get where this guy's coming from.
I get it, yeah.
Money's money. You don't want to spend it frivolously. You want to have a team that you want to watch. Like last night, nobody wants to watch that.
I will tell you that I turned the game on. I saw it was 4-0. I flipped on the next game.
I don't blame you.
Funny you should say that because I was sitting there with Jack, and I was watching the game, and I looked at him. I could tell he had picked up his phone. He was scrolling on his phone. I'm like, you know what, bud? Kind of feel the same way. Let's watch some basketball.
Twitch comment says, stop saying Valdez is going to miss a start. He will factually miss the next day he was scheduled to pitch.
Correct.
So for our Twitch comments,
that's
for you.
He's going to miss a start.
I know they'll probably pitch him the most available date.
Right. So
it'll be pushed. If you would prefer that language, but he's going to miss the next day he's scheduled to pitch.
Mm-hmm. So what's the one thing that can change with take the injuries out now? What's the one thing that should change that they've been able to rely on in the past?
Carp and Torque. Torque's hit 30 home runs 2 of the last 3 years. It'd be nice if he played like that guy. But those two bats,
he's got 6 already. He's kind of on pace for 30.
But those 2 bats, because you're going to need to lean on the bats right now, are guys that can be big time one swing flip an inning guys. So I'd point to those 2.
Right, but Torque is kind of around what he's done before.
Right,
he's a little below average.
What's he like 210, 212?
Can I get some more doubles, extra base hits?
Yeah, exactly. Carpenter hitting 210. Fact is, he only has 10 extra base hits so far. 6 of them are homers, so his OPS is a little inflated, I would say, in my mind. He's got to be a 260, 270 hitter. That you're talking 50 points is a huge difference.
But those are 2 guys that you can say, hey, I don't need to have a 4-hit inning to do damage. Those are 2 guys that can one swing of the bat flip an inning.
Yeah. But whether, especially Carpenter with a double or a home run, that's 2-3 runs right there. You know, it's like he has got to perform to the level that he's performed in the past. He isn't.
This text says the next week is critical for the overall mentality of this team. So the next week includes a 6-game road trip, Kansas City this weekend, and a trip to the Mets afterwards. Torque and Carp are 1 bad week away from batting under 200. That's ridiculous. The critical one no one's talking about is Vest. They need a strong back end of the bullpen to help make up for bad starting pitching. Long season, blah, blah, blah. Guys, it's over. Put the Tigers in the back seat. Move on to the next topic. Jeff in Dearborn.
I do want to see, and we're going to get a chance to hear from AJ Hinch at 8:02. Like, how do they get a stop? How do they get a win? How do they, with everything, all the bad news, and obviously the biggest one is Scooble for 2 to 3 months. Mm-hmm. But it's even yesterday when I thought, man, maybe there was a chance that we would see Gleyber Torres back sooner than later. They put him on IL, and it's retroactive. So, yeah, it maybe doesn't extend it, but it was still just bad news.
Well, because like I'm listening to the pregame the other day, and Hinch is saying, well, he's started swinging, and we're going to get him in the field, and made it sound like he could be back as early as the next day.
I thought, I'm glad you said that, because I thought, well, was he talking about someone else?
Right.
Did I misunderstand what he was saying? And then at the end of what he was talking about yesterday, and I text you guys this, he says, nowadays, I don't even know what that means. Like when, in terms of, he could be back and we just don't know. Nowadays, I don't know what that means. Is that a reference to, well, I think maybe some of these guys should be playing through that? Or I just can't believe that all of this is happening all at one time.
Yeah, did they walk under a bunch of ladders, break a bunch of mirrors?
Yeah, a couple of black cats walk in front of them.
Some are living in the clubhouse. I don't know. This text says, until someone pulls away in the division, I don't have any panic. Thankfully, we have the Pistons as a distraction. Tyler in Westland.
Yes, thankfully, we do have our very own Detroit Pistons.
Game 2 tonight.
Yes, game 2 tonight. And it coming on the heels of game 1 that was, I don't want to necessarily say a dominant performance, but it was a very controlled, didn't really ever feel like it was an in-doubt performance.
Yeah, even when the game was tied up, they immediately put their foot down and squashed the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm. Cade did.
93-93. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Is there going to be a pucker factor here?
Nope. Hey, what, about another 60 seconds later and it's 99-93?
I was going to say, wait all of a minute.
Yeah.
And there's Duren at the rim 3 consecutive times. And a lead's built back up. And then Cade hits a jumper. And Danis hits a shot. And Tobias, they had a collective. That's what I liked about it. It was a collective. They weren't leaning on their one star to carry them. Cade, that might have been the worst playoff game he's played in terms of his scoring output.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, what was it? 24 points, 22 points? Yeah, but yes.
And he's been 20-plus every game, so it's on the lower end of what he's done in the postseason. The idea is he's got much more to give over the course of the game. It's just great if he doesn't have to, and then he can have it in that key moment, those closing seconds of playoff games. So, look, there's a lot to look forward to tonight because you have a chance to take a 2-0 lead and then really put Cleveland in a desperation spot coming home, knowing, hey, there's this narrative. They can't get out of the second round. Donovan Mitchell, what's his record in the second round? It's 5-17. James Harden, known playoff choker, loser. Put them in their place with that crowd that could turn on them down 2-0. So I think that's what tonight is put them in desperation mode.
Well, and you kind of heard it in the postgame, especially from James Harden. Well, if they need me to score 30, I'll score 30. Well, what you didn't, they needed you to, and now all of a sudden he's made some of those statements. He's got to go out there and back those up. I don't think he's a guy that feels a lot of pressure. He kind of, I just don't feel like he does at this point in his career.
We'll see, because he's getting skewered nationally. It's not just us taking shots on local radio. I mean, every national show was pointing out the dude looks washed. He looks old. A lot of, he had 13 in the fourth quarter, but here's him dribbling off of his own leg.
Right.
Here's Cade picking his pocket. Here's him looking lost on defense. Reminder, he's 36 years old and does not have a track record of delivering in big-time playoff games.
Yeah, don't expect it to start now.
Now, 2 things to look forward to, 2 things to watch for Game 2. We'll get it next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers dropped their series finale to the Red Sox last night 4-0, despite a good outing from Jack Flaherty and the bullpen. Flaherty only gave up 3 hits across 5 innings with 1 walk and 10 strikeouts, but 3 defensive mistakes, including a critical error from Colt Keith, allowed 4 runs to score. After the game, Keith commented on the ground ball that got through his legs to bring in more runs for Boston. Last night was the first time in Tigers history they've allowed 4 hits or fewer in a game and struck out 15-plus batters and still lost. The Tigers were without A.J. Hinch last night as he and Framber Valdez were suspended after Valdez intentionally hit Trevor Story with a fastball on Tuesday. Hinch served his 1-game suspension last night while Valdez was given 5 games, meaning he will miss his next scheduled start. Gleyber Torres also went on the 10-day injured list last night with an oblique injury. In the minor leagues, Toledo Mudhens manager Gabe Alvarez shed some light on why he was fired Tuesday. He told ESPN it was because of an inappropriate text he sent to a female coworker. Alvarez said, quote, "I sent a single text message to a colleague that I intended as a lighthearted joke. Shortly after sending it, I recognized the message was inappropriate and did not reflect the values and judgment I strive to uphold, and I immediately reached out to clarify my intent," unquote. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
2 grand slam in 25 minutes. Dear John at 7:35. And AJ Hinch 1 hour away. Got him on the off day. Tonight is the night for the Pistons, Game 2 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. 2 things to watch for the Pistons tonight. And they're both Cavs-centered, because I think this is all about Cleveland avoiding going down 0-2. The first thing I'm watching for tonight is Donovan Mitchell. He had 19 shots in Game 1, only 1 in the restricted area. Mm-hmm. If you're going to plant the seeds about getting calls, does he get them? Does he go to the basket? He's their best player. James Harden's 36 years old. He looks washed. Their best player is Donovan Mitchell. How does he rise to the moment on the road? Does he go to the basket, and does he get calls? That's the first thing I'm watching tonight. The second is on the other end. Jared Allen. He played 18 minutes in Game 1. I imagine he'll play twice that tonight. How does that impact Cleveland's defense? How does that impact Jalen Duren, who had a double-double in Game 1 of this series? So the 2 guys I'm looking at are Mitchell on offense, Allen on defense. Those are my 2 things to watch for the Pistons.
And playing off of Jared Allen, the fouls, how does that affect JB's rotation? Because we didn't see any of B-Ball Paul because the 2 bigs weren't in at the same time very often.
Yeah.
And not impactful times or moments. Is there, because I've mentioned this, talked about it a lot. This is a JB series. We know how important it must be to him and in turn the players, not just in terms of winning and moving on, but how does he continue to adjust the rotation? And does more B-Ball Paul somehow, if you're going to have a couple of bigs in the game at the time, does it cut down on the time that Dennis Jenkins is in there? That was 29 minutes. That was a long time for a guy that started in the G League, 2-way contract, played well, and it was all about hustle. It was about stepping up in moments where, hey, alongside Cade or instead of Cade when Cade was out, they're not perfect, but those were quality minutes that Dennis Jenkins was able to provide.
What are you guys watching for tonight? 248-539-9797. Throw out the number. We can take some texts and phone calls before we get to news and Dear John and 2 grand slam and all that good stuff. Pistons tonight, Game 2 against the Cavs.
We've mentioned how important the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, first quarter of all these games are. Mm-hmm. I am intently watching the intensity with which the Pistons start with, because there's a lot of pressure on Cleveland. You've mentioned it nationally. James Harden's taken a lot of flack. They're taking a lot of flack as a team in terms of their turnovers and kind of the laissez-faire way that they're playing in their own town. And if the Pistons can come out and put them in their place early, is this possibly a team that would just go in the tank mentally, physically? It's an opportunity for them to put their foot on their throat early in this game.
Yeah.
And just let them know, you know what? Hey, what happened in Game 1? It's just, that's the regular. We're not going to let off the gas pedal at all.
Yeah, don't let them back in this series. I keep talking about what it would mean to go up 2-0. I mean, the flip side is if Cleveland says, well, hold on, we did what Tobias said. We did that classic foot off the gas after a Game 7. The Pistons guarded against it and played hard, but maybe Cleveland had the after effects of going 7, and now they come out and give you a much better shot.
Right.
You got to be able to withstand it, because if they even this up very quickly, they make the case, we're coming home tied 1-1. Game 1 was a liar, just like it was in the first round for the Pistons.
Yeah. And they could even say, well, we underestimated the Pistons. Coming out of that Orlando series, we're better than Orlando. We just thought, roll out the ball. We'll be able to, through the entire length of the game, we'll make our comeback. We'll be just fine.
And they start making the case, we've got home court.
Yeah. So I think
pivotal.
It is immensely important to come out with a good start and send the message to the Cleveland Cavaliers. What happened in Game 1? That's who we are. And they're trying to say, well, okay, the Pistons played their best game. Maybe that was one of our worst. So it's somewhere in the middle, and we're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think we look to what from Game 1 will be a constant in the series and what is going to be something that fluctuates. The constant to me is Cleveland's turnovers. The thing that's going to fluctuate is fouls, free throws. officiating. You've already seen them try to plant the seeds with Donovan Mitchell's comments yesterday about, maybe I got a flop or I'm not getting any calls, and it goes back to last series. Bickerstaff's message was flops are going to get called. He will be, I forget the exact phrase from JB, but he wanted to make sure he countered that message and said, I think flops are an infraction. So if you start trying to do that, we'll make sure the officials are aware they can call that.
Yeah.
But how will it be officiated if and when they go to the basket more aggressively, and on their own end, are they able to keep their bigs in the lineup to alter more shots?
And that will affect something I think is going to be very important. One of the superpowers for the Pistons is their hustle, their effort. It's the loose balls. But if you start racking up some fouls early, then got to pay a little more cautious. Don't want to get in foul trouble. Maybe you're not diving or you're not as aggressive as you would be, because one of the superpowers is offensive rebounds, second chance points, being able to dominate the boards against the bigs while they're in there. And that's something that the Pistons have. That's a trademark of these Detroit Pistons.
This was the quote from JB. Donovan Mitchell is very intelligent. It's all messaging, and we understand that. But our message is flopping is a violation.
It's a response.
How will that end up going tonight in terms of how it's officiated? Not that you can make the excuse the refs are going to decide the game, but that you have to be able to handle those situations.
No, but on the flip side, okay, it was 16 free throws to 35 free throws. Cavs, Pistons. I don't think it flips completely.
No,
it's not going to be the other way around. But is it 25 and 25? Is it 24 and 27?
Again, we did this a little on yesterday's show, but if you want to complain about not getting free throws, you need to go to the rim. Donovan Mitchell had 19 shots, only one inside the restricted area at the rim. Mm-hmm. You don't get to bitch about officiating if you're shooting floaters and jumpers. You're just not going to get those calls. That game one, was not poorly refereed. You get what you earn. The Pistons went to the rack and earned free throws. If Cleveland, and Donovan Mitchell specifically, are committed to getting to the rack, they'll get more calls. But if they're going to sit and do little lollipop layups and little floaters, don't look at the officials to carry the day and put you at the free throw line.
I think one of the key points that we made going into this, Toronto, who they went 7 games with, is a good defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
Not as good as the Pistons. And everybody's looking at the turnovers that Cleveland has had, especially James Harden. Well, they're high in that category because they're playing against 2 really good defenses. And the Pistons aren't going to stop playing defense. They're not going to stop hustling. They're not going to stop trading off screens. They're not going to stop doing the things that have made them who they are.
Couple texts what you guys are watching for in Game 2. I'm watching for the Cunningham-Duren combo. If they can get it going like they did at the end of Game 1, I think this will be another rout. I'm also watching James Harden to see if he chokes like he did in Game 1. I think we could get a gentleman's sweep. Alex at a farm.
I'd take it.
I'll be watching the consistency of the Pistons' defense. Any let up from them there, and I think Cleveland runs away with it.
Sure, but is that something that you expect? Like, even when they were struggling against Orlando, we weren't sitting there going, where is the defense?
No, we were saying, boy, this is tough to watch offensively.
Right.
We were saying there's everybody standing in a clogged paint and nobody can get off shots and it's leading to turnovers, and that's killing them.
Right. And it was I think it was Game 5 was one of the hardest games to watch because both offenses were horrific.
Game 4, because Game 5 was the Paulo Cade game.
That's right. Yeah.
Game 4 in Orlando was the...
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the continued ascension of Asar Thompson, or watching for the continued ascension of Asar Thompson. I think they've unlocked a much-needed aspect of his game in the offensive end late in that Orlando series, having him initiate on offense rather than having Cade with the ball all the time. All of a sudden, the floor spacing looks a little different. He reminds me of a certain wormy, crazy person that used to play here, Travis in Westland. I'm happy he brought this up. Because I made a note in Game 1, and we never even addressed it yesterday. There's just so much to talk about. Asar had 3 assists in the opening quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a way of them, someone else that can bring the ball over the timeline. Cade can play, but not have to carry that burden every minute he's on the floor. And Asar is a good passer and a good athlete. So if you get past that initial defender, you force breakdowns, teams have to help and collapse. and then he can kick and move, and all of a sudden you have a drive and kick, and everybody else around him are better shooters than Asar. So it's a nice kind of change up, and maybe we do see more of it.
Yeah, I did notice more amount of time that he had the ball in his hands. Now, the issue is going to be with Asar is, hey, he's standing at the three-point line. He's not even looking for a shot.
Right.
And everybody's sagging off, so what do you do at that point? That's where, hey, you got to get the ball into Cade's hands. But having that opportunity is what helps set some of the things up for the Pistons.
Cade will not shoot that bad. It won't keep happening. That's something to watch for Game 2 tonight. Yeah, he had 23 points. It's the fewest points he's had in any playoff game this series.
Well, there's only been one game.
Or sorry, this postseason is what I meant. Thank you, John. Let's get to Kent. Kent, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, man.
Hey, Detroit fans, man, Michigan fans, Detroit fans, you guys crack me up, dude. I'm listening to these dudes call this radio station the last couple of days, and I get the enthusiasm, and you should be, especially after last series, where you probably should have got beat if Wagner, old Michigan dude, didn't get hurt. But regardless, in my opinion, Detroit played the best game that they can play last Game 1. And Cleveland didn't. Cleveland didn't play a B game for them. Yet the game was still tied with 5 minutes to go. You know, I mean, I think everybody's looking through rose-colored glasses here. Game 1 is the biggest. Game 1 is like the opening day in football. It's the most over-exaggerated game out there because everybody starts to think their team's going to the Super Bowl or their team stinks. Everybody thinks they're going to sweep or their team is going to get swept. Game 1, man, is a mirage, y'all. This series is going to get tough, I'm telling you. And people need to start preparing for that because I really think this is going 7, and we'll see what happens in Game 7.
Yeah, it's also something that a fan of the other team would say, well, Game 1 doesn't mean that much.
I'm not a Cleveland fan. I'm just a basketball fan. I actually like the Sixers. But I'm just tripping on this, man. I mean, everybody's calling gentlemen sweeps. They're so great. Detroit is who we thought. What are you guys talking about? You guys watch them all season? Detroit can't shoot. These dudes can't shoot. I mean, really? Man,
I think you're going to get a much better effort from Cleveland, but let's not paint a picture that's not accurate. That's the Pistons' best game and the Cavs' worst game. They shot the same percentage from the floor and from three as one another. Cade, I just got done telling you, it's the fewest points he scored in any playoff game this postseason, and that's the best game they're going to play. I don't mind a guy who calls in and says, hey, I think Cleveland's going to win
Pump the brakes.
Multiple games in this series. And don't be calling tonight anything certain. Cool. I like that phone call. That's fair game. To say that's the best the Pistons can play, but I don't agree with.
Didn't I just say that? Hey, Cleveland is thinking that same thing. That's the best the Pistons have. That's the worst we have. We went into it maybe a little bit laissez-faire, and everything's going to be fine. That's what you're going to get. We just had that caller.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, we'll get Heather's news. We'll get the 2 Grand Slam. Get Dear John later this hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my house. They'll do the same for yours. Right now, they're running some amazing specials. You can get an AC tune-up for only $79, and if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, good morning. What's in the news?
Hey, good morning. This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, the former manager of the Toledo Mud Hens, Gabe Alvarez, is fessing up to sending an inappropriate text message to a female colleague. So after being fired on Tuesday for violating club policy, the Tigers declined to comment any further, right? So on Wednesday, Alvarez released a statement confirming he sent a single text message to a colleague that was meant as a lighthearted joke, but he says after he sent it, he realized that it wasn't appropriate. He did say he reached out immediately to that colleague to kind of clear the air. And we don't know what that text message was, but that's apparently what did him in.
Inappropriate enough to get him fired.
Yeah. I wonder, did we know when all of this happened?
I don't think there's been any time frame. I think it came to light and they acted on it quickly.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
That it happened very quickly. A Roseville homeowner says that a simple payment dispute with a contractor turned into something a little uglier, and now police are involved. So according to the homeowner, Tracy Anderson, she hired a contractor to come and work on her lawn, take care of the maintenance, clear the leaves. Yeah. But after a disagreement over payment, she claims that the contractor retaliated. So she claims she was initially quoted $125 for a spring cleanup. But after the work was completed, this guy said, you know what, no, it's going to cost you $210. And she said, well, I'm not going to pay that. You told me it was going to be this. So when she wouldn't agree to pay him, she says he showed back up at her home and just dumped bags of leaves back onto her lawn, right? Like, you're not going to pay me? You can have your leaves back. Right. Well, last week she received a notice from the city stating that she had 24 hours to clean her lawn or she would be fined. So ultimately she did get the leaves cleaned for $120 and didn't have to pay the fine, but she filed a police report on this guy.
Well, let's see how it goes.
They could have just handled it
differently.
A little differently.
No kidding. Didn't have to get escalated like that.
My goodness. Have your leaves back. Take this.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this is a sad story. A local father has died after crashing his truck into a building while he was taking his teenage son to school on Wednesday morning. Happened in Canton. The teen was also injured, but is stable, recovering at a local hospital. Police say the crash happened around 7 a.m. at the Canton City Market. The driver has been identified as a 44-year-old man, Abdul Manin Khan. He died at the scene. I did see somewhere in the report that it could have been a medical emergency that took place. I mean, only 44 years old. Very young.
Startling.
Yeah. There was a woman who was actually headed home from dropping her daughter off at school that witnessed the truck plowing into the building, and she immediately jumped in to help. She said she wanted to make sure that the teenager stayed calm because she saw that he was kind of confused and in shock, but alive. So she was there. She wanted to make sure, what his injuries were. Yeah, it's really, really sad. Obviously, now the community and the family is mourning the loss. The crash remains under investigation. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, this is your chance. Give us a call now, 248-539-9797. We're going to play the 2 Grand Slam coming up soon. Ted Turner died yesterday after a battle with Lewy body dementia. He was 87 years old. As the founder of CNN, Turner they called him the godfather of cable news. He also revolutionized cable itself with channels like TNT, TBS, Turner Classic Movies, Cartoon Network. He also won the America's Cup in 1977. He was the former owner of the Atlanta Braves and World Championship Wrestling. He had a large family, 5 children with his first wife, went on to marry 2 more times. The most famous, or the one that I know of, is Jane Fonda.
Right.
That one lasted from 1991 to 2001, worth almost $3 billion.
Wow.
He lived an incredible life.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, without a doubt.
And think about how many people are Braves fans because of TBS.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And finally, we are, in fact, officially getting a professional women's hockey league team here in Detroit.
All right.
We knew it was coming, not 100%, but we knew it was on the way, and the announcement was delivered yesterday at a press conference. So they'll begin playing for the 2026-27 season at Little Caesars Arena. We don't know a team name yet. They say that will be announced at a later date. We do know their colors. Black and silver will be the primary colors, white as a secondary with a red accent. Exciting times.
And you said the 26-7 season, so like this upcoming...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, you can buy tickets, or at least place deposit for tickets starting right now.
Awesome.
So imagine in a span of a couple years here, we're going to have Wings, Pistons,
Yeah.
a WNBA team, and the women's hockey.
All at LCA.
All at LCA.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Scheduler better be ready.
I would say, how about these people trying to book concerts? Good luck. All right, it's time for the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, it's that time of day. Hopefully we can give away a ton of money. The rules are super simple, right? 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully we're going to give away $2,000 if our contestant can get them all right.
Yeah. All comes down to what Antonio knows. Antonio in Shelby Township, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. How about yourself?
Great. Hopefully I'm awake enough for this. So let's go.
You got this. Hopefully I'm awake enough as well to ask the questions properly today. I think it's going to be great. All right, so your time is going to start right now. Good luck. Here we go. Jeremiah Love was drafted by this NFL team.
Cardinals.
Who are the Minnesota Timberwolves currently playing in the playoffs?
Spurs.
Who is the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Aikens.
What is the capital of Wyoming?
You're a boy again or something like that.
Who are the Vegas Golden Knights currently playing in the playoffs?
The Ducks.
Who played Billy Costigan in The Departed?
Pass.
This artist had the 1993 hit, Are You Gonna Go My Way?
Phil Collins.
Who led the NFL in sacks last season?
Myles Garrett.
Is Sheboygan in the lower or upper peninsula of Michigan?
I'm going to guess upper.
Where did James Harden play in college?
Arizona State.
Who played Billy Costigan in The Departed?
There's a lot of actors here. Jack Nicholson.
Good guess.
Is it?
Well, he's in the movie.
He's in
is
the
he?
movie, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but not right.
I guess
Yeah.
I haven't really seen it. I didn't know he was in there, so I guess it was a good guess.
5?
Yeah, I got you with 5.
All right, we'll take that. I
Yeah.
know in The Departed there's like 5 actors I could have guessed from, so I just chose random one.
Well,
Bunch of A-listers.
better than I thought. I didn't even
Yeah.
know he was in the movie, so.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen the movie, but I do that one.
Oh,
You need to see The Departed.
It's-
I know.
But
I've heard it.
DiCaprio's
It's
in
on.
it.
Yeah, it's on my to-do list.
You do too, Heather, but
I've seen
I have
parts
seen
of it.
but I had no idea. I clearly can't remember it.
Yeah,
he was the bad guy. Well, one of them.
right.
Antonio, stand by. We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid $125.
Well,
John,
do they
I
have
was going to
movie
say that you
preferences
do
later?
need to see it so you can get bored with it in 20 minutes on a flight.
Oh, okay.
That's usually what you do with our movie recommendations.
It has been that way, but I will. You know what? I've got a flight coming up. I'll get that one going.
It's there, yeah.
I've
Download it.
watched large parts of it. I've just never sat down and watched all of it together. So anyway, the 2 Grand Slam on Thursday is brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid.
Jeremiah Love drafted by this NFL team.
Cardinals started off hot.
Minnesota Timberwolves, who are they playing?
Spurs.
Hey, got 2 for 2. Who's the coach of the Cavaliers?
What did he say?
Akins.
Aikens? Yeah, sorry. Close, but no cigar.
Kenny
Atkins.
Atkinson.
Yeah. I think maybe he said Atkins. It doesn't matter.
Aikens.
Aikens.
Capital of Wyoming. He said Sheboygan, which is funny.
Yeah, it gets funny when we get down the list, but no, it's Cheyenne.
Yes. Vegas Golden Knights are playing the Ducks, so right back on the board. Billy Costigan and The Departed. If you're thinking of The Departed, you think of, I would think, Leo. DiCaprio.
One of them, yeah.
Yeah, well, that was what we were hoping you were thinking of anyway. Artist that had the 1993 hit Are You Gonna Go My Way? It's not Phil Collins.
No, it's Lenny Kravitz.
Myles Garrett led the NFL in sacks last season. Sheboygan, full circle moment, Upper or Lower Peninsula?
Great thing about The Departed is it's probably one of Matt Damon's more DB roles that he's ever had. He's a DB.
Okay. Well, yeah, Sheboygan is in the Lower Peninsula, which he did not know.
He did not. Well, he thought it was in
50-50
Wyoming.
guess.
So, I mean,
Yes.
does Wyoming
He
have a
could have
Lower
said,
Peninsula?
yeah. Could have said Sheboygan, Wisconsin. But,
And James Harden,
Yep. Arizona State got that one. So we got 5.
the most famous Arizona State basketball player. Can you name another?
I'm not a big Arizona State follower.
Oh, okay. Not a Sun Devil.
Ike
No.
Tiagu.
Eddie House. Okay, that's your 2 Grand Slam. Your next chance will be next week on Tuesday. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, if you want a beautiful lawn, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. You could do it at 888-GET-GREEN or more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is certainly the key. And they've been working on my lawn for a number of years now, and I don't have to worry about dandelions. I don't have to worry about crabgrass. I don't have to worry at the end of the summer with the kids playing on it, everything that's going on. If it's wet, dry, doesn't matter. The grass doesn't thin either because Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, they fix all the issues. They don't knock on the front door and say, hey, we got this going on. What do you want us to do about it? I don't know. That's why I hired you. They do a great job. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. And they also, for a limited time, are having a special. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you're going to mention my name along with 97.1. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
This is the man you're going to for advice.
All the best advice.
DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Send in your questions. Today, we have questions about a college degree,
Okay.
date night, and the flower garden.
Oh, water in the garden. Okay.
College degree. Dear John, am I a bad dad for saying I don't want to pay for my daughter to get a useless degree? We've always said we'd do everything to support her, but as college costs have ballooned, I put my foot down. It's going to be over $100,000 for her to get a philosophy degree. What job do you even get with that? I said, let's pick something in tech, business, medicine, something where you can get a good job. She said, if you don't support me, I'll just take out loans, and said, I'm controlling. My wife is upset, but I want to stand my ground. What should I do?
I think there's probably a happy medium. And so, first of all, I would ask her that question. What type of job are you going to get with that degree? Make her go through that process of, okay, I'm going to spend 4 years, I'm going to get a philosophy degree, and then what type of job am I going to get? How much does that job pay annually? Like, what's the benefit? And if it's a philosophy degree to eventually go to law school,
Sure.
or it's what's your plan? That's the first thing I would ask about. And then I would say, okay, if I accept that plan, I'm not in a position to pay for the entire thing. And I don't know if that's the case or not. Then say, okay, well, maybe we'll share the cost. Or maybe it's just not every parent can pay for their kid to go to school. And I'm sorry, but if you're going to go through these 4 years and you're going to take out the loans, then it's even more important that you go through that exercise of, if I'm going to be $100,000 in debt by the time this is said and done, or 70, whatever it is, because you can work while you're in school. Like, how long is it going to take me to pay off that college debt? And because of the job that I'm going to get, or do I then have to go and get another degree, which is going to set me back, another 50, 70,000? What job do I get at that point? If the ends justify the means, then go for it.
I mean, I agree with what you said. I don't think I would ever discourage my kid from wanting to go and get the degree they want to do. I think maybe the dad should do some research as well and realize, oh, wow, this is what a philosophy degree could do for my daughter. And they could sit down together and maybe do that. So then he'd be educated too. I think a lot of people have to take out loans. College is freaking expensive, right? Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. I agree with, I like the, maybe he can contribute some of it if that was his plan all along. Like, if
if they earmarked money for this, I don't think you take it away.
Right. Like, if that was his plan, since, a lot of people start a college fund when your child is born. Like, you're not just going to be like, sorry, I don't agree with your philosophy degree. No money for you. If that was the plan all along, I would never do that.
Still his money. And I understand. And
his money that he set aside for, the money that I'm setting aside for my kids is going to go to, I'm not going to keep that money. That's going to go for that. Whether they're going to go to a 4-year degree, or they're going to go to a trade school, or they're going to.
It's for
them.
I'm
going to encourage. Yes, and I'm going to encourage them to
I
choose
will as well.
what they want.
But it does sound like money might be an issue, and if it is, and who knows what's going on with his job? Like, do you eventually want to retire, and all of these different things? If your child is going to get a degree, and ultimately they say. My favorite answer when I talk to my kids is, ooh, okay, well, let's go through this. It's part of life's lessons. You're going to have to learn that you've got to, what's the plan? You've got to have a plan. You're going to be on your own at some point. What is the plan?
You sound like my dad. And to me, I'm like, you know what? The plan's always going to change, Life's fluid. Things are going to come and go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
All right, next one, date night. Dear John, my wife and I both have been so busy with kids and work that we haven't made enough time for each other. We've talked about trying to set up a date night. Any good ideas for ways we can spend time together besides the traditional dinner and a movie? I don't want to get into that rut.
So date night, everything always kind of starts with dinner. But hey, go to a ball game. Something where it's not, okay, it is entertainment, but you can talk. You don't have to be quiet. Like, there's going to be interaction. And maybe it doesn't even have to be dinner. Like, hey, let's go to the park and walk a trail. Let's, if you're Doug Karsh, maybe it's, hey, let's grab our bike helmets and go for a ride. It could be anything that you or she is into. And Jim, you had mentioned this. Like, was it a poetry class that you guys went to, or is it painting?
Candle making.
Candle making.
Yeah,
that's
right?
Poetry. Like,
I wouldn't put it past him, no.
Be open to all of those things. Like, it's like when I talk to Lisa about this stuff, like, it's not always like my first response, as it was here, go to a ball game. All right. Okay, that's great for the dude.
Yeah, you might love that. Yeah.
Right. But hey, be open to her suggestions as well. Like, hey, want to go to a cooking class or, dance lessons, whatever it might be that she would also be into, but something that's interactive versus, like, I don't like the movie thing either.
Didn't you do like a tie-dyeing thing too?
Yeah, I think we did.
You've done some different
so
types
memorable.
of dates.
Man, I think we did.
There's a place in Corktown that we went to. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you said. Find something that you guys are into. I had written that down. Like, I like being outdoors, right? So, like, hiking, biking, we like to rollerblade, things like that. Daytime dates could be fun, too, if you have the time. Like,
there's plenty of places around, too, and I know we talked about this a little bit with the kids, but if you're into the outdoors, and maybe she is as well, like, hey, take her fishing.
Sure,
and there's a lot of places you could fish from shore.
Look, I think active's great. And even if you don't have any crazy idea, you can still do spinoffs of dinner or a movie. So instead of dinner as a meal, you can do a picnic. Yeah. Go pick out the ingredients together, go to the park. That's a little different than the same stale sit down at a restaurant. Or instead of a movie, comedy show. Everybody's laughing, everybody's in a good mood. You leave with stuff to talk about.
Yeah, and you don't have to be silent.
Yes.
There's lots of ideas.
Yeah, let's get the ball rolling. Flower garden. Dear John, my wife is excited for springtime and wants to upgrade our landscaping. She nervously told me she ordered some roses and other plants from an out-of-state boutique garden.
Oh.
At first, my thought was what yours might be. How much is this going to cost?
Sure.
She said $500, but then quickly fessed up that it was $1,000. This feels outrageous to me, but she's so excited. Do I tell her to cancel or suck it up and embrace it?
Okay. Well, where's the money coming from?
Do you have
the disposable income?
But even if you do, is that where you want to spend it?
If your wife is excited about it,
it's where she wants to spend it.
Yeah. I mean, so again, there's a discussion about money here. So much about relationships is whether it's you're talking to your kids or you're talking to your spouse, it's about the finances. And if it fits the budget, it's not, I mean, that's generally going to be the least of the expense. It's the other expense is going to be, okay, what do I have the tools to install this? Do we have the other materials that it's going to take to install? You got to mulch it when it's done. Are you going to do raised, flower beds, all of those other things? And then it's the time that you spend doing it. And I'll join these last two together. The date night and all that stuff, this is a perfect opportunity. You don't even have to leave home. You get a chance to spend time with your wife doing something that she wants to do, and it's going to improve. Hopefully, it's going to improve the aesthetics of your home. Maybe you can recoup it, the curb appeal if you're eventually going to sell the house. I'm all for it. I love home projects. I love taking on new projects, especially ones that I haven't done, trying to figure them out. It's all interesting to me. And so hey, give it a shot, at least hear her out and see what all it entails.
I agree. I'd make sure you know how to keep that plant alive.
Yeah.
Make sure you're planting it in the right area, the right sunlight.
Right zone,
so if you're going to spend
$1,000
$1,000 on a rose plant, you can keep it alive.
And a lot of times these plants will come with guarantees. Like, hey, they're guaranteed for a year.
Yeah.
Or, whatever. Make sure you have some of those.
Yes.
Feedback coming in. Send in your questions. We do it every week. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's Dear John 97.1.
Hey, you guys, if your hair is starting to thin, now's the time to do something about it. Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men restore their hair and their confidence for over 30 years. Now, thousands of guys have walked in frustrated, and they walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. And here's the key. The sooner you come in, the more options you have, including advanced non-surgical, natural solutions that are helping guys see real growth. Now, I know some guys look at going overseas because it might seem cheaper, right? Like Turkey comes up a lot, but what they don't think about is the follow-up care. What happens once you're back home? This is medical, and follow-up matters. At Michigan Hair Restoration, everything is done locally, medically supervised with the same team before, during, and after, and that matters. Dr. B isn't just a pioneer, he's a patient himself. He has had it done himself. He's even performed it on his own son. No plugs, no stitches, no scars, just natural, permanent growth you can run your fingers through. And right now, get $1,000 off any hair transplant package. Just go to MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Talk to Tiger manager AJ Hinch coming up at 8:02. Got some feedback on Dear John. A whole page on the college decision.
Oh, okay.
Taking out debt for a philosophy degree is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What is the plan?
Right. Well, that's what you said. That's what I said. You got to have a plan. What is What's the job that you're going to get with that philosophy degree?
Philosophy is the study of questioning and thinking. My dad would tell me you can do a lot of thinking in the Army. John in Lake Orion.
That's such a dad response. Love it.
The hell is wrong with kids these days? They're not going to be Socrates or Plato.
Jeez.
Sounds like a great idea. I was actually looking to hire a local philosopher.
Right. Yes.
Dad apparently hasn't done his homework either, suggesting tech due to AI. It's probably not a great call. Another says philosophy to law school isn't even a good plan. AI can do the litigation for free. 5 to 10 years, that industry will be fully disrupted.
All right. Okay. There's a lot of things that in the future are going to change, but what is it? What is the plan? That was my whole thing. Mm-hmm. And it's not that I don't want to help my kids out, but I went through this with them as well. Like, what is the plan from when you start college to when you finish, and what is that job going to be?
Well, guess what? I had a plan. I went to school and got my degree in elementary education, and I thought I was going to teach for the rest of my life.
Well, you're all working with a bunch of kids here.
Life gives you twists and turns and surprises and new opportunities, and I don't regret any of my college or my degree.
Right.
Like, things happen in life, and that plan is not always going to be what your life looks like.
No, but what was your first job?
I was teaching kindergarten. Well, my very first job out of college, you mean?
Yeah, out of college.
I was a teacher.
Yeah. All right, so the plan can always adjust. It has for me for a number of different iterations of careers that I've had. I mean, I didn't go to school to run a business, yet I did for 6 years in between what I'm doing now and my playing career. Yeah, I owned a gym.
So she could take her philosophy degree and start talking on the radio. I mean, I don't think she would.
Could.
Yeah. I'm just saying I wouldn't discourage her from going to college and getting a degree.
This says college is about pursuing passions. If the kids study something they hate, they'll have a miserable experience. And another says, well, a college degree isn't a guarantee of anything. A lack of one could keep you locked out of a lot of opportunities. Signed, Eric.
Correct.
Every kid in Michigan can attend community college for 2 years for free. $100K is crazy college debt.
And maybe that's the path that you suggest. Hey, let's go to community college for a couple of years, and in 2 years, let's revisit the plan. Do you still want to do philosophy? If that's the case, then, hey, you got 2 more years. I helped you with the first 2. Now it's on you.
You don't go away to school just to go away, because I think that's the pull for a lot of young people. So I get to go live on my own, and while my friends are going to MSU or
that's
they're going
the pull for parents.
Right. There's a lot of things that you learn at college that have nothing to do with book smarts.
Right.
Survival is one of them. Ruby just moved out of the dorms yesterday into a house and was texting her back and forth all of the things that go into, and asking her the questions of, is there a bed provided? Are there, is there a microwave? Like all of these things, pots and pans. Okay, eventually, hopefully you are in an apartment by yourself, and you're going to have to address these. It's best to start learning those things now of what it all takes. Yeah. So there's a lot of life lessons, and this doesn't even have to do with college.
No. We had the microwave mini fridge combo first year at the dorms at Central.
Oh, yeah, one bolted to the top of the other. Yeah.
Classic. Date night. Some ideas coming in from people. This says, great date night, escape rooms, then dinner. I love trying to solve the mystery. Dave and Howell.
I've done an escape room. Those are fun.
I have too, with a bigger group of people. I've never done it as a couple.
It's interesting too, date night, and you're in this escape room. It may test the relationship a little bit too.
Sure.
I told you. Look under the glasses. Put the glasses on. I told you that a half an hour ago. And if you had just listened to me, we would have been out of this escape room.
You're not really selling escape rooms.
You ever done the escape room with your swinger friends?
I've never done the escape room, Tom.
What does escape actually mean?
Date night. I love putt-putt golf. Fun, different, cheap, and then you grab ice cream after. Thoughts on putt-putt?
I like putt-putt. If we're going on a tournament, like we've done it with Ruby, different things, different places, Ellie with her softball team, and the kids going, I'm not a big fan of putt-putt myself.
It was something I used to do a lot in high school. It reminds me of a high
Right.
school date, probably because it is inexpensive. And I do like the competitive nature of it, though. Like, I do like a date that's competitive. I would do that. I think it's fun.
How about a rage room?
Oh, boy.
Brandon in a car says, my wife and I went to a rage room for a date night. Awesome, loud, obnoxious, laughed, so many great times.
I've never been to one.
Is that where you like break stuff?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
smash?
yeah. You get a baseball bat. You go to town.
You have to wear like a face mask, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Like one of
because,
those like
glasses
glass-
flying
Yes.
around. Yeah.
Smash a TV.
For a date night, put a bunch of ideas on a piece of paper, even some spicier ones. Put them in a jar, and then see what you pull.
Oh, the ultimate cookie jar.
It doesn't cost you anything, depending on what you put in the
you-
jar,
yeah.
I guess.
Great date night is taking her shopping, getting a pedicure, and going to an art fair. Signed Dylan in Royal Oak.
Man, Dylan in Royal Oak is a frequent participant.
Yeah, he's a big time listener. On the flowers, you suck up the $1,000. You'll spend $1,000 on fishing gear. That's Jeff in Petoskey.
Yeah.
And this says, for the flower garden guy, simple solution, say Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah. I mean, it is Mother's Day. This weekend happens to be Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So early, I'll say it again tomorrow, but thank you and happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there as you prepare for this weekend. Hopefully it's a weekend, not just as a day, but it also happens to be my wife's birthday on Saturday. So
Look at that.
2 birds, 1 stone.
There you go.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Sarah's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, look at that.
Happy birthday. Yeah.
My wife's birthday's not this weekend.
No.
Mine isn't
My mom's
Yeah.
birthday isn't this weekend. It's just going to be a regular
Mother's
Day
Day
weekend.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. You can always send in your questions, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. AJ Hinch going to join us in a couple minutes.
We have a recent college grad.
That's me.
Yeah. Did you have that conversation with your parents before you went? Like, hey, what's the plan? What's the 4 years get to?
What do you mean, like in terms of
Like deciding to go to college or not? Who's going to pay for it? Like, did you have that?
Oh yeah. I mean, we basically split it, and I knew at an early age that was going to be the case. So I actually I started caddying when I was like 12 years old. So I had a job for a while. So, but yeah, that was always the plan. We always talked about it a lot.
That might be the whole thing too. Is just instead of having that conversation as a high school senior, started as a high school freshman.
That's a great point. If you wanted to major in finger painting, would they have been supportive?
Probably. I
I
don't
did
think
go to
that
Michigan
was ever.
State. Isn't that one of their top degrees?
Yeah, actually, it is teaching.
Hey!
No, I'm sure they would have been. Who knows? I was always going to go.
Master
but,
in crayons.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk to Tiger manager AJ Hinch next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers have struggled both on and off the field in recent weeks. Injuries, suspensions, and minor league firings have plagued the last few weeks. They've gone 3-6 in their last 9 games and are in need of someone to step up on the field. With injuries to the rotation, Jack Flaherty was hoping to be that guy. Last night, Flaherty did step up with his best outing of the year. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, and 10 strikeouts. He did give up 4 runs and only 2 earned runs. All 4 would have been unearned if the official scorekeeper deemed a second botched ground ball by Colt Keith or a dropped foul pop-up by Spencer Torkelson as errors. After suffering their first sweep since mid-April, the Tigers will now hit the road for 6 games starting tomorrow. They'll get A.J. Hinch back in that game after he served a single-game suspension last night. Vrabel-Rousini served the first of a 5-gamer last night after intentionally plunking Trevor Story in the back on Tuesday. Tigers were also without Gleyber Torres last night as he was placed on the IL. The team called up Jace Young in his stead. Pistons are back for Game 2 tonight at 7 o'clock. We had a couple other NBA games last night. The Knicks evaded the Sixers 108-102 to go up 2-0 in their series. San Antonio bounced back with a win over Minnesota as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
kind enough to join us on an off day. AJ, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
How weird was yesterday? Like, what's the setup when you're watching a game you're suspended from?
It was an awful feeling. I mean, you feel like you're somewhere you shouldn't be. You know, just given I don't watch the game from the suite level in street clothes, far away from the team, and it's a different perspective. I mean, obviously, I'm locked into the game just like I would be if I'm in the dugout. But that experience is not a game off, or it's an uncomfortable feeling just because of the whole circumstance. But I kind of tuned in from my own suite and watched the game and tried to kind of hide from the public. I didn't want to be on the broadcast or anything like that. Like, I don't want to be even noticed. But I found myself in a weird spot.
Did you wake up this morning and see what was on your calendar and think, oh man, not the perfect time to have to go on and talk to these guys?
No, it's fine. I came out, the sun's out. If that helps, if that helps anybody, I think warmer days are ahead, better days are ahead. But we're not leaving until late tonight. We're gonna spend our off day at home and then travel to Kansas City. So happy to talk to you guys.
So you mentioned it. Hey, warmer days ahead, brighter days ahead. How when things look bleak with all the injuries and you swept by the Sox, how do you get from where you are right now to those brighter days, those warmer days ahead?
Well, we would start by playing more consistently. I think the baseball season tests you all the time. Like Sunday, we felt great with the big win, against Leiter and Texas, and then we come into Boston and we get beat by Boston. We can quickly sort of feel better about ourselves by going in division and taking care of Kansas City. And it's the methodical nature of our sport can test that resolve a little bit. But we can talk about everything that's going wrong. We can talk about some bright things that are ahead and looking forward to getting this roster back together and playing a little bit better, but you can't get caught up in the roller coaster as a participant, right? As a manager, as a coach, as a player. And it's hard because there's a lot of things that we can point to right now to play victim. That's not right. So get back at it and get to the competition on Friday. And, wins always probably feel a lot better, in times like right now, and losses feel extremely worse. And that's the nature of sports. And we know we're going to kind of run this roller coaster ride no matter what our record is or where we are in the standings or what the circumstance is, and just be better.
What do you think has been the reason for the defensive struggles that you guys have had this season?
That's a great question. I'm a little surprised at just the up and down nature of the defense. There's some things you can point to that I feel like are a little bit, like unjustified in talking about our defense. But at the same time, the reality is like we have to play a little bit faster. We have to play a little bit cleaner and just handle balls that we're supposed to. I know guys are putting in the work, but it's not just errors. There's some miscues that within the play that are creating more stress on ourselves, and it's not a lack of effort. It's not a lack of attention to detail. It's I think our guys are. We certainly miss some of the higher end defenders that we have that would probably make our team defense feel a little bit better. But it's more of an execution issue, and we're going to continue to we obviously preach playing clean baseball, and we play our best. It's a pretty sharp team when we're executing, but little small things, whether it's a pre-pitch or whether it's attacking a ball at a certain angle on the ground, or I watched last night from the one benefit of the suite levels. When you're up above the field, you can see the formation and kind of where guys are playing and who's getting off the ball better. It's little small things that will lead to better team defense, but it hasn't been great so far.
We always get asked the question, and we talk about it a lot, is if you're going to pull out of this, and eventually you guys will, but what is one thing or maybe a couple of things that hey, this is what we do well. We've got to be able to count on this when maybe we don't have some of our starting pitching, we don't have a full complement of relievers, and we've got some injuries in the lineup.
Right.
Like, what is it that you can hang your hat on and say, this is what we do well?
We should throw strikes. At the end of the day, the walks are probably the things the thing that really just creates innings. I mean, last night was a good example. We missed a ton of bats. They got 4 hits. We didn't play clean defense. I know we only got banged and dinged for one run. I mean, one error, but it was probably a couple that we should have made. But there are a ton of walks in there. And out of the bullpen last night, some of our primary relievers had a hard time finding the strike zone. Jack did a better job of throwing strikes yesterday than he has in his previous few outings. But we need to be a strike-throwing team and trust that we're going to convert those into outs. It's always easy to point to the defense, but the play starts by controlling the strike zone and throwing strikes. And that to me is our identity. It's something that we, in this ballpark, we need to be dominant at, and the competition's over the plate more today than ever before. And we can do it. We've done it a ton of first pitch strikes, getting to leverage, making them create their own innings as opposed to passing the baton. You find yourself first and second, nobody out because of a walk, or first and third, and then they can steal second because of a walk. And that stress that we're putting on ourselves is probably the single thing that's opposite of what our identity generally is.
How does the rotation lay out here in the next week with no Valdez?
Yeah, we're probably lucky. I mean, we are lucky that you never want this to happen. Like, obviously you guys saw my comments the other night, and I was frustrated as much as anybody. But we have the 2 off days, which is again nothing that we would brag about, but it's something that we need to recognize so that we can have the off day to reset things. So Montero will pitch on Friday. Madden will pitch on Saturday. We'll piece together Sunday in a bullpen game. We have the off day Monday. Jack can come back because of those 2 off days. He can pitch again before Fromber pitches, and I'd expect to see Fromber back in the Mets series either on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how we lay it out. That's when he's first eligible, I believe, is on Wednesday next week. So we can absorb it the best we can with the rest days, but it's obviously not ideal.
We debated it with Valdez. Did you consider pulling him earlier, or is it just, hey, we need him to eat innings and kind of wear it because we don't have as many arms?
Yeah, no, he was going out for the duration of what he could physically do that day, and he knew it. Coming out of the Atlanta game, he and I talked about the value of innings, and so the way we had the bullpen game, and then the Scooble scratch the night before his outing was tough timing on the bullpen, and we had, I think, 3 available guys after Fromber. You saw them with Hannafy and Bert Smith, and DeJesus wasn't even really available, but he took the last inning. That'd be the only time in my career that I would have wished for one extra run that would have allowed me to pitch a position player and just ease off the bullpen. We were down by 7. You can't pitch until you're down by 8. I never want to say that I want to be down by 8, except for that moment when I'm running out of pitching, and I don't want to put somebody in harm's way. So he was getting us to the middle part of the game no matter what. Competitively, of course, I would have pulled him had we not been in the predicament that we was with our pitching.
In terms of the lineup and consistency, I think the last time we talked, it was right before Torque went on an absolute tear with hitting the home runs. Was it 5 in 5 games? But how do you get more consistency out of guys like Torque and Carp that this lineup appears to need?
So the offense has been, pretty okay. I don't think it's obviously been the perfect, and I don't think any offense is perfect nowadays, but I think they're a little bit different. I think with Carp, it's about controlling the strike. He's got to get better pitches. I see him sometime during the at-bat expanding his zone quite a bit. Chase is pretty high. When he's patient, it's usually balls down the middle. When he's a little bit too aggressive, they're pitching him carefully. Torque, I know the last week has been a little bit rough. It feels like it's a walk, or a homer. And there's been a little bit of indecisiveness, at least from my angle. He's he has some deep and long at bats. That's going to create some walks and some swing and miss just because of the nature of the sport. But we obviously getting the right approach is going to be key for those two guys. Power hitters in general struggle with that, but clearly when they're missing a ton or they're chasing a ton or taking pitches that are hittable, that's the easiest solution. It's just way easier from my chair or your chair.
Talking to Tiger manager A.J. Hinch, John Heyman said yesterday that Skubal had the surgery. Do you have an update? Did it go well? He added the belief is a 2-month timeline. Does that jive kind of with where your head's at?
So the surgery went great. I mean, the update I talked to Terex. He timeline wise didn't work for us to connect after the surgery. Obviously, he's coming out of it as well. Talked to him today, but all signs pointed towards a very, very successful. And I think the doctor termed it a standard procedure, like pretty simple. Like it wasn't too invasive, which is all good signs to hear from the doctor who actually performed it. I think anybody saying timeline is guessing. And I think it's, nothing against John or anybody else, but it's just a guess. I think we have to give him 8. He's like 12 hours out of surgery, and people want to know when he's coming back. It's entirely like guesswork at this point until he gets back to a throwing program, and then it progresses to how he does it. I know the infatuation with picking a date of when we're going to get him back. We want him back as soon as possible. He wants to be back as soon as possible. But I was getting timeline questions before he even had the surgery.
Right.
Like I don't know what to do with that when I'm sitting there, and even now after surgery, he's barely out of it.
You do expect him back at some point this year, though, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. No, this is a procedure that, again, like I just want the doctor and our doctor to really guide this and not sort of, the WebMD.
Yeah, I get it.
People think that these surgeries perform. He is going to pitch again. He's going to be throwing faster than people understand, but throwing out a month, 2 months, 3 months, like that's irresponsible.
Yeah, we're all learning about loose bodies and admittedly not experts on it. AJ, appreciate your time and get back after it tomorrow night, all right?
You got it. Take care.
Tiger manager AJ Hinch, it's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all the sporting events that we love to watch is at Stadium Swim, located at Circle Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are. You could be poolside. You could be taking a couple of laps. But you got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circle Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. It's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Mike in Dearborn texts the show, does Scooble frequently go to Chipotle? Maybe we can get an injury update from one of their employees.
Hey, you never know.
Heather, you weren't here. A guy called in, said he see Kirby Joseph at the local Chipotle. Things are going to be okay.
Insider scoop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
Well,
you like
depends
hearing,
how many scoops.
You like hearing that there was a doubt that, yes, they expect him to pitch again this season.
Yeah. You always like to hear. They're not going to give you a lot of detail, but hey, it went well. If it didn't go well, I don't think he would be willing to say, oh, yeah, everything went well. And, a couple months. He is going to pitch again this year, and he's going to be throwing hard. Like, it's okay. But how do you get from now till then?
And now it just becomes a question of what does this team look like when he comes back?
Yeah. That's going to be the big question.
Tiger season looking like AJ's cell reception, shaky at times. That's Cam at work. Yeah, we were battling through that a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're battling right now. They're, 2 games below 500, swept by the Red Sox.
Division opponent coming up on Friday night at Kansas City, followed by a team in the Mets that had struggled, but they've won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question, are the Tigers falling apart? Are the Tigers in trouble? They're not doing anything well right now, and I think last night's defense was one of the big stories, but on the year it's been bad. They're 25th in defensive runs saved, dead last in outfield defensive runs saved. So it's not just, Colt Keith booting a couple balls. They just haven't been a good defense. Again, shut out. Starting pitching's in shambles. The bullpen hasn't been very good, so now that only gets magnified. Are they falling apart? Yes. At the same time, this division is full of teams who are bad.
Right.
Below 500 is the standard in this division right now. So until someone pulls away, I'm not willing to wave the white flag.
No, because we don't know when reinforcements will arrive. It looks like it's on the horizon.
Great example. They're playing the Royals. If they take 2 or 3 against the Royals, are we talking a little differently on Monday? And that's totally doable because the Royals have a worse record than the Tigers.
Right, but only by 1 game.
No, I know. My point is that's this division. Like, You take 2 or 3 in this division, you just kind of bump it along. It's not inspiring. No one's going to, celebrate and start a parade. But that's the whole thing. Is I wouldn't even say it's keep afloat, which is what I said earlier in the week. Everybody might just be below water. You got to hold your breath before you can come up for air with some of these reinforcements.
And hopefully you get another solid start from Montero. Pair that with some bats that all of a sudden, hey, maybe they come alive. I would anticipate, I don't think every night's going to be a 4-hit night, that you're going to have more base runners, you're going to have more balls in play. And then we just heard, hey, Ty Madden, he's up next on Saturday. So what are you going to get from him? And that's kind of what we don't necessarily know.
We got a text carryover. It said, out of curiosity, what was John's degree and more importantly, GPA? What would you have studied if you weren't playing football?
So when I went to Michigan, I wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon.
Oh, really?
So
you could have done the Scooble procedure.
Yeah. I would have known a little bit more of what loose bodies was other than just me before weight loss. And so that was my goal. And I had the chemistry classes, had all that stuff. And then after my sophomore year, I wanted to apply myself. My dream was to go to the NFL. That worked out. So then I was a kinesiology major, physical education, movement science. But yeah, that was the backup plan, but never plan A. And I joke with my kids now too, and my mom always says, "Well, I wish you would have stayed in medicine."
What? You had a decorated NFL career. What do you mean she wishes you would have stayed in medicine?
Oh well, I think she would have liked to have a kid that was a doctor,
as opposed to an NFL borderline Hall of Fame player.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something that goes back and forth
more than anybody.
Yes, yeah. Maybe I could have been a dentist, fixed the gap I gave him.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but that floors me. Like, your kid goes on to be a highly compensated professional athlete.
Yeah. And there are times now too where I wish I had stuck with it. It would have been near impossible with the 2 schedules. They weren't going to mesh up. And if I hadn't had a lengthy career in the NFL, I may have gone back and pursued that further. Would have required basically starting over.
Yeah.
But that was the plan. And as to Heather's point, plans change.
They do.
Yep.
We're talking Pistons at 8:35. That's the plan. 2 things to watch for ahead of game 2. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Oh my gosh, this dreaded cruise ship.
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine being on this? So it appears that the hantavirus, which typically is spread by exposure to rodent feces,
Right.
urine, or saliva, and can be deadly, we know, may have actually been spread from passenger to passenger on this cruise ship that is just stuck in the Atlantic Ocean. A spokesperson for the World Health Organization says it is very, very surprising and obviously a very rare occurrence, but they believe there was a husband and wife who passed away, that it was spread between the two of them and then maybe to the other passengers.
I have read a lot on this. I
Have
went
you
down a
really?
rabbit hole yesterday. So apparently the hantavirus,
Yes.
there's a strain, the Andy strain,
Okay.
that can be passed from person to person.
Who's this Andy guy?
It's his fault.
Oh.
The Andes
my
over in
gosh.
South America. And it sounds like that may be this strain, which spooks everybody because of the mortality rate and
Yes.
the fatality rate of this. And if it could be spread person to person.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
So, as of Wednesday, there are 3 confirmed cases and 8 suspected hantavirus cases among the 147 passengers and crew that were on the ship. 3 of the patients already passed away. 1 patient is in intensive care in South Africa. It does sound like they're improving, so that's the good news.
Yeah.
Symptoms kind of start like the flu. You're going to have some fatigue, fever, muscle aches, and then you're going to get these severe respiratory symptoms. The World Health Organization does say the risk to the global population from the outbreak is low. So
Deep breaths.
that's
Yeah.
hopefully, yeah. If you can't take them, you might have it.
Yes.
But yeah, that's good. It's just terrifying when you read about it. They think that it was the Dutch couple who passed away, who contracted it. They went to a bird watching outing. This is at a garbage dump before before boarding. So they may have contracted it
There.
during bird watching. Yeah, it just and there was at least 30 passengers, including one who passed away, that have already gotten off the ship. I think of those that have gotten off, there were 6 Americans. I know about one in Atlanta. There's another area that they're like monitoring them because they're
Right.
already back to their
Sure.
they're already
Yeah.
back to the U.S. So it's very scary stuff. Listen to this. The Wayne County Sheriff, Raphael Washington, says he doesn't know how a nude photo was recently posted to his personal Facebook account last week. And this guy has quite the history. So Washington, who is currently fending off an ongoing sexual harassment lawsuit filed by a former female appointee, has previously been accused by 6 different women of harassment. He has denied all of the claims. He's never been disciplined, but it's not the first time he's posted, or somebody, as he claims, posted nude photos on his Facebook. Back in 2024, a video of a nude woman was posted to his Facebook and then suddenly disappeared. This time, 2 separate photos of male genitals were posted to his Facebook.
Somebody's
and then,
junk.
Then disappeared quickly. Yeah. Yes, they were taken down within minutes, but of course they were seen and shared by others. And now Karen Pinkins, the former chair of the Wayne County Ethics Board, says the posts are not coincidental. Sure does.
Yep.
Sure does.
What did you say the reporter's name was?
Well, I'm guessing it sounds like it's spelled Carron.
Oh,
I said Karen.
Yeah. I've never heard
How would you say that?
of a dude named
Karan?
Karen before.
Quran?
I think it's Quran.
Okay, Karan.
Oh, okay. No,
I looked at it and I honestly, when I saw it, I'm like, oh, this has to be a woman talking about this.
That's
So
what I thought. When I
I'm
heard
gonna
his
say
voice, I'm like, Karen.
Karan. Okay. Either way, that's how you spell it. A 56-year-old woman from New Boston has been sentenced to prison after admitting that she embezzled more than $2 million from her employer. Susan O'Hara reportedly embezzled more than $2 million from General RV Center in Wixom. I feel like I've seen this story for a while. According to authorities, she used her access to the company's systems and client information to issue checks, which she would then go cash. She was charged with 3 counts of embezzlement of $100,000 or more, 1 count of using a computer to commit a crime, and 3 counts of forgery and 1 count of identity theft. She did plead guilty this year. She was sentenced to 30 months to 20 years in jail and then ordered to pay back everything, probably plus some, to General RV Center.
Wow, that's a wide range.
I know, right?
Yeah, 2.5 to 20.
I'm guessing she'll be there for quite a while.
Yeah.
Sounds like it anyway.
All right, Heather with the news. See if the Pistons can win an NBA title before Hantavirus puts us all in the ground. 2 things to watch ahead of Game 2. It's next, 97.1. Shaner Roofing, because when you need a new roof, you need a company you can trust. For over 30 years, Shaner's been doing it. Proven track record in Michigan, and now they're bringing that 5-star quality to windows and siding as well. Truly a family-owned company. Shaner's local, family-owned, and they treat you like family. Great example of that, the no-pressure promise. Forget high-pressure sales pitches. You get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and then you make the decision that's best for you. They're locally committed. While other competitors are doing this private equity thing and getting bought out, Shaner's here, they're local, and they're committed to Michigan customers. Peace of mind, every roof installation, lifetime transferable warranty. They stand by their quality. Want to get started? Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. Pistons back at it tonight. Game 2. Pivotal matchup. 2 things to watch for tonight. And you may have different things. But for me, there's 2 things to watch tonight. And they're both centered around Cleveland. Because this is about them more than it is Detroit tonight. They have to avoid going down 0-2. They got to play a lot better than they did in game 1. And when it comes to Donovan Mitchell, we're going to see if he can back up the talk. He planted the seeds, wants to get more calls. Here's the reality. In game 1, Donovan Mitchell shot 19 field goals. One of them came inside the restricted area. So if you want to shoot little layups and floaters and jumpers, you can't complain to the refs about not getting calls. But he planted the seeds. I imagine he does work harder to get downhill. Does he get rewarded with free throws? That's one thing I'm watching for tonight because he's their best player. James Harden is 36 years old. Every national show is calling him washed. He had more turnovers than made field goals. He's a turnstile on defense. You know the whole deal. It's on Donovan Mitchell to be their best player, to get to the rim, to force contact, to see if he gets calls. That's one of the 2 things I'm watching tonight. The other is on their end of the floor on defense. Does Allen stay out of foul trouble? He played 18 minutes in game 1. I could see him playing twice that in game 2. Assuming he's out there as a rim protector, how does it impact what the Pistons do? How does it impact Jalen Duren specifically, who had a double-double in game 1 and has had back-to-back double-doubles in the postseason? Is he breaking out of this, or does Allen put a lid on him?
And to take it a step further, what is it in terms of JB? And the rotation of bigs. Do we see a little bit more B-ball Paul and less Dennis Jenkins? Dennis Jenkins played 29 minutes, and no one's going to sit there and say, well, he was the deciding factor. No, that's not it. There were quality minutes, and we talked about his rebounds, his hustle, his defense. It's like, what does that affect, the ripple effect of not having Jarrett Allen in foul trouble?
Right. Yeah, and if they're playing more double bigs, how does JB's rotation adjust? What are you guys watching for tonight? What are the big stories that you're looking to see? I mean, yeah, you want to see a Pistons win, but we know a series game to game can be very different. How will tonight go? 248-539-9797.
I mean, look at last night and what the Knicks and Embiid didn't play.
And yet it was still a nail-biter.
Yeah, exactly.
How about the Spurs, who completely different? It's a 180 from game 1 to game 2 for them.
I would expect definitely a better Cavs performance. I do think the free throws will be closer to each other. And so that's one expectation. The other is, though, I think Cade's going to have a great game tonight. I think 40's on the table tonight.
So he's coming off his playoff low this year, 23.
And that might be the counter to a better Cavs performance.
Well, that's part of it, right? Is if you feel like they're going to play better, maybe Cleveland fell into what Tobias talked about. How most teams struggle to get back up off a game 7. Detroit didn't, because I think this was intentional to keep the engine revved up. If Cleveland gets their motor going again, you'll see a much better performance. So then Cade, who didn't have to be great in game 1, is certainly capable of being great in game 2 at home, could counteract all of it. I mean, if he drops another 40-point performance,
right,
Cleveland can play their best game, but they're still going to be running into it.
Yeah, I think I mean, everything, all the success of the Pistons is going to revolve around what Cade does. And we saw it was 6 players in double figures for the Pistons in game 1. What does that look like if Cade is going for 35? Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's going to take away from some of the production, but what do those players do besides just the production in terms of points scored? Because even when Cade had his 45-point performance, it was still Tobias Harris with more than 20. Mm-hmm. And it was game 1, the Duncan Robinson game. Does he find a bit of rhythm behind the arc, and does that continue to spread the floor, which allows Cade to be that guy that doesn't have to be the point scorer, but can distribute, and then it brings along Jalen Duren?
Yeah, ideally. We had a guy call in and say the Pistons played their best game and the Cavs still haven't played their best game, so watch out. I wouldn't consider that to be the Pistons' best game. Their 2 All-Stars shot a combined 10 of 30. Cade and Duren were 10 of 30 shooting in that game. Mm-hmm. That's their best? I don't think that's their best. I think there's another gear still for this team, and they're going to have to reach it because, again, Cleveland is going to be better. Cleveland's going to have a better performance.
Cleveland will have a better performance. I expect there to be turnovers. I expect that Donovan Mitchell is going to get more than 2 free throw opportunities. You're still going to see those opportunities for James Harden because, he hunts for fouls. But how does that in the grand scheme of things throughout the entire game really sway what the outcome could be?
Some text coming in. Want to hear from Pistons fans. They figured us out at the end of the last game. They're going to attack Duncan Robinson every possession, and it's going to hurt us.
So they figured it out, and they were tied at 93, and then the Pistons still won by 10. Hey, nice job. Glad you got us all figured out.
Also, their coach is supposed to be some big upgrade over J.B. Bickerstaff. He didn't realize coming into the series that Duncan Robinson was a player you attack? I think they knew that going in.
Right.
Everybody knows that.
There's no secrets at this point of the season.
The idea
or even the postseason.
The idea that,
I wouldn't take it that literally. I think 37-21 probably had something to do with, which was the first quarter score. Teams get taken out of their game plan in sports all the time. If coaches in football go away from the running the ball too soon. I mean, stuff happens. I wouldn't think that was probably talked about at halftime.
Right.
Well, and that's why I talk about the way that this team, what I'm looking for tonight, how does the Pistons team start this game? Do they put their foot on the throat of the Cavaliers and say, hey, what happened in game 1 is going to continue to happen? Do they take advantage of being the number 1 seed, having home court, the first 2 games at home, and it's maybe, the Cleveland's coming into this going, hey, well, their thought is maybe Pistons played their best game. We played one of our worst. Things are going to even out. We'll be just fine. You got to set that tempo early. And even if shots aren't falling, it's those second chance opportunities. It's offensive rebounds. It's defense. It's steals. It's continually putting the pressure on a team that is that the burner is on. They are under a microscope from their own fans, from national fans as well.
I'm so happy you put it that way because, well, we've identified, hey, the Pistons, you got to do more than get out of the first round. For Cleveland, they've got this core 4 that they blew up to add James Harden because they failed and stalled out at this point year over year over year. They go down 2-0 against the Detroit Pistons. They're coming home, and there's a chance their spirit gets broken. That's what's on the line tonight is game 1 didn't decide this series, and game 2 won't decide this series. But if you go up 2-0, you start putting the screws to them, you start seeing if they'll crack under pressure. James Harden, not a proven playoff performer. Donovan Mitchell, he's not making it out of the second round in his career. So these guys don't have a championship pedigree. If you can go up 2-0 on them, you start to lean on them a little bit. And the opposite is true. If Cleveland throws their best punch, evens this up, they're going to go home saying, we got home court. They're going to flap their gums and back to they're not on our level, they're not in our class. Pivotal is obvious, but I show you that how quickly this series changes based on what happens tonight.
Yeah, and it's this is a very, I think it's more important for Cleveland.
I agree.
Than it is for Detroit. Because if you go back home 2-0, what's even the reception going to be? Yeah, you're going to have some fans that are going to try and rally some energy when they're in their home arena, but there's going to be a lot of people that are like, this is what we traded for, this is what we sold to get, and this is as good as it is.
Yeah, if Harden's getting run off the floor and they're down in this series, it could get ugly.
And I did like the one caller that we had yesterday that talked about, hey, the whenever the ball finds Donovan Mitchell or the ball finds James Harden, like it just sticks to him. I think if the Pistons can get that same type of defensive game plan where it's Donovan Mitchell just simply trying to take the game over, like that's not a recipe for Cleveland to win.
Yeah, if you're just going to run ISO, good luck.
Yeah.
Text says game 1 is a game plan we need to copy. Get to the rim early, get their bigs in foul trouble, neutralize their game plan, keep that strategy rolling. That's Caleb in Whitmore Lake. And another says things they want to see tonight. Cade with 30+, Duren with 12+ rebounds, and Duncan with 4 or more threes. Asar will put Donovan in a lockbox. 248-539-9797. Open phone lines talking to Pistons fans ahead of Game 2. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. We'll start with the competition for power. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? If you want a truck that can't do work or play or tow or pass, that's your ticket. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So other financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that simple. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Game day, game 2 tonight. 248-539-9797. Pistons and Cavs, looking for your feedback. What are you looking for tonight? Besides the obvious, a win. Cade, 40 points tonight. I'm more worried about going to Cleveland for games 3 and 4. Sam at work. Game 1 was a B+. If the Pistons don't do that every night, they won't win. What would you give them for game 1, John?
The Pistons?
Yeah, give them a grade for their game 1.
Man, I guess I would probably say like an A-. It wasn't perfect. I'm not going to give them an A or an A+, but that was a well-rounded, complete game.
Yep.
And we all thought, I'm not going to say we all thought. I want to know what you thought. I figured that at some point, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, the entire team that they have was going to make a run at some point.
Of course.
They did. They did respond. They were able to close the gap. They tied things up, and then Cade comes back in and slams the door.
Has hell frozen over? Because John gave an A-, and I actually agree with your grade. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But Mike gave him an A+ for their game 1. That Mike Valenti was actually more positive than John Jansen. It's just not in either of your arsenals usually, you know?
I think an A+ is too generous. Whatever, we're squabbling. I think there's more that they can give, right? Like Caden Duran shot a combined 10 of 30. That's not an A+ game. Your 2 All-Stars shoot 30% from the floor is not an A+ game. It was a damn good game, and it'd be good enough to win this series. Why am I even arguing? Who cares?
I'll also say with the A+ too, and why mine is a minus, is an A+ performance you don't ever get in jeopardy with 5 minutes to go.
Your feet are kicked up.
Right.
Unless the two teams are playing at their highest level. And that didn't happen in game 1.
So, okay.
So what you're saying is Mike Valenti, toxic positivity.
Yes.
The reason I don't is, first of all, no one's ever played a perfect game. You just don't. Like, they've missed shots.
I'm sorry.
They throw a perfect game, but did they throw any balls in the game?
Oh, please. The all-strike perfect game?
Right, yeah. It's just never going to happen.
That's the only A+ you'll ever give?
Well, okay, but so you're talking about there's a mistake. And maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe they're baiting. I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole.
This guy, all of a sudden.
But so, okay, tomorrow night or tonight, they play better than they did in game 1.
Which I think is possible.
You can't go any higher than an A+.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to leave room for them to play a better game, which they can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they will,
but they're capable.
And so I'm not taking a shot at Mike.
I know
if you want to give him an A+, give him an A+.
I didn't say that.
I thought that they played a really good game.
Yeah, we're getting bogged down in stupidity. I'll just read a few more of these texts, some more feedback from you guys. Cavs are the Atlanta Hawks of the late 80s. I mean, you could even say, are they the Hawks of the mid-2000s?
I would say that late 80s thing it's trending that way. The stories haven't been fully written, but a great regular season team, a team that would take teams to the brink, but they never would really even get to the conference finals.
Yeah, so a little before my time, the 80s Hawks, I'm thinking about like the Joe Johnson, Josh Smith, Teague teams that were always in the playoffs, but always kind of got stuck right around this point. Mm-hmm. That's kind of becoming the narrative with this Cavs team that they're fighting against in this series. You can't.
That's Mitchell's career. Yeah, it's Harden's career.
It's Mitchell's career. It's Harden's career. They traded for Harden. They signed up the double dip into mediocrity, postseason mediocrity. We mitigate them hunting mismatches by constantly switching during our pick and rolls. The Cavs didn't figure out anything. The Pistons let up because it's hard to maintain that pressure for 48 minutes, but the Raptors gave them fits in round 1, and the Raptors aren't as good as the Pistons. They didn't figure out anything. And I'm anxiously listening, hoping John will refer to the Pistons just one time as the Stones.
Keep listening. I appreciate you listening, and it's not going to happen.
If they play a perfect game, would you say it?
Sure.
That means make every shot.
No, but
they score no points.
Yeah, they're not going to play a perfect game.
He said no one can play a perfect game.
If they play a perfect game, I will say the reference that I think makes absolutely no sense for the Pistons.
A ticket texter wants to know, was Michigan's performance against Arizona an A-plus performance?
Michigan's performance against Arizona.
Final Four.
No. Maybe I'll give them an A. A-plus is unattainable. In sports, in live sports, an A-plus is, to me, is unattainable.
Could you imagine John is like your boss in corporate America and you're up for a yearly performance review and it's like a scale of 1 to 5, but he never gives anybody a 5? You're like, what the hell, dude? I did everything.
What about his kids when they come home? Dad, I got an A-plus. No, you didn't.
Nobody gets an A-plus.
Some very interesting conversations I've had with my kids.
I get what you're saying because you should always strive to be better no matter what you did at your greatest moment.
I agree.
What do you think happens tonight? Because we're gonna get into AJ Hinch and Dear John and everything in the 9 o'clock hour. What do you think is the outcome tonight?
I think they win. I think the Pistons win.
Okay.
And I do think that they come out and they set the tone early with a couple of big shots, but it's really going to be about the defense. It's creating turnovers. It's winning on the boards. It's doing all the intangibles that make this team special. They do things differently than every other NBA team, in large part. Mm-hmm. And that's been the secret to their success this year. That's what they do in the first quarter to set the tone and continue to put more and more pressure on Cleveland.
I think the Pistons win tonight as well. And I think you get more of an effort from Donovan Mitchell, but I think you have one of the answers in Asar Thompson. As the best perimeter defender in basketball, you can throw him at him when he's getting loose, when he's making an impact on the game. And if Asar gets in foul trouble, I think we already saw one of JB's counterpunches, which is getting Ron Holland out there a little more too as a disruptor. And I'll lean on the fact that Donovan Mitchell's not winning this series by himself. They're going to need James Harden, and I love that they need playoff James Harden.
Yeah.
So while I think Cleveland's probably still winning a game or two in this series, probably at home, I expect Detroit to go up 2-0 tonight. Tom?
I think officiating is going to be huge tonight. I think it's going to be the story of the game because I think the comments by Mitchell will be heard and the officials will respond with a more favorable whistle. They can campaign because of the disparity in free throws last game for it. And I think you'll see that early in the game. And I think the Pistons will probably have to respond to it, whether Bickerstaff gets a T or something along those lines. And yeah, seriously, and then are the Pistons going to be able to play defense the way they were allowed to in the first game?
Well, this is something to watch. So you highlighted Mitchell. We've brought up Mitchell. He talked about, trying to get calls. JB Bickerstaff said, Donovan Mitchell is very intelligent. It's all messaging, and we understand it. But our messaging is flopping as a violation. So I think you're right. I think if Mitchell
it's going to swing towards the Cavs, and then the Pistons are going to have to work the officials, and then Cade needs to rise to the occasion in the fourth quarter.
Hey, look, if they want to call a ton, it should benefit Cade. Eventually.
I just feel like there's going to be some officiating boo birds in that arena tonight. I just feel it in my bones.
All right.
It'll be a part of the equation. There's no question.
7 o'clock tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.1 as they try to go up 2-0 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Coming up next, Dear John. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The Tigers were swept by the Boston Red Sox last night 4-0 in the series finale as a ragtag team of the few non-injured players on the roster took to the field. One of those players was Colt Keith, who had 2 costly mistakes on defense that resulted in multiple runs, eventually scoring for Boston. After the game, Keith talked about the injuries the team is dealing with. He said this is unprecedented territory for him. The Tigers are now off today before starting a 6-game road trip tomorrow. If you missed it at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, A.J. Hinch spoke with the morning show here on 97.1 and said that he expects Framber Valdez to return from his suspension in the Mets series next week, either on Wednesday or Thursday. Tonight, the Pistons are back in Little Caesars Arena for a Game 2 showdown with the Cavs. In NBA games last night, the Knicks took a commanding 2-0 series lead over the Sixers, who were without Joel Embiid. Then San Antonio battled back in convincing fashion in Game 2 with a near 40-point win over the Timberwolves. Pistons and Cavs tip off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1 tonight. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:35. In the NHL last night, the Sabres took Game 1 of the conference semis with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens. Then out west, Anaheim even their series with Vegas by bouncing back with a 3-1 road win. Only one game tonight between Philly and Carolina there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of different things, and one of them is that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. It's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have completely forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me. Whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the count of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and maybe more importantly for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Right through the wickets.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not a good defensive day. And Morosi kind of set this up earlier in the week with us, pointing out, hey, it hasn't gotten a lot of attention, but the Tigers' defense isn't very good. 25th in defensive runs saved. They kept highlighting how Boston is the best defense in baseball. You saw a pretty big gap last night.
Yes, and it's been something that's plagued them. When you don't score any runs, it really doesn't matter how many errors you have or how many runs you will let go. But it's sure when a team is struggling and they've been bombarded with injuries and you're struggling at the plate, you need to do all the other little things right. And I know would have been I don't know how tough of a play it was. I've never done it. But Spencer Torkelson running to catch that foul ball, it's near the dugout. I know he was feeling for the fence, but it goes right off the tip of his glove. And that could have saved it, along with Colt Keith, another issue at third base in that same third inning, hit by pitch. Like, it's just a comedy of errors.
They're stealing bags on Drew Anderson too. They clearly were just making the Tigers look foolish. So naturally, when you've been swept, you look like the Bad News Bears, and you have an off day. It's the perfect day to come on and talk to us.
Right.
AJ Hinch at 9:35, our conversation with the Tiger manager.
Well, and it's what you mentioned the Bad News Bears. When you get swept by the Twins with tens of peoples in the stands, and then you get swept by the Red Sox, who have just recently fired their coach because things are going so poorly, and tried to clean house in the front office. Those are two teams that you shouldn't get swept by.
Yep. And before we get to AJ and Heather's newsworthy, this Vrabel-Rousini stuff?
Sure, we like to have a little fun with it. And it just broke out yesterday as more and more little nuggets of information come out. They took a boat ride together.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice romantic.
Just the two of them
voyage
for a few hours. And what happened in June of 21. And I asked the question, how many things happen or how many things come out to where Mike Vrabel is no longer able to serve as the New England head coach? Because Diana Rossini, conflict, all those different things, she stepped down. An affair is not going to cause a coach to lose his position. But if there's collusion and you're starting to connect the dots to news reports from Diana Rossini, as well as some benefits that a Mike Vrabel coach team may have received, and I wasn't the one that connected these dots, it was Tony Farmer, and here's what he had to say about it.
They were close.
Physically.
So now we're talking about, hey, Diana Rossini professionally benefited from this affair, which is why she stepped down. Did Vrabel also professionally benefit from this?
And was there a concerted effort? Like, hey, if you leak this for me, or here's some information from behind the scenes. If this were to be public, we might be able to get Julio Jones for less.
Softens the market for us. Also, by the way, on this boat, while she's pregnant, with his kid? ?
Did anybody else get
kid?
the ick? Ugh. Like the instant ew?
Because of what?
Well, I mean, if it's her husband's child, and they're going on this cruise now, we have no idea what happened. We only know that they were close.
Yeah.
Physically.
But I'm saying the kid's name is Mike.
Right.
Mike's on the boat while she's pregnant with the kid. Is it
Right.
possible that it's Mike's kid?
I mean, it is possible.
Sure.
Of course.
They wanted to get some
Could be possible.
wanted to get some quality time with baby mama before the football season started. So we rent out this boat and spend some quality time together.
When does she tell her story?
Because this story's not dying.
No.
And that's the next step, right?
More breadcrumbs are going to come out. It just is. And so we had a beginning, which we thought was the bar scene in, was it 2020?
2020.
And obviously what happened at the hotel in Arizona. And now all of a sudden there's these other little breadcrumbs that are being placed at different times. And don't think it, because when Vrabel goes somewhere, right, he's a recognizable person. I don't know if before this, if Diana Rossini had walked in, I probably wouldn't have picked her out of a lineup. You certainly can now. And are people going to remember, like, hey, I got a picture of Vrabel from some, hey, take a picture with me? Sure. He was there with a woman. And then all of a sudden, TMZ is on the case, and I think there's more breadcrumbs that are going to come out.
The story won't end. I mean, people are photoshopping them on the Titanic.
Seen that one.
I mean, this isn't going away.
No.
And if she talks, how about this? How does she feel about all this? Like, they clearly were emotionally intertwined as well as physically.
Yeah.
Were they in love? Does she feel scorned?
Right.
Is she gonna
go scorched earth?
I don't know.
Is she gonna tell her story August the 1st?
What about his wife, Vrabel's? Like, hasn't it been reported that she's like really upset about this and that? They're going to try to make things work. Like, was he told about? Did he tell her about this? Like, she's sitting there like, all right, I know everything now. And then all of a sudden I hear about you went out with her. You got a private boat with her when she was pregnant. Like, if he didn't tell that part.
Oh, yeah.
It's another lie in her mind, right?
Yeah. I wonder how well counseling is going.
I'm still telling you.
Get her another sweatshirt.
Small, tiny percentage chance that they're just an open marriage. And they're trying to play it off like she's mad and
Then
stuff.
why not just admit that? Like, I don't think anyone would be like all that shocked.
I mean, there's baggage with that too, though.
Is there?
Of course there is. But wouldn't that, like, I don't know, clear the air a little? Like, oh, okay, I understand. I'm getting it now. I understand why you're hanging out and sticking around. Because otherwise, I'd be
I think we're focusing on the wrong
signing
spouse
my name on
here.
divorce papers.
We're talking about Vrabel's wife. How about Diana's husband?
Yeah.
Who she's publicly belittled in all the clips that have come out.
He's just average, right?
Oh, I know. So when you see things like this and then you hear the audio of her saying, yeah, I'd post more about my husband if he wasn't so average. You're like,
I know it was a joke. I think she said it jokingly, but now when you put it
with context matters.
A couple quick texts. NFL employees beat pregnant women, hit children with switches, cause reckless deaths with driving accidents. What Vrabel did pales in comparison to what the NFL tolerates.
Right. But then you start raising questions about the integrity of the game.
Competition.
And the integrity of the game that's being played in trades and assets that
Rosters.
a team holds. Yeah.
That's almost like insider trading.
Yeah.
Please, Robert Kraft got dozens of happy ending massages, and Vrabel may or may not have been hanging out with Diana. This is ridiculous. He's not going to lose his job.
Well, he definitely was hanging out with her. I mean, there's photo proof of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's confirmed.
Right.
What
It's
he
just,
exactly was doing with her.
Did the team benefit because of things that he was telling her that she would then leak to the media or write articles herself? That's a completely different matter.
Let's get to Heather with the rest of the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So three people, let me get this right. People in 3 U.S. states, there we go, are reportedly being monitored for potential hantavirus infections after traveling on that cruise ship at the center of the whole deadly hantavirus outbreak. It's interesting, right? I know you said you've done more of like a deep dive on it. I've read a little bit now, but so it's a very rare virus, right? Typically spread through like rat, mouse feces.
Right.
They're droppings, the urine or saliva, right? But there is this strand of this virus, this Andes strain, that can be spread from human to human. And that's what they believe this one is. When you hear that, then you're like, whoa, wait a minute. So 3 people so far have died from this. There was a Dutch couple. They say a German national also died. And in all, 8 people are suspected of contracting the virus. And the number of confirmed cases has risen to 5. So it is increasing, but it's crazy.
I watched one video and then I got another video and then half of my algorithm is hantavirus cruise ship. You got people saying leave them on the boat, don't let them come back.
Well, yeah, compared with the cruise, algorithm that you're already on.
Stop it.
I mean, it's kind of bizarre.
But it's terrifying because the mortality rate with this is like 40%.
Almost 40%. Yeah. And they say that while the U.S. travelers are being monitored, none of them are showing symptoms. Okay. And they're in California, Georgia, and Arizona. That's where they are right now. Officials also say the risk to the American public is extremely low at this time. So that's also good news, right? That it's not going to be like.
Yeah. How long does it take for
COVID.
If they're quarantined for X number of days or weeks, how long does it take to present itself?
I also saw a story. I didn't read it entirely, so I don't have all the facts. That there was another passenger on this cruise that already got off the ship and weeks and weeks later started presenting some symptoms. Yikes. And I swear I read somewhere that it says these symptoms can stay dormant for about 8 weeks. So there's an 8-week period where you basically have to go quarantine yourself and watch for symptoms.
It's terrifying.
Maybe that's what they'll do with all the people on the ship. Just keep them there for 8 weeks and then
put them in hazmat suits.
Yeah.
they can just walk around in hazmat suits. Okay, I've never heard of this guy, but you, Jim, have sent me a couple articles on him. This how do you say his name?
Clavicular.
Do you know who he is? Of course, John doesn't, and you shouldn't. Do you know who he is?
No, I mean, I
don't either. He's a social media influencer streamer, and he's known
called
for
the collarbone.
Yeah, he's known for looks maxing. Do you know what that?
I don't even know what that means.
It's the act of making yourself look as attractive as you can.
Yes,
he's a looks maxer, John.
Well, I brush my hair every once in a while. Looks maxing.
He's also known as trying to get his jawline right, and he'll take a little hammer to his face to try to perfect. He's taken it to the extreme.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is either. So
taking a hammer to his face.
Like a little.
How ugly is this guy?
Anyway, he has found himself in some trouble with the law in Florida. So this guy is facing possible jail time after he shot a dead alligator multiple times while live streaming in the Everglades. So he's been charged with a misdemeanor of reckless discharge of a firearm, which can result in up to 1 year in jail, 1 year probation, and $1,000 fine. And he documented the alligator that was already dead, I guess, but that he shot again. And anyway, the guy's lawyer released a statement saying that the charge stems from following the instructions of a licensed airboat guide, and that nobody was harmed, no animals were harmed or people, and that they think that this will all be dropped if you look at the case. Are you still thinking about looks maxing?
Well,
another term
there's a lot going on in that story. He's got a lot of issues.
Another term that he has popularized is mogging.
Okay, do you follow this guy? How do you know? You just
I'm
see
online
him?
too much. I don't follow him
because
I'm online too much.
What's mogging?
It's like showing up someone. So in a photo, if you look more attractive, you'd be mogging them.
Internet slang for outclassing, dominating, and appearing more physically attractive than another person is mogging.
So you're only allowed to take pictures with kind?
I don't know. I think you can use it beyond
Well, you're
photos.
as ugly as me, so we can go ahead and take a picture together.
But there's different kinds of mogging. The Pistons will try to mog the Cavs tonight.
You're going to try to outclass them?
Okay, this is just way too down that rabbit hole.
That's why I put it in the news, because I thought nobody would know this, and it'd be funny.
Well, I was reading it, and I'm like, okay, well, first, who is he? And then it was looks maxing. Okay, what's looks maxing? I kept Googling all these terms. I'm like, I don't know what any of this means.
Yeah, now your algorithm's going to be all messed up.
Gosh, as I did it on the work computer.
The Red Sox were mogging Framber Valdez. That's why I tried to looks max Trevor Story.
Exactly, Greg.
There you go.
Nailed it. All right, coming up next, we'll talk to AJ Hinch. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts are going to preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery and action. Get David Get Paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. If you're thinking about a new truck this month, Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. The Ram Trio truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, not much of a competition here. Ram has two choices. You could choose from their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It doesn't make much sense. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we're creating our own jobs. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother the ride is in a Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's really simple. All you got to do, pull into a Ram dealer today, start one up, and I promise you're going to hear the difference.
97.1. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen. Heather, Gov and Greg behind the glass. As we get out of here, looking ahead to tonight.
I know. I can't wait. I'm excited. It's about as excited as I've been. You know, like the first round of the playoffs, right? You're excited. Game 7, right? You claw your way back into it. You're excited, but with the way that they played, if we see that again, now you're not only as excited as you are about this series, but watching the Knicks basically dismantle the Sixers, and you start thinking, I'm not saying that this series is in the bag, but it does get you excited about what the possibilities are.
It's a big one tonight to go up 2-0 and put these guys on the brink. They're a team that has stalled out in this spot before. James Harden's a playoff choker. Mitchell hasn't made it past the second round. You put the pressure on them by winning tonight and going up 2-0. Mm-hmm. At the same time, I know they're aware of that, and you're going to get their best shot, and they're already trying to work the officials. Tom, you said tonight, and I liked your phrase, is going to be psychological warfare.
Yeah, I believe the Cavs might get a little benefit of some of Mitchell's comments, and I think the Pistons will have to counter that to a degree and to a point where JB maybe gets a T.
Well, they're already fighting this battle in the media before they fight it tonight. Here was Donovan Mitchell after game 1. That's him poking and prodding and trying to lay the foundation to get a few calls in game number 2. JB Bickerstaff was asked about it, said Donovan's very intelligent. It's all messaging, and we understand that, but our messaging is flopping is a violation. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how this goes. Does he push the envelope? He didn't in game 1, by the way. 19 shots, only 1 in the restricted area. Right. If he pushes the issue, refs give him a couple calls, does JB in the first half take a T to try to counterbalance the psychological warfare of game 2? I like how Tom put that.
And it might not be JB. It could be a player. Like if a defender's not allowed to defend the way they were in game 1, Cavs aren't turning over. Frustration can boil over, you know? By the way, just a note, today is a horrible, horrible day for the Cavaliers franchise.
Oh, is this the day they... I don't know.
This is the anniversary of Jordan's shot to beat them in game 5.
Oh.
Bad things happened to the Cavs on this date.
On May 7th?
How great would it be if Cade did that?
Oh.
Like the exact shot?
Yeah.
The best way to bury the Cavs, a last-second shot by Cade Cunningham. It would be awesome. I mean, I love to see any Ohio team lose in as painful of fashion as possible.
You bring that up. Did you hear about the Ohio sucks chants the other night at the game?
No.
Yes.
Now that's better than the wave.
LCA had
Now,
I didn't hear it was
we're
Ohio
having
sucks.
fun.
I heard it was a different iteration of that.
Oh,
I heard it was F Ohio.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay too. I'm in full support.
Maybe
Now we're starting to have fun at the stadium.
Oh, you joined on those chants.
Oh, yeah. I might be the one that starts
the
it.
ringleader.
Oh, let's go.
He probably did it during a Michigan-Ohio State game while on the air. I don't know. Who's to say?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I do have the cough button. I can mute myself, and hey, I'm up there just like Harry Carey leading the 7th inning stretch. That's what I do at the games. For once in a while, just lean out of the booth, and there we go.
We got a Twitch comment that says the series doesn't start until a road team wins a game. Meaning even if the Pistons win tonight.
Series hasn't begun yet, even though they'll be at 2-0.
Right. I just love the idea of getting to Cleveland with a bit of house money.
Sure.
If you're up 2-0, the pressure's on them. And if you can take one in the godforsaken state of Ohio, yeah, you've put the nails in the coffin.
Yeah.
It all starts, though, by taking care of business at home and winning tonight.
Yeah, I just would like to, just a little PSA. Everyone that is going to make that trip to Cleveland, Just be careful. You never know what can happen in that state. Who's going to be after you? Who's going to be looking at you? Just be careful. I understand going, and I fully support it. Just be careful.
You think they win tonight?
I do.
Okay.
And I think they come out and set the tone early, just like they did in the first quarter of the last game. Like, that's part of the recipe for this team's success. It doesn't mean it's the only way. It doesn't mean if they don't, it's going to be, downhill for the next 3 quarters. I just think that's the best recipe for this team to have success.
Look, and if you talk psychological, I think this team benefited tremendously from what they went through in the first round. And even if Cleveland comes out, and I expect a much better punch in the mouth, the Pistons are going to have to respond and battle them. And I think they can and will. I think they win tonight, too. Mm-hmm. Gator, what's going on?
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. I think we're geared up for Game 2. This is fun time, man.
Yes, it is.
This is where it gets to be a lot of fun. Let's see if they can come up with a W. I'm still debating to go or not tonight, but I think I have to.
All right, Karsch Anderson next. Doug with a great hat. It's 97.1.
I'm in a little dilemma, Doug.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to the game tonight or not.
So we need to clear up a couple things from the morning show. The reason Gator has to go to the game tonight is because, are you 4-0 in the postseason?
I am.
So you got to go. This is no longer about what you want to do. It's what you have to do.
Right. No, I understand. There's a responsibility. Great power comes great responsibility.
Yep. So you got to step up. You got to step up, my man. Yeah. So that was why you were debating whether or not to go. We here are voting for you to go. And if you don't go and they lose, just saying.
I know.
Just saying.
That's the thing.
Yep.
It's like if I go and they lose and I'm off the hook, I don't, not that I don't want to go to games, but it's a lot of traveling downtown and over the last couple of weeks here.
Dude, I understand. Believe me, I understand. So you do what you got to do, but
as a representative of the Karsch Anderson program,
yep,
I take the responsibility seriously.
As you should.
Just got to check the
don't say weather.
Closet for sweaters.
Okay.
Yeah. Got to make sure I got the sweater ready to go.
Right. The Nautica?
Yeah.
Because you always have worn a Nautica, and it's been a different one every time?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I have a fifth one or not.
Trolling for gear.
Dude, if it helps the Pistons win, I hope they give them all the gear possible. Keep it going, Gator.
Do the Pistons have a Nautica line? Do they have any? That'd be cool. You know how sometimes they. Hey, Lululemon's Piston line.
I know I have one. It's a very spring, and it is spring, so it's appropriate. It's a very spring-like sweater.
A little cold today, but
is it spring?
Well,
yeah, right.
I'm still waiting. No, I know what you mean.
It's much nicer out now. When I know you guys get in well before I do, but it's much nicer out now.
The other thing is, Costa said, nice hat. If you want to see the hat, this is my son's baseball team, the Frederick Gunn Highlanders, and he has it's a Highland cow. They introduced a mascot this year. It's the Highland cow. So you can see it on Twitch and YouTube. Doug's wearing a cow hat.
Huh.
You don't like many.
No,
of my
it's
hats.
not that I don't like it. I'm trying to figure this out.
You're trying to figure out what it is.
So it's a male cow because it's got the horns.
Mm-hmm.
Is one eye showing on it? I guess, and it's got a little tuft of hair in front of wearing a tam.
Yes. Yeah, it's a cartoon essentially.
Got a Scottish tam, which is the cabbie type hat.
So they had. I
don't mind it.
Okay. They had a nickname contest because they introduced this mascot this year, and everybody suggested a nickname, and I came up with the same name I always come up with. That I wanted to name one of my kids, and my wife said no. I said name the cow Chet, so I submitted the name Chet, but it didn't go anywhere.
So what did they name the cow?
Do you care to venture a suggestion for a Highland cow, a Scottish?
So you got to go with a Scottish
Highland
name,
cow, yeah.
something like a Connor, or something like that. Angus is probably good. I'll go Angus.
Yeah. They named it Scotty.
All right.
So anyway, there you go.
And growing up as a Scot myself,
yeah,
was never really called Scotty.
You were never called Scotty?
Not really. No,
She didn't play hockey.
I did not. Well, I mean, I did not.
Although what's funny is you were called Andy.
Only by one person.
Yeah.
Only by the varsity football coach in high school.
He didn't call him Scotty for his first name. He called him Andy for Anderson, his last name.
Because I had nicknames from the time I was 10 years old. Otis was the nickname.
See, I really, the Gator nickname it's obviously stuck, and you are Gator.
Gator has stuck.
Otis is a badass nickname.
Otis is stuck too. I got friends from way back that still call me Otis or Odie, some derivation.
Yeah,
I do enjoy it. Still makes me smile.
Mm-hmm.
But no, only my oldest cousin, Andrea, she would call me Scotty, and I think still does occasionally.
Really?
That's it though, and I'm good with that.
Kitech on Twitch says Doug's hat looks like a yak with Justin Bieber's haircut.
It kind of does.
So anyway, check it out. Go to YouTube or Twitch, search up 971 the ticket, and you can see it.
You gonna bend that brim?
No, it's kind of perfect. Actually, this is a bent brim.
No.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's not hugely bent, but
it's an optical illusion.
It's got curve to it. So, what'd you do last night? Anything exciting?
I'm embarrassed. Ended up watching a movie after the Tigers. Most of a movie.
Oh God.
Yeah. I missed like the first, half hour of it, but it was a long one. So thankfully I missed the first 30 minutes of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm embarrassed. And it ends up being just so much worse than I thought it was going to be too. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to watch it because there's a hot actress in it. So I'm like, all right, here we go.
And that's why you watched it.
Yeah, that's why I watched it. And there's some action in there. I'm like, here we go. All right. And by action, I don't mean like, it's not an action movie. Like she's active. But
I don't want to ask any more questions.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But I ended up watching the whole thing. And at the end of it, I'm like, that was horrible. That was literally two hours that I would have rather been doom scrolling on my phone than watching that crap.
Okay. So what was the movie?
Care to take a guess? Kang? Hot actress.
That narrows it down.
Yeah, that's the only movies you watch.
It's a recent movie in the last couple of years. Last year, probably.
Hot actress. Is the actress Sydney Sweeney?
It is not.
Okay.
But there is a movie that she's in I want to see. But I hear it's really good.
Hot actress. Is it like like a hot trending actress right now too, or she's been hot for like, you know?
She's been hot for probably 10, 12 years.
Oh, okay.
One of the most beautiful women in the world.
That narrows it down.
Blonde.
Yeah.
Blonde. Okay. Beautiful women in the world. Blonde.
Charlize Theron.
It's not Charlize Theron, and she's
That's the
beautiful.
only
but
blonde- that's
she's
the
been
only-
around for like, you know,
Okay, it's
35
the only
years.
blonde I
Margot
can think of.
Robbie.
It is Margot Robbie.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, is it the one that like they did it from a book, like one of those old romantic books?
Yep.
Okay. With like Wuthering Heights or something.
There it is. Wuthering Heights.
And it's terrible.
Dude, why the hell did
terrible.
you? Well, because it's based off a book you would never read.
It's not. I don't even care. The storyline, whatever. You know, I'm watching it for her.
Oh,
and
so no nudity?
no.
Is that why it's terrible?
Part of it. So close. So close. You know, because they can wear those old time dresses and they got to, you know, they lace and tie them in and tighter. And they're like pulling the thing, you know, they're top heavy in a thing. And like if she breathes heavy enough, something's going to pop out. No, it's. Yes, I'm watching for her because she's gorgeous. She's amazing. But the storyline is so bad. And then it becomes so dumb at the end. What did I just do? I was so embarrassed with myself. And now I'm bringing it to the people.
Yeah, you're making it worse.
Sorry, peeps. Yeah, I withstood Wuthering Heights for the last 2 hours of that movie.
And it was terrible.
Hoping she would breathe heavy at some point.
Like, anything? No. No, you start, you know, contorting your head and like, am I seeing this right? No, nothing.
Wait, no, that's a shadow.
Yeah, that's not it.
Did you watch a lot of HBO when you didn't have HBO when you were a kid? Some of you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
On TV. And,
What is that? It? No.
But the story was so dumb.
It's like a very popular book, though, isn't it? Like,
I would strongly recommend that they do not read that book in high school.
Well, I went to a movie.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
Just
I did.
stop right now. You did not.
I sure did.
You went to a movie.
Went to a movie.
Like a recent release.
In a theater.
In a theater.
this guy is an empty nester now, man.
Totally is. Was it a Michael Jackson movie?
Was it a Michael
No,
Jackson
was it,
movie?
I said, was it the Michael Jackson movie?
I think he said A.
Indeed, it was a Michael Jackson movie.
It was the Michael Jackson.
It was Michael. Yeah.
What'd you think?
Michael. So I was entertained. There's no question I was entertained. My daughter wanted to go, and as I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking,
Wanted to go to see the movie, not she wanted to leave.
no, she wanted to go. It was her idea, and I'm like, okay, I'll go. So my wife and I went, and my nephew Leighton, and we went to see the Michael Jackson movie. I was entertained. What I found fascinating is so was my daughter and so was my nephew, because I felt like you almost had to live through it to really appreciate it.
Apparently not.
It was also sanitized
Okay.
for a lot of stuff.
Gotcha.
And I didn't know anything about it as was typically. I knew that what it was about. I knew it was about Michael Jackson, but my first thought was, all right, who produced this? Who put this together? And it's Tito and Jermaine. I mean, it was all the Jackson family, which I had
One
no
of their
idea.
kids plays Michael.
So I think it's Tito's son plays Michael, and unbelievable resemblance. Like there were times where you're like, is this actual stock footage of Michael?
Okay.
The only thing they really blew was when that it would look terrible and nothing like Michael was from the Thriller video when he had all the makeup on.
Yeah.
Looked nothing like Michael in the Thriller video, which is funny because you'd think that would be one of the easiest things, but that looked, but it was entertaining.
Dun, 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 dun.
It was, biopics are tricky, right? Because they're not documentaries.
Right.
And I'm a big documentary guy. And so I'm sitting there watching this going, well,
I know.
What liberties did they take with this
Exactly.
story, that story? Some of it has to be based on actual events, obviously. And the brothers were a big part they weren't a huge part of the movie, but they were a big part of producing the movie.
And they're going to protect certain things.
There's no question that certain topics did not get addressed, but also they, at one point, stopped. Like the movie just stopped. Like it's just he's at the end of a concert, at the end of a chapter in his life, it just stopped. They played the London concert, the end of the Victory tour, and the movie just stopped. And it said the story continues, and I'm like, Okay, so they're setting it up to do the second half of his life, and the second half of his life is pretty dark. The only thing they addressed with painkillers and drugs was when he did the Pepsi commercial and his hair caught fire, and he didn't want to.
That's when it started.
He didn't want to take the medicine. That's the only spoiler alert. Sorry. Was it entertaining? Yes. And then I was thinking, was there even a plot? Like, movies have storylines throughout, and this was just kind of.
Well, it's a biopic.
I mean, it's a biopic, and
it just ends with his death, I assume.
No, it ended with the concert in London. It ended with
it literally ended like that.
It ended at the last. I guess it was his first show of the Bad tour, so it wasn't the Victory tour. They wrapped up the Victory tour in L.A. My bad, and then he played his first of the following solo tour in London, and then it just ended.
1988.
It just ended. Yep. It just said the story continues, and that was it.
What?
Well, I was like, we've been here for 2 hours, and we haven't even got into the second. The dark side of it. This is probably just going to end, and it just ended.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
But I didn't see it. Saw a movie.
All right. Good for you.
Yeah. The quota for the next year has been fulfilled.
King, it's odd. Empty nester, yet he took his daughter to see it.
Well, it was her idea. So she was like, and I'm like, yeah, if your daughter asks you to do something.
Let's get you out of the house, Dad.
Well, Dad was getting set to watch the Tigers, but I'm actually glad I went to the Michael movie.
Yeah. Probably a lot better.
All right, game 2 coming up tonight. Let's get into it. What do we expect this evening between the Pistons and the Cleveland Cavaliers? That is next here on 97.1.
Hey, you want that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer? Do the right thing. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know all about Natural Way. They've been at my house for like a dozen years, and I love how my lawn looks, and it's in thanks to Natural Way. Look, you can spot the homes that don't have it. They're the ones that have the dandelions all over the front yard. Those are weeds. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. They are no bueno. You got to get rid of them. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, understand that great lawns do not happen by accident. You need the right timing, and you need the right program. They offer a full menu of services at Natural Way to accomplish your dream lawn. It's fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. When they're done spraying your yard, they leave a little progress report right there in your door, or they'll set it up for you online. You can check it out there, and you understand fully what you have to do to make sure that your lawn looks great. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem, and early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you'll get free grub control when you mention Gator from 97.1 right here. Or just go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, so the Pistons win game 1, 111-101. Built an 18-point lead. A 15-3 run in the first quarter helped that, and no first quarter turnovers for the Pistons and 6 for the Cavs. And we've done the show that's probably being done in Cleveland today. We've done the same show. Quit turning the ball over. You can rest assured that is a big talking point in Cleveland right now. And we're, as we said during the Pistons series, it's easier said than done. You just think you have to value possessions, be less careless. And you wonder, how can a team possibly be careless in the postseason, in the playoffs with so much on the line? And some of it is forced by the opponent. I think in both teams' cases, both Detroit and Orlando did it to Detroit and Detroit did it to Cleveland. You got to credit the other team's defense. But still, there's certain turnovers that the defense didn't do much. But like when that exchange where I think Cade hit a 3, Cleveland maybe got out to, that was up 3, and Cade hit a 3, and Asar just stripped, I can't remember who it was bringing the ball up the floor, but took it in for a dunk. Like that's a turnover that the Pistons earned. Like they forced that. Then there's other ones where like the Cavs just throw it out of bounds. So they're going to try and cut down on that. Harden talked about it post-game. What are the Pistons trying to do better in game 2 that they didn't do as much of in game 1? And one of the things that comes up, sorry, I'm answering the question, not even giving you a chance, but one of the first bullet points is Cade didn't shoot it well. And do they do anything different in terms of trying to get Cade better looks or anything like that? Or do we even care about that? Like, of course we want Cade to shoot it well, and we suspected through the course of a normal game he will shoot it better than he did. 6 of 19, I believe he was in game 1. But do you need to do anything differently, or just Cade's going to be Cade?
I want the Pistons to attack inside. I want them to do what they've done in the regular season, and that is points in the paint. I want them to light them up for over 60 points in the paint. Live inside there. And they have to respect that. And you've got a number of guys that can either penetrate to do that, whether it's Cade Cunningham or Danis Jenkins can do that, Asar Thompson, or if you got somebody that's going to post up. Tobias posts up, Duran can post up, even Beef Stew can post up when he's in there for his limited minutes. And, of course, all that leaves open some outside shooting from Duncan Robinson if they start to honor that. And they're going to have to keep them honest. But I think the Pistons can have that advantage. The other thing that we saw in game 1 is how completely ineffective a team can be when they've got some foul trouble. Mm-hmm. Jared Allen was outstanding in game 7 against Toronto and was a complete no-show in game 1 against the Pistons. Why? Because he picked up 3 fouls in the first quarter. Picked up his 4th, and then he was basically done. He only played 18 minutes in the game, only scored 2 points and grabbed 3 rebounds. That's one of their bigs. That's what they thought they may have had an advantage. Not so much in the first game. So attack that. Force them to come over and guard you, and if they're going to have to be physical, they're going to have to pay the price.
I suspect that Cleveland's going to do a lot to get Donovan Mitchell going and have him.
Yes.
I think Donovan Mitchell in this game is, if I were to predict, like, I don't even know what the over-under on his points is. I suspect that this is going to be a big Donovan Mitchell game. And Detroit's going to have to either account for that or counter that or whatever. I mean, sometimes you go, let him get his. We'll just make sure nobody else really hurts you. One of the things that I loved about game 1, that I absolutely loved about game 1, that I think might be a sign of growth, is postseason, a response to a run, right? So James Harden went on a 9-0 run by himself to tie the game at 93. The Pistons scored on their next 6 possessions. And I'm not sure that happens if they didn't go through what they went through with Orlando. It might. I mean, the team responded to runs in the regular season, but the postseason being a different animal. You get down 3-1, you essentially spend the next 3 games under pressure, under heavy pressure. And you kind of grow calluses, postseason calluses. You get used to it. And that's a time where you ask, people, when one team goes on a 9-0 run with a star player tying the game late, the Pistons have controlled like the whole game, and suddenly a 9-0 run by Harden and the game is tied. People think that Cleveland's going to close this out. Detroit's going to fold here, and they didn't. Now, maybe Piston fans didn't think that, but that's a response that I love seeing, and I wonder if that is a product of getting used to postseason pressure.
I think I'm sure it has a huge role into it. I think Game 6 taught them a bunch of lessons that you're never out of it. So they can be up by 18 points and feel pretty confident about that. Even when the score gets whittled down from 18 to nothing, they're like, oh, it's okay. Even if we had to play from behind, we can play from behind. We'd prefer not to. Thank you. 6 straight scoring possessions, like you said. And basketball is a game of runs, and the Pistons aren't any different. They can get on runs too, and that's what happened there. They didn't shoot incredibly well during the course of the game. I think their shooting percentage was around 44%. Cleveland was, I think, right around the same thing, maybe 45%. And it's just they've been kind of consistently at that point, somewhere between 42 and 45% throughout the playoffs at this point. It's their defense that leads the day, and the biggest difference in Game 1 and why the Pistons won is because the Pistons got to the free throw line. They made 10 more free throws than Cleveland did, and that's or 12 more. That's the difference in the game. They won by 10 and they had 12 more free throws.
Pistons went 27 for 35. Cleveland went 15 of 16.
So, you don't want to put Cleveland on the line because they knocked down their free throws. But the Pistons, they got it in volume, and they actually knocked down a pretty heavy percentage as well. It wasn't, 15 out of 16, but it was good enough.
It was, first of all, it was nice to watch a game where if they lost, they weren't eliminated from the playoffs. That was weird. I got to be honest with you. I was so used to them, like every game when they were down 3-1 moving forward, like tense, gripping the couch, you know what I mean? Like every possession, every missed free throw. I mean, like Vinny Goodwill, so they were down 3.5 to 1.
Yeah, but the funny thing is you get to the point where you're like, everything that goes wrong, you're like, that's going to cost them their season.
Yep.
So
and
you're right.
It was nice to watch a game where I didn't say that's going to cost them their season if they did something wrong. So with that being said, I like the fact that I think they actually, I've been stressing so much that playoff basketball is different from regular season basketball, right? But I felt like Game 1 was regular season basketball for the Pistons. Like that's how they play. They lean on their defense. Cade doesn't have to carry you every step of the way because you get contributions from the rest of the team. All 5 starters in double-digit scoring. Throwing Jenkins double-digit off the bench. That's how this Pistons team was built during the regular season, and they were able to carry that over to Game 1. They got a lot of free throws because they were aggressive. They attacked the paint. That's what they do. Jalen Duren didn't have his typical 19 points, but he got his dunks. He's got his putbacks at the end of the game, which is what you want. I think Pistons just continue doing what they did in Game 1. Donovan Mitchell complaining about the free throws. This guy doesn't get to the line in general. During the playoffs, in Game 7 games versus the Raptors, he went to the line, I think I'm looking at it right. Game 1, he went to the line 7 times. Game 2, once. Game 3, 0, 4, 2, 0.
Wow.
And then 2. He doesn't get to the line because that's not his game. He's not a flopper. He has the 3-point shot. He does the floaters in the lane. So, and that's not a knock on Mitchell. I actually appreciate that. But he saw what you saw, Gator. The Pistons had way more free throw attempts than they did. They're working the refs a little bit, and that's fine. But I think what I want from Pistons is the same as Game 1. Contributions from everybody.
What do you want to see tonight more of that we didn't see in Game 1? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, NBA player poll, really interesting question. And we want to know if you agree with what the players had to say. That at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Pistons Cavs, you know it's going to be a different game tonight. You know the Cavs are going to emphasize taking care of the basketball and try not to turn it over 19 times. You know that the Cavs are probably going to try and get some guys going, like Jared Allen and Donovan Mitchell. 248-539-9797. What do you want to see more of from the Pistons tonight, Game 2, down at the Palace of LCA? We go to Sheldon in Highland Park. You're on 97.1. Hello, Sheldon.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying. That anxiety of 3 elimination games is really making the Pistons, play a lot better and really put more pressure on the Cavs. Like every game feels, maybe it reminded them of that New York series a lot. Plus, I wanted to say Cleveland is a pretty good defensive team, but they're not a physical defensive team. And that's what, is really helping the Pistons out and was really driving Cleveland crazy, and they want foul calls. Another thing, I think they could win a series a lot easier if they did not play Duncan Robinson when Harden or Spider is in the game, because they're just going to continue to hunt him. And what would their strategy be if he wasn't in the game when they're hunting them? And I just really want to piggyback off of what you guys were saying. I really believe that's what it is. They are really remembering what happened to New York. All of the guys that was still on our team when we played against New York are really remembering that and stepping up.
Well, look, I mean, one of the things that was a knock against the Pistons going into the postseason is that they just don't have a ton of postseason experience. They haven't done it what other teams have done. They hadn't even won a home game in the postseason. They hadn't won a postseason series. They've checked some of those boxes, and then you go, okay, how does that manifest itself then in the real world? It does, where, as you pointed out, Kang pointed out, I emphasize a little bit here, and I think everybody has kind of seen it. The Pistons didn't crumble under pressure in the fourth quarter when Cleveland came back and tied it. And I think that's an example of how, okay, getting over that first series hump, dealing with the pressure of all the elimination games, you start to be more comfortable to just do your thing in that environment. In that environment, I mean, it was a 9-0 Harden run. The game's tied. They had the basketball. Cleveland got the stop and had the ball. How disastrous would that have been to see the Pistons control the whole game and then fall behind with 3 minutes to go? But they got a stop, a block from Duren, and then it was 6 straight possessions they scored on.
It's interesting watching Harden play. He got him right back in the game, and then he gave it right back away, too. He had a lot of turnovers in that game. Your buddy Strus, that guy.
My very good, close personal friend.
Yeah, I think he's clearly the front runner to be the guy that
it's
Detroit
funny.
fans going to despise.
He didn't bother me as much as he obviously did you, and Kang predicted I'd hate him. Or was it Kang or was it Evan? Evan predicted I'd hate him.
Yeah, look, I'm not thrilled with...
It's early.
Yeah, Wade's the other guy. I'm not a big fan of Dean Wade.
No.
But Strus is really the agitator there.
Yeah, this guy looks like he's Tom Cruise from The Last Samurai, bro. Let it go.
Right, he thinks he is. He wishes he could be.
Wishes?
Yeah, wishes. But you're not. You're Max Strus. You're not like the leader of the old Confederate army that learned at the feet of a samurai master. You don't know what you're doing.
Dude.
Come on.
Doug, do you know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea. I know who Max Strus is.
Now, that's a good movie. Last Samurai is really good.
Look that up, Doug. You'll appreciate it.
Last Samurai?
Yeah,
Last Samurai.
Because
really
Strus is going to get on your nerves. You'll understand what we're talking about.
Last Samurai. Should I image search it or something, I guess?
Look at how Tom Cruise looked as
first thing that came up was Last Samurai Standing. Is that something different?
No, Last Samurai with
Tom
Cruise.
Okay, I got it here. And who am I looking for? I'm looking for Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise, yeah.
Yeah.
With the long hair?
Yeah. The long hair and the beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
You think he looks like Strus?
Wait, I think Strus is trying to look like him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It's not that it's what Strus is trying to do. Trying to curry favor with the ladies. It ain't working.
How do you know?
I talk to people. It was a very scientific poll. We asked the ladies, what do you think? Is Strus getting it done for you? And it was a resounding no.
All right, so Last Samurai Strus already under your skin.
Maybe we should put it to a Twitter poll.
What are we asking?
Yeah. Hey, hello, ladies. Is Strus getting it done for you? Yay or nay?
Dude, I don't want to send out that tweet. Kenny's in favor of it. Kegs against it.
Give the people what they want. I don't know why you're not
This
doing
is where we need separate Twitter accounts, so Gator could just tweet out that question. You could accept all the embarrassment of that.
That hurts.
248-539-9797. Kevin is next. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
We're great.
All right, Kev.
Good. I think today what's going to happen today is I'm like the Pistons. I'm a Pistons fan, but the refs are going to give the game to the Cavs today. Cage going to get him foul trouble. Because Duncan going to be guarding Harden. He going to get him foul trouble. Then Cage going to get 3 fouls. They're going to sit him down, and Cleveland going to go on their little run. And then Cleveland going to win today, and then we're going to win down there. So today is it's going to be a Cleveland day.
So this is interesting because, Kevin, I have found, and maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, or anybody could correct me if I'm wrong, I think the whistles have been advantage Detroit. And I'm not saying that the Pistons have gotten fewer calls. I think the refs have decided to let both teams play. I think they let both teams play in the Orlando series. I thought watching last night, I thought the Knicks and Philly, they were letting teams play. And I think Detroit-Cleveland game 1, they let teams play. And I think that whistle benefits Detroit.
I think that does too. But by him, Donovan Mitchell coming out saying this, they don't really like the Pistons. We America's team, they don't really like us to give us. So we can't go up 2 games just like that easily. So we got to make it for the money. So let's go ahead. He already talking about he's been fouled. He's not getting no calls. I guarantee you today they're going to shoot more free throws than we shoot today, just because of what he said.
Interesting. Well, if you didn't hear the back and forth, and we'll play it later, what Donovan Mitchell said and what J.B. Bickerstaff said back about flopping and the officials.
Do you really think that Strus is going to win over the Japanese people by trying to assimilate into their culture, King? I mean, come on. Who is this guy? Right? You think he's somebody that can kill somebody's husband and then live with them for years while learning the ways of a samurai? You think that could happen? No, not from Strus.
I thought it was weird that he's warming up in a kimono. I thought that was weird.
Right? Got the man bun going. It's really uncalled for. Really uncalled for.
All right, NBA.
Poor taste. It's inappropriate. Stop it. We're going to have to talk to Silver about this. He's got to put an end to that. It's offensive, Doug.
Is it?
It's offensive.
They should suspend him, Gator?
Yeah.
For the rest of the series?
It's offensive to my cinematic mind. That's what it is.
He's crossed the line?
He's crossing a line.
Gone too far. NBA player poll. I bet you've got some answers on what on the question they were asked. The question is, are your answers the same as the players? That coming up today at 10:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, great place to watch a game tonight. And all of the postseason action is the best place to catch a game in the state, Twin Peaks. Restaurant experiences have really taken a nosedive, haven't they? Service misses the mark, but not at Twin Peaks. First of all, it starts with their culture. Employees that believe in the brand and flat out produce a better product. Cooks get in there at 7 a.m. every day. The Twin Peaks girls, hey, look, it takes extensive training for them to get on the floor in the first place. And once they're there, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you had a bad day, no one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, video walls, 98 inches big that brings you all the action. And it's a perfect weekend at the Lodge to watch a little baseball, hockey, and basketball playoff action. Remember, they got all the streaming services, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about a purple screen. They got pay-per-view boxing. They got UFC. And don't be afraid to stop in if you're not just about sports, because the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, the ribs, the hand-cut New York strip steaks, and the bar. They got the coldest beer in the country, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for 6 hours minimum. They got the exquisite craft cocktail list featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. If you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Carl and Milan says, just for fun, I would like to see Mitchell get called for flopping. Well, if they started calling flopping in the NBA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would not see a second half of an NBA game. What I would like to see more of this Piston game and less back-to-back missed shots. They'll go on little spurts of missing shots, allowing opponents to get back in the game.
One thing I thought they did really well in game one is I thought they were very patient with their offense. I don't think they rushed through anything. We didn't see, a ton of hero ball or any of that. It was just they passed the ball around. They worked the clock reasonably well. And they end up being a winning formula.
Mm-hmm. All right. I mentioned before the break the question that the Athletic put to the players, and we did a little bit of this yesterday. I guess they're releasing results in waves here. Today, the question is, if you were commissioner for a day with broad power to push through any change, what change would you make to the league? So NBA players asked, they can make any single change. What change would you make if you had broad power for a day? I'm intrigued to hear what the fans have to say, because I think between the people that love the league and the people that hate the league, there are answers. So if you could change one thing about the league, what would you change? And the players actually offered up 153 players, I think, responded. The players offered up 10 different responses.
Wow.
So, 153 players, 10 different responses. I'm not going to tell you what the responses are, but this is almost like a who's on top.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, see
what
if your
bothers
response,
you, what do you want to change?
Yeah, and the fans' answers, I suspect, are going to be different than the players' answers.
Mm-hmm.
But what would you say would be the number one thing you would change?
I don't know how you do it. It's probably the number one thing that needs to change, and it's the hardest thing to figure out how to do it, and that is stop tanking. How do you prevent tanking from happening in the NBA? Because obviously you get to the second half of the season, you've got the haves, the have-nots, and those have-nots go right into the tank. So how do you stop that from happening?
That is not one of the 10 answers.
Really?
Yep. Players give 0 Fs about the tanking, apparently. I mean, that and 153 players responded. Not one.
Does that surprise you?
A little bit, because I think there's going to be a lot of that.
Okay.
From the fans.
Does that surprise you?
There's a lot to complain about the NBA.
There is.
You know what I mean? I'm an NBA fan, so I'm trying to think, does that rank in my top 10?
I guess you're right, Doug. And first of all, I answer that question, yes. Do you think that would rank in the top 10 for you, the tanking?
For me, I guess maybe it's connected to something else, which is load management. So I don't know if that,
Right.
you know what I mean? So I have load management ahead of tanking, but it's right there. It's a solid complaint.
Interesting when you consider this, Doug, and you're bringing it up. It's players responding. It's not fans responding.
Yep.
I think fans would respond differently than players. Because for fans, I think the load management is there, and like King says, it's tied to tanking. But players, if they can get paid the same thing they're getting paid to play less, I think they're in favor of it.
Load management, not on the list.
Yeah, see, it's a player thing. Right?
Players,
Yeah.
right? They probably enjoy the load management.
Is caviar on the list?
More caviar at games?
I wonder, like my guess, Doug, would be, I haven't seen this list, would be flopping. They hate the flopping. They would change the flopping, like they would not call fouls and maybe call more for flopping instead of calling the, defensive foul.
Not on the list.
Wow.
So this is...
I thought more players would hate that than do like it.
It's fascinating because their perspective, you guys just named 3 things that I would expect our phones to blow up with.
How about this?
Hold on.
Okay.
I want to
all
leave
right.
it out there for the listeners. If you want to write something down, you can, but I think we should leave some options out there for the listeners. These are the number one. Now, if you've seen the list, that's fine, I guess. But we're actually just asking you, what's the number one thing you would change? And if your thing has already been suggested, what's number 2? Because we suggested 3 things so far. None of them are on the top 10 list of what NBA players say they'd change.
It shows where the players' priorities are.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Tony in Detroit. What's up, Tony?
Hey, I would still go with the flopping.
Yeah.
But I just feel like that's something they don't necessarily have to give them fouls, but if they got turnovers for them, and then if you had a certain amount of flops that you had during the season, like Shea Gildress, then you can't win awards.
So, I like this. If you and now, are you coming up with like a specific rule? Like if you flop a certain amount of times in the course of a season, you're not eligible for postseason awards?
Exactly. So then that makes them want to play like they're supposed to play. Because like Donovan Mitchell, he doesn't flop, but James Harden flops. So it just now Shea Gildress is not in the top contest. Jokic doesn't flop really, so it just kind of would change the game just to where everybody start playing a lot more tougher, and not try and search for them fouls.
So now I just want to make one thing clear, and thank you, Tony, for the phone call. These are the top 10 responses. Certain things did get mentioned outside the top 10, and the bulk of the story says one player suggested year-long suspensions for flopping, but it only got one vote, so it didn't make it into the top 10. I kind of think that probably wouldn't fly with the Players Association, a year-long suspension. But a certain amount of flopping calls, if they actually called it, and then if you exceeded a certain number not being eligible for postseason awards, I think that would curb it. Because players have incentives, players like that stuff.
Got to think like a player in this poll.
If you're trying to guess what's in the top 10. I mean, because we got two separate things here going, I guess. One is if you got this, the question was for NBA players, if you were made commissioner for a day and you could make one sweeping change and it was up to you, what would you make? We've asked fans that question. What we're trying to see is if they align with what the player said. Trying to guess with what the player said is kind of a different question, but you can do one of either. You can either guess what you think the player said, or you can give what your number one change would be. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ken next on 97.1. Hello, Ken.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
So I got the number one thing. I know it.
Well, hold on. Do you know it because you saw it, or you know it because you think?
No. I'm just driving.
Okay.
And I know it because of I watch a lot of podcasting, and their number one gripe all the time is back-to-backs and 3 out of 4s. That's their biggest gripe.
That's what I have number one on my list that I think the players would say back-to-back games.
It is tied for first. Yep. Tied for first.
I mean, that you hear them complain about it all the time. So that's,
Do you really? What do they? I mean, do they just say it's too hard?
Well, that's why a lot of players like Kawhi and other players like that don't always play back-to-backs, because it's like, they get 40 minutes one night or 36 minutes, and then to play that back-to-back, even if it's a travel and you're traveling, you got to go through the airport, you got to go through all of that stuff, and then it takes a toll, they said. And there's a lot of 3 out of 4 nights they hate that too. That was my guess.
So two things about that. One is I don't think they have to go through the airport. I think they pull up on a charter bus to a hangar. They walk through the hangar directly up onto the plane, and it's wheels up 5 minutes later. So it's not. They're not going through airports. Is it? Would this be the number? Would this be your biggest complaint, Ken? What would your number one thing be?
I think my biggest thing would definitely be the flopping. I mean, that's it gets out of control. Yeah. I mean, the foul baiting, stuff like that. It just takes away from the game.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Mark is next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Start calling traveling. Do you think that would be an issue that the players would go for or not?
No, I think they love the freedom of being able to roam wherever they want to.
It bothers you, though, huh?
It bugs the heck out of me.
You know what's
4 steps from the free throw line?
I think it probably bothered me for my first 5 or 6 years watching the NBA, and now I've given up the cause.
I'm amazed they actually call it now. I mean, when we had calls the other night, it was like, wow, that just happened.
I think there's been 2 traveling calls in the last 2 Piston games, or maybe 2 in the last 3 games, which is almost unprecedented.
Yeah, why do they call it away from the basket? It's the same. Why can't you take 3 steps out by the midcourt?
It's crazy. Yeah, it does. I mean, the players don't care. I will tell you, it did not make the top 10 of their complaints. 248-539-9797. If you were NBA commissioner for a day, what would be the one sweeping change you would make? The players' answers don't align with what the fans have said so far. Although one of the ones that tied for first has been mentioned. What's your biggest issue, and what else do you think the players? Kind of two questions here. What is your biggest issue that you would change, and what do you think the number one issue the players want changed? Top 10 list, only one has been mentioned so far. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on a Thursday? Big game 2 tonight. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Game 2 between the Pistons and Cavs is coming up tonight here on 97.1. Despite being on a Tuesday night, Game 1 was a loud and raucous atmosphere at LCA. According to Ron Holland after practice yesterday, he said it's a different vibe in the playoffs. Thunder sticks and rally towels will be given away for tonight's game as the Pistons try to take a 2-0 lead on Cleveland. Teams that have gone up 2-0 go on to win the series 92% of the time in NBA playoffs history. 1-1 series go to the higher seed 62% of the time. Tip-off at 7 o'clock this evening. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:35 here on 97.1. Michigan basketball won $1 million in NIL funds at the Players Era Championship last year. They will be back there next season for the tournament, which will have a new look. The Players Era announced today the 2026 field will be 24 teams and will thankfully have brackets this time. In Michigan's 16-team bracket are all Power 5 schools, including big names like Gonzaga, Tennessee, Miami, and Alabama. That tournament takes place Thanksgiving week. And Michigan State football has announced its first game against Notre Dame since 2017 will take place in prime time at 7:30 on September 19th next season. That game will be in South Bend. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What?
Nothing.
You got kind of a disapproving look at me there.
Nothing disapproving.
Okay.
No, just looking at that hat again. I don't mind the hat. I get distracted by it because I hear Highlander and I think of the movie The Highlander.
Right.
And the name Scotty for the cow.
Yeah.
It's appropriate, and yet I feel like they missed something. They could have had a tie into the movie. And you said, what did they name? I asked you what they named it. You said Scotty. I'm like, I mean, the character in The Highlander was Connor McLeod. There was a Dougal McLeod. It's a great name. I mentioned Angus.
Angus would have been awesome.
Angus would be perfect. I think they should change it.
But doesn't that? Well, I'll suggest it to the athletic director next time I see her.
Duncan McLeod was in the TV series.
So we here in Detroit are coming up with alternate nicknames for a school in Connecticut.
That's right.
For the name of their mascot. I'll see if I can drum up interest. I suspect that the branding has already been done, and this is Scotty the Highland Cow.
Do they have a logo of the full cow, like the cow wearing a kilt?
They've got a full. I don't know.
Is there a mascot?
There is a mascot. They have a full mascot. Somebody dresses up and goes to the games, dressed up as the Highland Cow. You like it, this?
It's hysterical. Do you have that for a prep school?
Yeah.
They have a mascot. Somebody dresses up as the Highland Cow.
I feel like I need to take you to their webpage and show you all the pictures.
It's a Highland Cow.
So we were talking about the NBA poll of players. If you were commissioner for a day, what would you change? So far, just about everything the fans have said. Only one thing a fan said is what the players said. But that fan admitted he's saying it because he's heard players say this, and that was no back-to-back games. But stop tanking, players don't have that in their top 10. Load management, players don't have that in their top 10. Flopping, players don't have that in their top 10 of 153 NBA player responses. Traveling, players don't have that in their top 10.
I'm a little surprised that they don't have flopping.
I am too, actually.
Because you can see the disdain in their faces, and they're very demonstrative when somebody flops and it's not called. They get called for the foul.
Yeah, the player...
Is foul baiting on there? Because I think that's kind of part of it.
That's probably part of it. That's why I was surprised too, Gator. That's why that was my guess, because I know not everyone, doesn't have a problem with flopping in the NBA, but I thought with more and more players speaking out now, it seems like that, hey, it'd be in the top 10
here's
at
the
least.
thing. Players have forums now. Every player that wants can have a social media page to say whatever they want. Every player that wants can do a podcast, their own podcast. Any player that wants to have their voice heard, it's easily done now. And so, I mean, that kind of stuff, if it's not in the top 10 concerns of the players, because it is a dreadful part of the game. It is one of the things that I have, as a fan of World Cup soccer, I always just cringe when I see the flopping in soccer, because I know how Americans react. I know it gets made fun of, and it really is. It's unsightly. It's annoying. It rewards faking it. Is there anything in life where you should be rewarded for faking it? Anything? Acting? I guess that's the whole point.
Acting.
Yeah. Feedback coming in. If I were NBA commissioner, 1, flops would become technicals that are reviewed after games. 2, players are selected at the draft lottery. Combine is before. Players are selected at the draft lottery. Oh, wow. That's Sunday. So you'd have the lottery and the draft all at the same time?
Or do you just move the lottery back after the season?
Or you could do that. A team is drawn and they have 5 minutes to make their pick. Well, that would kind of be exciting.
I got a lot of changes I would love to make to the NBA, but
let me read through some of these and then we'll see if any of these match what you would make. I'd shorten the season. I think that would fight the tanking.
I think I have that listed as things that players want to change in the NBA, a shorter season.
So this person didn't sign their text. That is also tied for number 1, fewer games.
No way. Want to get paid more and play less.
Yeah. What if you told them you get less pay? Would that still be
Probably
number 1?
Not, no. On top of the list would be get rid of the 65 games played minimum for awards and accolades. They want that to benefit their contracts. It's from Justin and Roseville. That's not on the list. The way to fight load management is you get paid per game.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
your contract is per. You sign a max deal, you're going to get paid $50 million a year. Well, that's based on playing 82 games.
Mm-hmm. And if you miss a game, you don't get paid. If you miss a game for injury, a confirmed injury, I guess that could be a different thing. If you miss a game for rest, you don't get paid.
No professional athlete in 4 majors would agree to that.
Of course
obviously.
not.
Yeah,
but that would fix it. Widen the court by 8 feet. Players are so big and athletic, they need more room to be athletes.
8 feet? That's a lot.
That's 4 per side, Scott.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's 4 per side. I mean,
So
think
would
about
you
where
have-
that 3-point line is now. You'd have a lot more space.
You would have a lot more space. You would also actually increase the number of front row seats for sale because you have a wider circumference, if you will. So right now, given the court size, if there's, say, 100 courtside seats, 150, I don't know what it is, 100 courtside seats, you make the court bigger, now you have 120 courtside seats.
You have fewer other seats.
Fewer other seats. Yeah, you're basically eliminating I don't know if you're eliminating the back row. You're not really, but you're bringing the back row actually closer technically to the court because the court just got closer to the back row. But I would eliminate the 3-point corner shot. Make a half moon line from the coach's box 3 feet farther than the 3-point shot is now. Wow. Half moon from the coach's box to coach's box 3 feet farther than the 3-point shot is now. It's from an unnamed texter. Anthony in a mail truck, back-to-backs, no need for them. Yep, that was the number 1 response of players. Increase the number of fouls a player can get. That's from an unnamed texter.
I thought, is that something the players would want? And, because they have, the unlimited fouls in the summer league? Because they're just trying to get work in.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something the players would want. I'm going to say it's not on their list.
It's not. It might be some variation of that, but it's not directly.
6 seems like it's a pretty fair number. I mean, it used to be 5, then they jumped it up to 6.
248-539-9797. Mark is next on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
So just simply bigger chairs for the guys. I mean, if you've ever seen an NBA player, they're huge human beings, right? And they shove them into little
right.
chairs. It looks like when I went to my daughter's kindergarten roundup, and the parents sit in the little chairs. That's what they have to sit in every day. It's can we not expand it a little bit? We know they're big human beings. Can we give them some space? And they're all crammed in on the bench together. I mean, have you ever seen they come off the court and they look for a space and they like squeeze in there. They're like in a middle seat of a Spirit Airlines flight. You know what I
100%.
mean?
Yeah.
It's like you're paying these people $100 million. Can you not get them some luxury?
And you're shoehorning them into these tiny little chairs. Here's your folding
Am I
chair.
wrong?
Here's
Am
your
I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, their response is, well, then we can't sell those 5 seats that go between the bench and the scorer's table. You know? But I hear you. I think you're right. I think it's funny when you watch the end of the bench and guys are literally standing up because I got no room. Because some guys are taking up 2 seats.
My guy's on the floor over here. Mark, it didn't make the players' top 10 list, but that is a great suggestion. We will tell you what the players' top 10 things they would change. We'll read a few more of your things that bother you the most, NBA fans. We'll talk a little Tigers today at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You want compliments on your lawn this summer, right? You want to be proud of it and boast, yes, it's green, it's lush. Aren't you jealous? Of course you want to do that. It's fun to do that. But really what you want to do is just pick up the phone and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. That way you can do all that because they know what they're doing. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, and you can save some green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you're going to get the early bird discount. Natural Way, they've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is key. At Natural Way, they have programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control the weeds, but you've got to start early to get the best results. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. And early treatments, they set the tone for the entire season. If you call right now for a limited time only, you can purchase a full lawn program and you're going to get free grub control, but you have to mention my name Gator and the station 97.1. Call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we'll tell you what the players want changed in the NBA. It's not a lot of Venn diagrams don't have a whole lot of overlap here. What the fans would change and what the players would change. Here's some of what the fans would change. I would change poor officiating. It's not consistent. What's a foul? Why was he teed up? Officials are sensitive sometimes, and they ref like it. Okay. This one kind of made the list.
I was going to say, I think the players would like to be able to voice their opinion on a missed call or without fear of getting kicked out of the game.
Number 5 on the most popular responses to NBA players. What would you change if you were commissioner for a day? Number 5 is penalties for referees. So there's accountability.
Does Draymond Green want to hand out a foul to a referee? That's one on you, buddy. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's 6.
Yeah,
You've been disqualified.
You got to leave, Steve Javy.
You got to go.
Kalib at Costco says on the list has to be increased salary cap. Sort of. CBA changes made it. Collective bargaining agreement changes did make it.
I had on one of my things on the list that players would want is free agency sooner.
Didn't make the list. Although that might be under CBA changes.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're pretty, what is it, 4 years? You become a free agent? 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty quick.
All right, here's what the player said. The number 1 response, 3 things got 10.5% of the vote. No back-to-backs, fewer games, and here's the other one. Rule changes in favor of the defense.
So I had more replays.
Okay.
Because you only get the 2 challenges, right?
Okay.
Players want to challenge all the time. And it's become a strategy thing now as to when you even bother calling for a challenge in the first half, and it's got to be the right circumstance to do it and all this. But I would think the players would want more replays because they're adamant about that didn't happen. Either I didn't foul him and you called it a foul, and one that I think here's one I think should happen automatically. Possession things. Like if the ball gets knocked out of bounds, you're not sure who it went off of, and you're just guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Take a few seconds to replay it if you're not absolutely sure.
Okay. All they said here is rule changes for defense. Anything else you want to add before I read the rest of these?
Those were the ones I had for the players.
All right. So rule changes for the defense, fewer games, and no back-to-backs are all tied at 10.5% of the vote. Number 4 on the list. Kang, do you have any you want to ask or suggest?
No, but I do want to say something. As you read this list out, and a lot of people, me, Gator, listeners have got things wrong, is there seems to be a disconnect between players and fans.
Yep.
And I don't think that's a good thing as far as growth of the game and popularity. I know the NBA is doing well. They had like their highest viewership in years, or maybe it's just the older people talking and complaining about what the NBA needs to change, but I don't like the disconnect. I'll say that.
Yeah. Number 4 on the list is expansion. Players want more teams.
More jobs. That's why.
That's true. More jobs. Maybe better locales to go to or more exciting locales.
That was just the Sophie Cunningham, I think.
Well, I mean, if the NBA is going to expand, people think Vegas and Seattle.
Well, Seattle, I think, is getting one, and Vegas is for sure going to get one.
Yeah, so I can see players all being all in on Vegas.
Penalties for referees was 5. CBA changes, as mentioned, was 6. With 4% of the vote, 2 things tied. End betting relationships.
I like that.
And so we're no longer inundated and just pounded constantly with the, hey, this is minus 125 to score 20 points or to have 3 assists.
You know what that tells me? It tells me if the players, I don't think the players care about that because they're not probably paying attention to the broadcast or what's being announced in the arena. I mean, maybe when they watch other games, it tells me they're getting a lot of flack on social media.
Well, I think there's that. I think the other thing is that the players recognize that the league is getting money for that and the players are not, which probably leads to CBA.
Maybe.
But I think it's like what you kind of just touched on, Doug, like death threats and things like that. Like, they don't care about your parlay, your fantasy team. Leave me alone about that crap.
Those are one of the things you get kicked out of the venue if you're a fan. If you start yelling at somebody like, I had you in my parlay, boom, you're gone.
Well, it's not like the players out there and saying, I'm going to have 8.5 rebounds tonight. The player doesn't do anything. It has nothing to do with what the number that's set for them. Tied with end betting relationships is more personal freedom of expression. So
get allowed to get fired up, or is it wearing your own? I don't know what shoes or
dude. The way they walk into arenas, I think they have plenty of personal freedom of expression, like the outfits and all that.
But is it like after a dunk to be celebratory?
Maybe
without worried about or maybe they want them to be able to trash talk and jaw at somebody, get in their face after they've done something sweet.
Yeah, what's funny about that is that stuff doesn't enhance the game as a viewer all that much.
I don't know. I was pretty fired up when Duncan Robinson was fired up.
Okay, maybe, but I don't need more. Do you need more of that?
I don't mind it.
Okay.
I don't mind it. It gets spicy.
Number 9 on the list with 3.3% of the vote. 4-point line. That's what the players said.
Well, listen, after the Pistons have knocked down a couple of buzzer beaters, yes.
Yeah. And number 10 was all-star changes. I don't know what changes they want. But there's some funny stuff here. One player wants to outlaw all foul shots until there are fewer than 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Another wanted to ease custom restrictions going into and out of Canada.
Sure.
Commissioner of the league doesn't have much say over that.
That's the time they have to go to an airport.
Yeah, maybe. That's right.
Or walk
I don't know. Actually, I don't know on those charter flights if they do get to go through customs on that hangar over on the side there at Toronto's airport or whatever, but interesting. Or do they just want to smuggle contraband into Canada?
What do you want to change? I mean,
it's flopping. It's flopping. It's flopping. I can't stand it. I think it's so unsightly, and it's a manipulation of the rules that should have nothing to do with who wins and loses. Somebody put together a montage of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in Game 1 against the Lakers. It was so bad. I think it's humiliating. I can't believe a player is like, yeah, this is the way I want to play the game.
Because it works. And I hate it too, Doug. Like, if he went to Rucker Park or Venice Beach or St. Cecilia in Detroit and tried to play like that, he'd be laughed off the court.
Yep.
That's, you know what I mean? Like, but they're getting rewarded for it. That's why if the NBA should tell the refs stop calling it, because he's just going to look like a fool.
So, actually, the one thing about that montage it did show is a lot of times it wasn't getting called. And I think the refs, are cognizant and are trying.
But I hope so, because you're right. It's something that detracts from the game, and it's a game with amazing athletes that do amazing things, and it's a great game. And you don't need to do that. It's why I can't stand it in soccer. It takes away from soccer so much. From Americans in particular that trying to watch the sport that don't get into it. And the number one complaint I think that American fans have, or if they're not even fans, but trying to tune in, is the flopping. Clean that up. Get it out of here. Get it out of the game.
Okay. Another story that has emerged in the last 24 hours is Jake Trotter of ESPN did a story about Matt Campbell, the new head coach at Penn State, who is at Iowa State. In that story, it was revealed that Matt Campbell had initially agreed to take the Detroit Lions head coaching position in 2021 before he changed his mind and stayed at Iowa State. The Lions then turned their attention to Dan Campbell and hired Dan Campbell. What do you make of this story? Or do you care? Or
Well, I think it's interesting. I think you always want to know behind the scenes stuff like, hey, who was being offered, who was being hired, and I guess the deal was that he actually had initially accepted and then said, you know what, no, I'm going back to college. And obviously we remember the Dan Campbell comments when he was hired and had his first press conference where he said, you know, I'm hoping they meant me and not Matt Campbell or whatever the line was. My first thought is I think the Lions dodged a bullet. I think they got the right guy. I don't know if Matt Campbell would have been a great coach or not. I know we discussed it, 6 years ago or 5 years ago, whenever it was. We did discuss Matt Campbell because he was a candidate for it for sure. But was a guy who had all this college experience, but not the pro football experience. And Dan Campbell had pro football experience, and the guys that played under him when he was the interim coach at Miami loved him. So I think they made the right decision, certainly in the end, but it's weird to think what would have happened if he actually had honored the commitment and said, yes, Matt Campbell's going to be the coach of the Lions.
Could have worked out. I mean, or not. Could have been way worse than this. Could have been better than this. There's no telling. The one thing that it makes me think about is, it makes me appreciate something that I don't want to give up, that Dan Campbell did bring to the table. And I truly do think it's the change of culture. The bulk of our professional lives, when you talked about the Lions, you talked about disappointment, and we still have to deal with some disappointment. But we had to talk about a lot more nonsense, a lot more off the field stuff, a lot more bickering, locker room, weird press conference. Like, it was always something. And it's not as much as it used to be. And the one thing that has happened is the vetting process that is used. Like, I'm talking in the office today. I suspect that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, if they ran the Tigers, probably wouldn't have signed Vrabel-Rousini. Because he kind of has a reputation.
He had the incident last year that everybody remembers where he crossed up his catcher after the catcher wanted him to call a timeout and a step off the mound. He didn't. He threw the pitch, and it was drilled for a home run. And then Framber throws the next pitch, crosses up the catcher. He's waiting for curveball, and here comes a fastball at him or whatever. It's possible. I guess that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think there have always been some issues with the Lions off the field, but they haven't been as serious, or they've been easily explained away with the Dan Campbell era, although that was Terry and Arnold's story is weird.
Yeah,
and
this
really
is
kind of hard to follow, but
it is hard to follow. And let's be clear here. It's not like they all choir boys.
No,
and
they're not.
No problems. It just feels like there's way fewer.
Yeah, but here's what I can't get away from thinking, though. If they were going, because when they hired Dan Campbell, they did that before they had Brad Holmes hired. But what they did was they had those guys meet, right? It wasn't long after that they announced that Brad Holmes was the general manager. They wanted to see how those two got along together because they were the two guys they really liked. If they were willing to move ahead with Matt Campbell, does that mean that Matt Campbell and Brad Holmes also would have had a symbiotic relationship?
Well, would they have? I'm sorry,
or
I
was
thought
it somebody else?
They would have had to meet, yeah. And I don't know that they would have. It might have led to Brad Holmes not getting hired.
Well, didn't Brad and Dan meet before Dan was hired? I thought that was one of the things.
I thought Dan was hired first.
He was hired first, but I'm saying, but I
did
thought
they
that
meet before? I don't know when they met on the timeline. That's a great question. 248-539-9797. Anyway, we do ask you, did you ever hire a second choice and it turned out to be an awesome decision for anybody out there? Did you ever get your second choice and it turned out to be really, really good? Maybe even better than your first choice would have been. Both you and I feel like
Mel Tucker. Kidding.
Both you and I kind of feel like they dodged a bullet here a little bit. And maybe not. I guess we don't know. We shouldn't presume that Matt Campbell wouldn't have success here.
No, but it's interesting. Matt Campbell ends up getting hired by Penn State, and he wasn't their first choice. He was like choice number 7.
Yeah. They got Matt Rule paid. That's what Penn State did. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we said we get to some Tiger stuff. They get shut out last night. Actually, I didn't watch the ninth inning. They did get shut out, right?
Yeah, they got shut out. Yeah. They had 4 freaking hits.
Well, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure they got shut out because I flipped away as they were going to the top of the ninth. And I wasn't gone for long. And when I came back, it was post-game coverage. And I'm like, well, that was quick. AJ was on this morning with the morning show. And look, this team's a little bit in survival mode right now. I think we all understand what's going on. It's injury after injury after injury, and it's just a lot of bad luck. Gleyber Torres now placed on the 10-day disabled list. He's got an oblique strain. The Scooble thing, he did have surgery, and it sounds like 2 months minimum. So there is a chance that it could be on the shorter side. They don't know. They won't know until it responds. AJ's response to that this morning was kind of funny. He's like, look, man, we can't tell you how long it's going to be right now. We hope and think it could be 2 months, but they really don't know. But there's guys starting to go through return to play protocols and throwing and between Melton and JV, they'll be getting some guys back, but right now they're just hanging on, man. And I don't know that maybe people are mad out there. You could be frustrated, but I'm not sure there's anyone to be mad at.
No, I'm not mad at this point. I'm a little frustrated that the offense lacks consistency. I know that their overall numbers look a little bit better than average, but like last night, they had 4 hits. Boston had 4 hits. Both starting pitchers actually pitched pretty well. It's remarkable when you look at the stat lines comparing Sonny Gray to Jack Flaherty. Sonny Gray pitched 5 shutout innings, gave up 4 hits and 2 walks, and only struck out 2. Flaherty was actually really good. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits and 1 walk, but 4 runs. 2 of them were earned because he had a error from Colt Keith. But he struck out 10. Like Jack Flaherty, I think he struck out the first 5 guys in the game.
Awesome.
He was looking great. Had control of his zone. His velocity was good. He was, putting it on the outer rails or on the bottom part of the zone. He looked great. And then both bullpens tossed 4 innings of no-hit baseball. There were no hits after the 5th inning. None from either team. So it just one of those games, but it was a bad series. They got swept by Boston, who was not a good baseball team. Boston was 13-21 going into the series. And the Tigers were 18 and 17 going into the series. And obviously things have changed. Now they've got Kansas City over the weekend in Kansas City. We'll see if that can be better fortunes for them. They seem to play the Royals pretty well lately, so hopefully the bats can get back to it. But we spend so much time talking about the pitching staff, and we'll see where they're at. You got Cater Montero going tomorrow night. He's pitched very well, and he's pitched well enough where I think it's in the discussion do you trust him now to be a full-time rotational guy, or is he just a placeholder? He's doing a great job as a placeholder, and some guys, that's what they are, and that's fine. And that's how they're defined. But, he's still relatively young. He's got a litany of pitches he can use, and he seems to have put things together very nicely this year.
Do I trust him? Not particularly long-term, but I kind of have to.
Well, circumstances.
We don't have any other choice.
For a little bit,
yeah. But I mean, at this point,
he's healthy.
He's a healthy guy with major league experience. I mean, right now, they could put out Chuck Money, and it would be better choice than some of the. No, I know, but he's a major league pitcher, like
Charlie Morton from last year.
Yes, the fact is, if they don't do anything, like add to the roster, and some names have started to get floated out there that could be available, but if they don't do anything, then you're probably they're probably going to take on water for some time here.
Well, I'm intrigued that first, finding out that Gleyber Torres is going to spend time in the IL. Okay, that meant that Jace Young gets an opportunity to come back, because I was disappointed that he got sent down. I understood why it was that he was sent down, because this is a first round pick, and I've always got a place in my heart for the first round picks. These are the high draft capital guys. You want to see them succeed. And Jace Young hasn't gotten a great opportunity as of yet to really make it. And he's also not young. He's well, I mean, literally his last name is Young, but he is he's an older player, right? I mean, it's not like he's 30, but it's time for him to either, do it or get off the pot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see him get that chance here at the major league level and do something. We've seen him hit the ball pretty hard, and I want him to succeed desperately. He almost had a 2 RBI base hit last night, but a great play by the right fielder to dive for the catch and make it. But maybe that's a silver line that happens with Gleyber Torres being out. The problem is Gleyber Torres is a guy who just gets on base, but give somebody else an opportunity. And this roster is going to be in flux, both the lineup and the pitching staff, until you get to the second half of the season. There's lots of auditions going on, and there's lots of injuries that are happening.
Names that have been floated out there if they try to get into the trade market. And I don't know that any of these make sense for the teams that whose names have it. Like one of them might. Sandy Alcantara, the pitcher from Miami, that team is not expected to compete. And he makes a lot of money, but and makes a lot of money in the future. He's a $17 million payroll player now, $21 million next year. He's a guy who was at one point dominant in his career, and now is, he's a 3-2 record with a 4.01 ERA and a 1.28 WHIP, 30 years old. It's a lot of money to take on for players under contract the next 2 years. Mitch Keller at Pittsburgh. Well, Pittsburgh's like flirting with being in a wild card chase here. I don't know that they're going to want to give up on a guy.
Right.
Mackenzie Gore at Texas. Mackenzie Gore at Texas is another player. He's a rental. But if you're Texas and you're a game out of first in that division, because right now that division is a lot like the American League Central. The team in first is a 500 record. Cleveland's 500. Detroit's a game back at 18-20. The Athletics, 500 at 18-18. Texas is a game back. I don't know if any of those teams are trading any of those guys.
Well,
maybe Alcantara because they want to get out from under the salary, but do we want to take on that salary?
Well, if you're getting, there's it's high risk, high reward with him, right? Because he has been so good in the past, and yet, he's also had some issues. But Mackenzie Gore is a guy who's got a high ERA right now, 4.67.
He hasn't had an ERA under 4 in 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's been since 2024. It was 3.9. Otherwise, it's always been above 4. But not. It was his career ERA is 4.22. It's not awful, but it's also, certainly not ace, not number 2 starter stuff. It's not number 3 starter numbers either. But what he does is he strikes guys out, and the Tigers really like that. 45 strikeouts in 34 2/3 innings. He's always been a more strikeouts than innings pitched kind of guy. I could see it, but you're right. Alcantara is probably something more along the lines of what they would look at, because if Miami's looking at dump payroll, that's the way to go.
Unnamed texter says, injuries have definitely been killing the Tigers, but even before the injuries, they were only playing 500 baseball. There are a lot of concerns with this team in all areas. Their record was around 500. Remember, they started the season 4-9. Okay. And then they got their act together and they were playing well above 500 when the injuries started to come, and it killed all their momentum. So I don't see them. I thought they were trending in the right direction. We're going to take over this division, but alas, it didn't happen. Should we start calling for the firing of the Tiger strength and conditioning coaches?
Here we go.
Yep. Next text. The Tigers' injury struggles are clearly the fault of the Detroit Lions strength and conditioning coaches. That's funny. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Got another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? Pistons and Cavs. We'll get back to that at noon. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Just a note on Sandy Alcantara.
Yeah. Oh, we got to clear that up.
Yeah, he is signed through the rest of this year. He's making $17.3 million this season.
Yep.
And then next year, there's a team option for $21 million, or it's a $2 million buyout.
So I said he was worth, you got him for 2 years. You don't if you don't want him.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. And this is a guy who in his career has had some really good seasons.
It's been a minute, though, right?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
got
he
his
had a
numbers in
3-year
front of you?
stretch. In 2020, he had an ERA of 3.0, but he only pitched in 7 games. Next year, he had 33 starts at a 3.19 ERA. 2022 was an all-star and the Cy Young winner with 32 starts and a 2.28 earned run average. Then his ERA jumped up to 4.14, and he got hurt. So he missed all of 2024, came back last year. His ERA was 5.36 and 31 starts. This year, through 8 starts, it's 4.01. So starting to climb back down. And he's faced more batters than anybody in baseball so far this year. So there's that. He's thrown more innings than anybody in baseball so far this year. He's already got 51 innings pitched.
Could be something to monitor moving forward. 248-539-9797. Okay. There is now another layer, more unveiling of rendezvous between Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and
still going on, huh?
and reporter Diana Rossini. I got to tell you, the blatant and open this relationship out in public, it's amazing that it was kept quiet for this long. When he was the head coach at Tennessee, recent reports have emerged, including signatures on a contract that Rossini and Vrabel signed to rent a boat together. They signed the waivers. This is in Putnam County, Tennessee. These two went to almost no effort to cover this affair up. There's so many public sightings now and records of them being together. Can you imagine Dan Campbell, just because he's our NFL head coach, that's the only thing, but renting a boat with a local news anchor? Like, those are two famous people. And they're both on the contract.
Well, the coach is certainly famous. I don't know if people before this thing could point out and say, "Oh, isn't that Diana Rossini?"
Maybe. You might be right. I mean, because of our jobs, I would have recognized Diana Rossini.
Yeah. Well,
I've seen her in public before, yes.
What I wouldn't have known is if either of them is married, because I don't really care.
Well, I wouldn't have known if she was married, but we do know that Dan Campbell's married.
This is true.
Yep.
So you're probably right about that.
Yep. But this is...
You're surprised at how brazen this was?
Yeah, it's very brazen. And the other thing is, I just keep thinking about how are these two trying to save their marriages? Because I feel like they're having to go back to their spouse and go, oh yeah, there was that too. Because it just keeps unveiling. There's more and more stuff coming out, and they have to keep answering to it. And I wonder, how much more?
Well, if you were Mike Vrabel, and you go back, it's 2 weeks ago now when the draft took place, 2 weeks ago today, where he did not participate in day 3 of the draft because he was going to be, quote, with his family to work on stuff. At that point, you have to come clean to the wife, right? I mean, you have to say about it, look, this is something that's been, yes, it was going on for a while, for years, and, then they have to work on it as a couple and as a family.
Do you think he told his wife about the boat?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he has to tell her about the boat, but if he says that, yes, this is something that has been going on for 5 years, because if put yourself in her shoes, in his wife's shoes, you're going to want to know when the hell this thing started. And then you have to make up your own determination based on what your relationship is and what you're going to do. And that's their business. And I'm not going to butt my head in their business, but in terms of putting myself in his shoes, you better have come clean with this, because obviously everything's coming out of the woodwork now with pictures at different bars and different venues, and now you got the boat receipt, or I guess. So you need to have come clean with everything. And if you haven't, then I doubt that marriage is going to last. I'm not sure if he's going to be the head coach of the New England
Well, that's
Patriots.
the next
moving forward.
layer of this that we were going to get to, and that he's in a really tough spot. And the one thing that's crazy is I have said on the air a ton that back when the Lions hired who was the dude that Matt Patricia, I wanted Mike Vrabel. He was in the market that year. He was on the coach, and the reason I wanted him is because I thought he did a great job of getting a locker room pulling in the same direction. I thought he had a lot of credibility in an NFL locker room. I think it's one of the most underrated things as a professional coach, specifically on a football team, to do, where you got 60 guys, some of them making $400,000 and others making signed contracts for $25 million a year. How do you get all of them to pull in the same direction and do what's best for the team when everybody as a business is trying to look out for themselves? I think Vrabel was a master of it, and I think he's done a great job of that. And it was something that I think is an underrated skill of a head coach. And so that's an intangible thing. And I don't know that strength doesn't get undermined by this story.
Well, one thing that it does.
He just took a team to the Super Bowl, man.
I got it. I got it. But if, sometimes people will say it shows that he's human, right? People make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Now, you can have your own opinion on how big a mistake this is and how you feel as a person that this has happened, but everybody reacts to it differently. So it's now, if you're New England, you have to see how this affects the players in the room. Does the coach still have the trust of the players in the room? Does the coach still have the trust of his assistants and the front office? And then you have to make a determination if you're going to move forward or if you're going to perhaps fire him with cause, and you'd certainly have cause.
Yeah, and to stick with the football element of it, Gator, is if he's truly trying to repair his relationship with his wife, how much can you divide that with being an NFL football coach where we know these guys pour in hours and hours and stay hours after everyone else has gone home into coaching a football team, right? Because that affects your on the field. If all you care about is on the field, you do have to worry about what's going on in his personal life, other than just the fact of whether the players respect what he's saying or not. Because how much I don't know how you can split the two up if you can't go to couples therapy for one weekend during the draft and be like, we're good.
No,
I would assume not. But
I would hope that it's that more than that. But I can't put my own morality and what I deem as character issues here. I can't put that on him. That's for me. It's for me to determine with myself. I don't know whatever works for him is going to work for him, and within his own family. It's between he and his wife, and if they can get past this, if they're fine with this moving forward, then so be it. She already understands as a wife, it's got to be hell to be the wife of an NFL coach because of the hours they put in.
Very difficult.
And because of the travel that takes place. There's a
hell
lot
might
there.
be a bit strong, Gator.
Well, but there's benefits too. Of course, there's benefits to it. Obviously, he makes a hell of a living, but it's what you're willing to put yourself through.
The market on Kalshi for him being the head coach for the opener has gone from 78% to 77% to 64%.
I don't know what that means.
It means the odds that you can place a wager, if you will, on whether or not he'll be the head coach for the opener. But I just think when you're a head coach like him, and what I think his strengths were, I think he just undermined his greatest strength as a coach. Some coaches are great X's and O's guys, and have unbelievable staffs. I think
he's also capable of having one hell of a speech, mea culpa,
and we don't
in front of his team.
We also don't know anything about the personal relationships, like Rousini and her husband, or Vrabel and his wife. Did they have open relationships? Right. Or was this? Anyway, crazy story. 248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff responds to something the Cavs said next. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. After Donovan Mitchell said he might need to start flopping in order to get more calls against the Pistons, J.B. Bickerstaff was asked about the topic after practice yesterday. Here's what he had to say. In other Pistons news today, Duncan Robinson has been named the NBA Cares Bob Lanier Community Assist Award winner for the month of April. Robinson had 19 points and 5 threes in Game 1 on Tuesday. Tonight, he and the Pistons try to go up 2-0 on the Cavs. Detroit is favored by 3.5 points to do so on FanDuel. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. The pregame show starts here on 97.1 at 6:35. Lakers Thunder at 9:30 tonight is the other NBA game on tap this evening. OKC leads 1-0 in that series. In college basketball news, the Players Era Championship is making some changes ahead of its second installment this Thanksgiving. Michigan won the event and the $1 million prize last season. This year, the Wolverines are heading back there and will participate in the 16-team bracket with the likes of Gonzaga, Alabama, Tennessee, Miami, and others. For Michigan State football, their kickoff time against Notre Dame was announced today. The two schools will meet in South Bend on September 19th for the first time in 9 years. Kickoff will be in a primetime slot at 7:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We were talking about how it appears Matt Campbell let it be known that he had accepted the Detroit Lions head coaching position back in 2021 and then changed his mind and backed out, and the Lions instead hired Dan Campbell. And we asked, did your second choice ever turn out to be elite? Any facet of life, whether it was a hire, relationship, a roommate. I avoided a roommate disaster once. Somebody I was going to live with and then it fell through and then found out that he had some issues later that I didn't know about. From an unnamed texter. Oh, I'm sorry.
And you got Rico.
Well, that was dorm assignment. My wife was a good second choice. That's from an unnamed texter. Mike in Clarkston. My best friend proposed to a girl right after college. She said no. He ended up proposing to and marrying her longtime friend and roommate. They are still married 31 years later with 5 kids and several grandkids. Second best ended up being best for all.
Nice.
This one, Blake Miller was my second choice, hoping he outperforms Monroe Freeling in years to come.
You mean Monroe Freeling? Do we still call him Monroe now? No,
I don't know, dude. You do whatever you want.
I don't know.
Well, what's going to happen is people are going to wonder down the road as we get further and further away from when, they've packed Kuiper away here for some time.
Right? He's got back into the coffin.
Yeah. So years from now, when he's no longer talking about, the reason Gator calls Monroe Freeling is because that's how Kuiper said his name. All right, so you just heard that soundbite from JB. The original soundbite came from Donovan Mitchell. What started the conversation was what Donovan Mitchell had to say after Game 1 when he was asked about how the game went for him. Let's just play it for you. Here's what he said after Game 1. Okay, so there's a couple things there. I don't know what the question was. So I'm going to cut him some slack and say, you know me, I don't complain in the midst of a complaint. But if he was asked about not getting to the free throw line, it is kind of remarkable that in 8 postseason games, he has now shot 18 total free throws. That's a quarter for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And, you know, to me, it's not a quarter. It's an over-exaggeration, but you get the point.
Half a quarter.
It's more like a half. But, yeah, he doesn't get to the free throw line. And I would, I mean, in very fundamental way, I agree with him if he is getting fouled. I hate that a flopper could get rewarded. Kang brought it up during the Pistons Orlando series, and I've been mad at Kang a lot lately, and that might be worse than his selection in the Mexican food draft when he took elote corn right before I picked. When he made the suggestion that he thought when the Pistons were down 3-1, he thought Cade had to start flopping because they were running double teams at him, and it was really physical, and he doesn't flop. And I'm like, I guess whatever it takes. And I'm embarrassed that I said that because I don't want to win that way. And it's a dreadful part of the NBA product.
If you're Donovan Mitchell, you have to ask the question, has he changed his style of play in the playoffs, or are the referees calling it differently? Because during the regular season, it's pretty consistent when you look at his numbers month by month by month by month. He was averaging 6 free throws a game.
Was he?
Yeah, and he's knocking out like 5 out of 6 shots. It was really consistent with that. In the playoffs, he is he's not averaging that. He's averaging 2 free throws a game. 1 trip to the free throw line per game.
Yep.
Basically. I mean, it was a 1 game against Toronto, game 3, where he did not get to the free throw line. The game before that was only once. He's had a couple games against Toronto where he didn't get to the free throw line. So is it because the officials are allowing physical play, or is it because Donovan Mitchell has changed his style of play? I mean, when I watched him play the other night, I mean, this looks like a guy can get his shot off anytime he wants.
This goes back to something I said last hour about how I think they're letting them play in the postseason. There is, I think, a high percentage of physical contact that's not getting called. And do I think players have gotten better at defending at the rim without fouling? I actually do, but it looks to me like it's been consistent. Not a lot of fouls called.
He's also been handled pretty well by the opposing defenses after the first 2 games of the series against Toronto. He had 32 points and 30 points in the first 2 games and was shooting at 56% during those games. Since then, his shooting percentage has gone down to 44, 25, 41, 42, 45, and then shot 47% against the Pistons. So far less than what he was in the first 2 games. Teams have adjusted too, perhaps, and how he's defended. Everybody's learning something in the playoffs.
Here's what J.B. Bickerstaff, another soundbite, when this was brought up to him, here's what he had to say. Jeremy Otto with the question. Our update guy and reporter here.
Intrepid.
He's something, man. He always gets people that are tangentially related to stories and gets sound bites from them, and it's kind of awesome.
I was watching him after the game, Jeremy Otto, in the locker room.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of media there, as you would expect in the playoffs, and cameras and microphones all over the place. And Jeremy comes in late, and I'm like, oh, man, this is going to be tough for Jared to get in there and get some sound.
Because you can't physically get close enough. Yeah.
And I'm like, look, I will block for you. I will, create a wedge. And he's like, no, I'll just go around the other side. And he did. Good for you. He's working hard.
Like he will get media members that covered a player that the Lions draft. Actually, he was the one that got Dabo on Blake Miller. He would get people tangentially related to stories to get sound bites for updates. Like for this story, the flopping story, if Jeremy Otto did this in a update, he would say, for more on flopping, I contacted European soccer star Mbappe to understand the dynamics of flopping. Like this is, and he'd get a soundbite from Mbappe about flopping. Anyway, so JB says it's a violation.
They don't do it. They don't teach that with the Pistons.
Who's been called for a flop? And is it an actual personal foul?
Did Bane get called for it?
Yeah, it's a violation. He's right. It is a foul, and there's a hand signal for it and everything.
Oh, it's this.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
okay.
So that's why they're saying.
Yeah, I gotta remember the hand signal.
It just doesn't get called a lot. That's all.
It should.
Well, I get annoyed like in hockey because they call embellishment in hockey, but they always call it in conjunction with the penalty. Like, let's say it's a trip and it's also embellishing and both guys go off the ice. I'm like, well, it's one or the other.
Yeah, why is it both?
Yeah, don't send them both off. Okay, if it's a tripping call, then it's a tripping call. But if it's embellishing,
does that mean it wasn't a trip?
I mean, I guess in some cases it could be both, but
Kang, what do you make of this from JB?
JB sending his message back
to
the referees. Donovan's planting the seed that, hey, man, I need to get to the line more. And JB's saying, remember, guys, if he's faking and flopping it, that's a violation. So we're not going to play that because he knows the style of play the Pistons play is physical and they put pressure on you. One of the things they did really well in game one was they caused a lot of turnovers from the Cavs. And some people think the Cavs, they were self-inflicted. I think it's more of the Pistons playing defense, the way they were capable of playing defense. So JB wants his team to continue to be playing physical and on the ball. He's got to tell the refs, you got to let us play because if they start flopping, don't fall for that.
248-539-9797. Interesting back and forth in the media between games. In the meantime, we asked earlier, and we want to hear from the noon audience, what do you want to see more of tonight? What do you expect to see more of tonight from our Detroit Pistons? It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797.
Well, it's interesting. We've been talking about Donovan Mitchell and is he going to flop? Is he not going to flop? And he's obviously talking about, and maybe I need to do more of that. And we talk about it from the betting aspect. The over-under for points for tonight for Donovan Mitchell is 26.
What do you have, 23 in the opener?
Something like that, yeah. But I don't think he hasn't scored this since like game 2 of the series against Toronto.
I expect a big game from him tonight.
I kind of do, but I was hoping it was going to be less than 26.
Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away. You want local guys that get 5-star reviews, local guys that put extra time and effort in, local guys that get the job done right the first time. They'll show up. If you have a garage repair necessary, they've got every part for every garage door on their trucks. They'll show up on time, and they'll get it fixed expediently. And let me tell you something else about them. We're getting a new garage door put in actually tomorrow, and we already know what it's going to look like because they sent us an image of what it was that garage door will look like on our house. They can do the same for you. They'll walk you through all the different garage doors you can choose from and help you find one that makes sense for your home. So if you need to repair a new garage door, call my friends at M&M Garage Door, 844-ONLY-DOOR, or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. For more on flopping, Jeremy Otto gets on Fontenot Middle School drama coach for a soundbite. It's the kind of thing Otto does.
You sell it with your face as much as you do with your arms. Flair.
248-539-9797. We do have some college football news that's kind of cool. So this started with Alabama canceling a home-and-home with Oklahoma State. Is that correct?
That's correct. And they're replacing that.
Alabama is replacing it. Are you saying Alabama or Oklahoma State?
Well, start with Alabama because they're doing they're backed out of Oklahoma State so that they can add Ohio State.
Fun. Home and home.
Yeah.
Love it.
So then Oklahoma State has now replaced their schedule with Michigan State for 28 and 29. Yeah.
Fun. Love that too. So the more Power 5 versus Power 5 games, I guess it's Power 4. I don't know what we're going to do with the Pac-12 and their whole dynamic with Washington State, Oregon State, Boise State, and a bunch of other
They
Mountain
actually have
West-ish.
12 to make it 12, but then we're the Big Ten and they've got 18. So
we'll figure that out eventually, or not. Anyway, Oklahoma State. So first trip to Oklahoma State comes in 2 years.
Yeah.
2028 season. So
2028 season.
And then a return trip to Spartan Stadium in 2029.
Yeah, and they also announced earlier today that the Michigan State Notre Dame game in South Bend will be a night game.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame has 4 night games.
Fill up those night slots. Let's go.
Home game. There's 3 home games that are at night, and then they have the game at Lambeau against Wisconsin. It's a night game as well. I don't know if any of the road games have been announced yet, but a lot of night games.
All right, here's some feedback coming in regarding when the second choice worked out better than the first. And we don't know that Dan Campbell's worked out better than Matt Campbell, but that story on ESPN yesterday, Matt Campbell said he accepted the Lions job and then changed his mind. The Lions hired Dan Campbell instead. It was a feature by ESPN writer Jake Trotter about the new Penn State coach, Matt Campbell, and that's where that little nugget of information was revealed. And we're pretty happy with Dan Campbell. I think most of Detroit, heck, everybody in the NFL seems to love our guy, but ultimately we need him to get to the mountaintop. He's done really good work here. Not good enough yet, but when your second choice worked out better than your first, a couple of weeks ago, writes an unnamed texter, at Hungry Howie's, I ordered the pepperoni pleaser. I ended up getting a chicken bacon ranch. It was absolutely delicious.
How about that? Open up that pizza. Wait, this isn't, and then you're just too lazy to try to go back and exchange it. Like, well, we'll live with it. And then it ends up being better. Happy mistake.
Pedro in Memphis, Michigan says, getting Ben Wallace instead of John Amici.
Is that good?
Yep. Playoff basketball is more physical, and they always let them play. That's from Dan. I want to say something about Donovan Mitchell here. Making those comments, he's no different than we were when we were frustrated in the Orlando series. And when I say we, I mean specifically us here, 10-2. Like, we talked about whether or not Cade needed to flop more. Donovan's asking the question and saying it out loud. I hate that he even has to do this. I hate that we brought it up last week. I'm ashamed that we brought it up last week. But maybe it was 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, because it sucks. So I'm not trashing Donovan Mitchell here. But there is this back and forth. Mitchell said what he said publicly about maybe I should, about not getting to the line enough when he's a dribble drive player. Now, I also think he probably, my recollection is, had more pull-up jump shots. Maybe didn't drive to the basket and try and fight through contact as much as he remembers.
Yeah, I think one thing is he shoots a lot of threes, especially during the playoffs right now. And he gets to the lane, but he stops short, and he has that real nice floater because it works for him. But if you want the foul, you're going to have to go into the chest of these guys right to the rim. And I think that, and of course, it's from a Pistons perspective, I think that the whistle seemed fair for Donovan Mitchell because I don't think he's, like I said, he's shooting a lot of threes, and he's kind of doing the floater.
A lot of floaters.
Yep, instead of actually just getting to the rack and forcing the contact.
He's so good with that floater,
He's very good, and I appreciate the ethical baskets that he's put up there, but this is gamesmanship. You want some calls, then you don't have to straight up flop, but guys might start embellishing a little bit more.
Let's go to Terry next on 97.1. Hello, Terry.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I think it's even more fundamental than the current discussion about flopping. It just defies logic. It defies physics. The number of pro and increasingly college basketball players who, as they go to the hole, somehow end up on the floor. The collisions, the contact simply don't warrant the direction they usually fall or that they fall at all and it's something you didn't see. You fundamentally didn't see 10 and 20 years ago. If there was an edict, just for the sake of discussion, if there was an edict issued that any player who ends up on the floor can't get a foul called, I would guess that 75 to 80% of the time that would be the right outcome, the right no call, because there's just no physical reason they should end up on the floor. It's ruined the game in my view.
See, I kind of disagree. I mean, sometimes when you're driving the ball to the basket, you have to contort in such a way that you can't help but end up on the floor.
Replays are what tend to give it away. If you watch,
true, but
particularly when players end up on their backsides with their legs extended in front of them, or end up on the ground outside the 3-point line. There's just no logic for it.
What's funny about this? Well, I think it
makes it difficult to watch the game.
I do agree it's difficult to watch a game. I disagree that there are no times that there's no logic in ending up on the floor. I love the concept, though, that you have to stick the landing to get a foul call.
Well, guys like to hit the floor and embellish it for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with the caller. Like, you see Joel Embiid, a 7-footer who's on the floor more than guards are? But and I know it's an awkward situation sometimes. Sometimes it's warranted, but a lot of times I think he's just falling down.
To be clear here, there are times it happens. The caller said there's no logical reason you should ever end up on the floor, and that's where I disagree with him. But, yeah, there are plenty of occasions where a player will launch themselves into the photographers there in the first row in an effort to get a call. But, we'll see if the off-court messaging to officials gets through and anything's different tonight. By the way, a total non-story that we haven't even touched on is that J.B. Bickerstaff did get that contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the reasons why it's a non-story, first of all, those negotiations started during the regular season, most likely late in the regular season. So it got announced after the Orlando series. He didn't get an extension because they won a round in the playoffs. He got an extension for his body of work here. But I think probably the biggest reason this is a non-story in Detroit, and I don't think we got one text about it. I'm not sure, Kang. Did you see any text about J.B. Bickerstaff's contract extension?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay.
I think once they got past the first round and then it was announced, I think that it kind of that's what makes it a non-story, right? Because they got past the first round.
Yeah, I think it's a non-story no matter what, because when the owner showed he paid Monty Williams $65 million to go away, I think he'll pay anybody to go away. Yeah, and so any commitment to J.B. Bickerstaff is a great financial windfall for J.B., but I don't think if the job isn't getting done here, I think Tom Gores has proven he'll eat a lot of money to make it right. Now, maybe he doesn't want to do it again.
Yeah, and at this point, we don't know what the extension is.
That has not been announced yet, has it?
No, it has not.
Okay. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, embellishment in hockey requires an actual penalty be committed, and the victim then then dramatizes it. A straight up flop can be called a penalty, but it would be an unsportsmanlike conduct or misconduct. That's from Cam in Battle Creek, card carrying member of the hockey elite. He writes, I think they should embarrass the people that get called. If you flop in hockey, whether there was a penalty committed or not, I don't think they should call it unsportsmanlike conduct. I think they should call it flopping. Embarrass the player. Flopping, you wuss. Flopping, you embarrassment to the game. Call it that.
You embellisher.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. All right, coming up, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
That's the biggest smile I've seen you flash in a long time.
All right, if you're not watching on Twitch or YouTube, get to Twitch or YouTube quick. See what I'm about to unveil. I'll describe it for those of you that don't have access. It is a radio show. Perhaps you. God darn it! I feel a loss here. Perhaps though you heard that leading into the Piston Cavalier series, somebody texted and said that we were selling false hope.
Was it Kyle?
No. It was Austin.
Austin, sorry.
We were selling false hope, and we had Homer Cope that the Pistons could win this series, Cavs in 4. So the Karsh Casino opened up, and I said, all right, Austin, case of beer. I will bet the Pistons win a game.
This was not a give and take between it. It's not like I don't think he texted again.
I don't know that he did or he didn't. We don't see him all.
No, but this does not happen often.
Austin just showed up at work with a 30-pack of Busch Light Apple, baby. My man. Woo!
Hey, Doug.
So here's the...
Hey, buddy.
You want one?
Okay.
All right, a 29-pack. Austin, I wish I could have shook your hand. That's awesome. You didn't need to do that. But well done.
Like the first person to do it.
I actually did it. Champ of the week. I'll do the rest of the show. Should we crack one of these? Probably not.
You're asking the wrong one.
Probably a bad idea. I got the 30-pack of Busch Light Apple thanks to Austin.
Did you have a margarita yesterday again or no?
Did not. No.
I know what you're doing
But,
today.
hey, Austin, you're awesome. And good for you for following through on it. And I wish I could have met you. Give you a tour of the
I
studio.
think you should hold that up again.
What's that?
Hold that up again for all to see.
Oh, on the video show?
Yeah.
There it is, the Busch Light Apple.
The people are excited for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is hard to find. It's back, but it is hard to find. All right, Gator, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
If it's Busch Light Apple, the answer is yes. It's so funny when I think about Busch Light Apple, Doug.
What's that?
Because I think of in my life, in my adult life, of course, after the age of 21, of drinking beer. If confronted with Busch Light or Busch, it was like, if we have to, it was a budgetary thing, right?
Yep.
But I'll seek out Busch Light Apple.
Dude, it's not for everybody. I got it, but
Right.
I think it's a great summer and fall beer.
It's not like syrupy.
No.
Like some beers can be syrupy. I used to like the Sam Adams Cherry Wheat, and then that became a little syrupy for me. This is pretty good consistency.
So for those of you new to the show, Are You Going to Eat That? We find new menu items and new things available in stores and ask Gator and Kang, and I guess they answer them as well. Nobody cares what I have to say about whether or not they will consume these things moving forward. And we start with Oreos, Gator. You're a fan of Oreo cookies?
I just finished a package of Oreos yesterday.
A whole package, or you just
finally
finished
one
it
day.
off?
Finally finished off. It took like a week or so.
All right, so you know the Bomb Pop?
4 days. Yeah.
The red, white, and blue
Yes.
tasty treat from the ice cream truck when you're a kid?
It's delicious. Have one kind of every other 4th of July. I'll end up with one of those.
Every other. Okay, so
I'd say every one, but it's
Oreo has come out with a limited edition. They're calling it the Firecracker Pop Cookies. The nostalgic frozen treat, playing off the nostalgic frozen treat. They layer blue raspberry, lemon, and cherry flavored between 2 golden Oreo cookies. There's a picture that I can show you. You can see the package of the Oreo, what is it called? Firecracker limited edition cookies. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I'm going to eat the hell out of that, Doug. First of all, I might be in a minority here, but I'm a bigger fan of the golden Oreo. I love the original Oreos are great, but I like the golden Oreo even better. I will try. I don't even care what the fillings are for the most part because I just like the cookie part. But yeah, I will try this because it's nostalgic for me. I love a good bomb pop.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm going to try this. I don't think I'll like it better than the regular Oreo, but it's definitely worth a try, and I think it might actually be pretty good.
So there's a couple things I know. One is that I typically do not like blue raspberry flavored things and most lemon flavored things. So I will pass on this, but it is tempting because it's very colorful and pretty. But I would just stick with the regular Oreos. All right, next up, Crush. And you remember Crush soda?
Like Orange Crush?
Yeah. They're bringing back something from the 90s called Big Troppa Punch. Here's the catch. The exact flavors of Big Troppa Punch weren't listed, but the can's branding does have strawberry and pineapple on it. Are you interested? This is according to Southern Living. Are you interested in the Crush Big Troppa Punch? Somewhat undefined.
That diabetes in a can? That just, I mean, how sweet does that sound? I'm going to stay away from that. That's probably not
too much.
Not good for my lifestyle.
Can you?
If they had 0 sugar, would you try again?
Yes.
I am a big fan of Crush Orange, the regular Crush. I would try the strawberry and grape, but I don't think I would like it better than just regular orange. It does sound very sweet, Gator. You're correct about that. Just like you're just basically drinking syrup.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you, because you say you don't think it sounds better than the regular, but you'll try it. And this is why I always say no to these things. If it doesn't sound better than the regular, then I'll just get the regular.
Can it still be good?
Yeah, it can still be good, Gator.
It can still be good,
Yes.
but the question is, are you going to eat that? And I guess these are things I wouldn't try. And this is where I run into a lot of roadblocks. But
Yeah.
you'll
But
try.
that's a you thing.
Yeah, that's true. I know.
Not the
I
rest
know.
of us.
Right.
Fair enough. I'm out on that. Twix. This is kind of interesting.
Love Twix.
Twix
Left
has
or right Twix?
Well, let me tell you what this is.
Okay.
Twix has an all-new Twix Skull as part of its Halfway to Halloween campaign. This is a Twix bar that features the same iconic combination of cookie caramel and shortbread cookie, but packaged into a fun new skull shape in honor of Halfway to Halloween. Gator, are you going to eat that? Twix Skull.
What, like a 3-dimensional skull? Like it's like a ball, or is it like a flat skull?
I think it looks like a flat skull.
Yeah, I mean, it's still Twix. Sure.
Okay.
It sounds like it's like more of a bite-sized Twix as opposed to, chomping on the Twix stick.
So Gator will eat the Twix Skull. Can you? Twix Skull?
Yeah, I'm in. It's just, I mean, it's still candy. It's not real bits of skull, right?
Right. Not that we know of. It's still
Yeah.
Twix.
Yeah, and exactly. That's what I mean. They do this all the time with Twix or other candies, but yeah, I'm down with it.
Where do you rate Twix, 1 to 10?
1 to 10, 10 being really good.
Yeah.
7, 7.5.
I'm kind of like an 8.5 on Twix.
Yeah, sounds like it. You really like it.
Yeah, it's hard to, I mean,
You like the caramel?
Love it. It's a great combination. Doug?
No. I can't remember the last time I had a Twix. And because if I'm going to get candy, I got my go-tos and I'm perfectly fine with them. This doesn't sound better than any of those.
You just really
I'm
stubborn.
just being honest. I'm never going to eat this.
Why? You don't branch out ever.
Not true. I branch out if it sounds better than what I would normally
That's
get.
the issue I have, Gator, with Doug, is it doesn't have to be better than that.
It could be
still
just as good, but you don't know unless you try it.
But when you are figuring out, okay, where am I going to live a little, I choose to stay in my comfort zone.
But it's like if somebody offered some kind of candy that let's say it's peanut butter and chocolate and it's a peanut butter Twix, for instance, right? Mm-hmm. Peanut butter and chocolate with the Cookie Crunch. You're probably going to say no because I like the Reese's peanut butter cup. So why would I venture out?
If somebody offers it to me free, I would try it. That's a big difference.
Okay.
I know for a fact I will never purchase a Twix Skull. So when this comes up, I say no, which is fine. Like, to each their own, right?
Yeah, that's what we say.
McDonald's is offering up new refreshers. A specialty beverage rolled out yesterday. 3 lemonade-based refreshers and dirty sodas as well. Added to the menu, they are strawberry watermelon refresher, the mango pineapple refresher, the blackberry passion fruit refresher, the Sprite berry blast, and the orange dream. I have descriptions of all of these if you want them, but it would take a long time to read them all. Are you going to try any of these?
These are all full sugar, not
yes,
zero
apparently.
sugar.
I don't think there's
all right, so let's just say, because they do sound intriguing to me. I and they sound intriguing with let's make an adult and throw some either tequila or vodka or rum in the mix with any of these, and it sounds like it'd be a pretty good summer drink to have. Mm-hmm. But I got to have the liquor in there and a lot of ice.
So is there one that stands out to you that I mentioned?
What was the first one? Was lemonade?
Strawberry watermelon refresher.
Yeah, I would try that.
Okay. Kang, you?
God, I just made fun of you for, your stupid rule or whatever, and I might have to use that stupid rule here. Which is, so my issue is, if I go to McDonald's, I always get a Coke, or orange high C. Those are the two top drinks for me.
Right, because the mix is always perfect.
It's perfect. So it's hard for me to stray from anything else, even though these sound fine. They don't sound like gross or anything like that, but
let me help you out with that.
Okay.
If you know that they always get the mix right on the Coke and the high C, wouldn't it stand to reason they'd also get the mix right on these?
You would think so, and there's only one way to find out.
Gotta try it.
I gotta try it. And so Gator talk me into it.
Okay, so it's 2 yeses. I think the mango pineapple refresher sounds elite. So I would actually try that.
That screams add tequila.
I'm not disagreeing, but I think that sounds elite.
Add tequila.
Not in the Happy Meal version, though.
Dr. Pepper. I feel like we have a Dr. Pepper one every week. Dr. Pepper has come out with Summer Americana merch.
Oh, here we go. Merch.
A collection that celebrates its vintage style and timeless classic. Dr. Pepper new merch features an array of summer must-haves, such as towels, ice buckets, T-shirts, button-ups, and denim jackets. Gator, are we going to see you rocking the Dr. Pepper denim jacket this summer?
You will not see that. Would I consider an old school T-shirt of some kind? Yeah, I'd consider that. Probably hit me more up during September when we get to Fansville. I'd consider getting a Fansville jersey for State. Let's go State.
I thought the denim jacket would be up your alley, man.
No, that's not.
No?
Ed Sheeran. Satin jacket.
Jacket's
Dr.
different.
Pepper denim jacket? No. So you're a yes, though. We're kind of a yes here?
Yeah, I'd like to, I like to venture out with T-shirts. Got a million T-shirts, so.
Can you?
No, I'm not going to be rocking any of the Dr. Pepper stuff.
I kind of want to see the T-shirts. If they're kind of cool vintage, I could see getting that. Finally, Ore-Ida has come out with different shaped tater tots. These are called the Dino Tots. They come in 4 prehistoric shapes: T-Rex, Triceratops, Brontosaurus, and Dino. Are you going to eat the Ore-Ida Dino pack?
I will, because I know we had we had a discussion last week or a couple weeks ago about the Dino chicken nuggets, and I'm like, I don't want to press those, and it just seems weird. This is a potato, right? You can form a potato however you want. And I like dinosaurs. I want to see it. I grew up loving Triceratops and Brontosaurus and Tyrannosaurus Rex and Allosaurus and all the stuff. Ankylosaurus and Pteranodon and all of it. Yeah.
Real bits of T-Rex?
Well, yeah, extracted from amber from a mosquito.
Bee or mosquito, yeah. Can you?
Yeah, I'd try one for sure. The one that looks like a footprint of a dinosaur, that looks cool. But one of the toes right off.
Yeah.
Claw, yeah.
Yeah, I'm never going to get these. There's no way.
And that turned into a dinosaur.
Do you not like tater tots?
Yeah, but I never buy them. Sometimes when they're on a menu, I might get them, but I can guarantee I will never buy these things. So, do you act like you're surprised every single time?
Well, it's potatoes. It's not like added sugar. We're not talking about sweet
So I will
tarts.
get, if I'm going to get one of those potato treats, I will get the breakfast hash browns. And I'll make the breakfast hash browns, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, I'll just go with real potatoes.
What if they added with
This is real potatoes, man.
Yeah, there's nothing unreal about this.
Yeah, it's not real
Regular
dinosaur in there,
potatoes. I'll make regular potatoes.
What about this with a lotte corn? Wouldn't that be good? Too soon?
Corn is. Hey, it's not like he took it off my plate for the entire summer.
I thought those were the rules.
That's the rules. Yeah,
those are the rules.
You're done, dude. Sorry.
Well, damn. I need to take these drafts more seriously. And by the way, no margaritas for you guys then all summer long.
That's all right. I got to
Wait a second. No beer.
Intake.
No beer. No beer, Kang.
I'll
all
be taking
summer.
that on the way out.
You owe me a case of beer, by the way.
Do I?
Yeah, you do. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. Plus a change to a very popular sport has been approved. We'll get to that today at 12:53 on 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
I owe you beer?
Yeah. Yep. Case of beer. I'll take Busch Light Apple.
What do I owe you a beer for?
So, during March Madness, you made a bet with Birchie.
Yeah, I owe Birchie a 12-pack.
Oh, is it a 12-pack?
Mm-hmm.
He said case.
No, we determined it was going to be a 12-pack.
Okay. Well, I'll find out what he says.
Oh.
Yeah. But then Birchie turned around and made it was on the UConn Michigan State game. UConn beat Michigan State. He made the same bet with me. UConn versus Michigan. He lost Ergo, the case you owe Birchie actually gets passed along to me. I know you hate this, but
no, I don't hate it. I mean, just it makes it easier for me because I've been every time I see Birchie at the games, I think, okay, well, I don't see Birchie in the building all that often, and I need to get him that 12-pack of beer because I pay off my bets, but I don't ever know when I'm going to see Birchie next, and
kind of hard.
Yeah, so
this makes it easier.
It's easier. I can just all right. So
is it a case or a 12-pack?
It's a 12-pack.
Pretty sure Birchie said case.
Well, I'm no kidding, really. Birchie thought it was going to be a case.
I just got a text. He said keg.
Yeah, right.
He actually said you owe me a brewery.
Yeah, and Birchie owes me a meal. Although I just said lunch. We had a lunch bet on I think Michigan State UConn hockey.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So we talked yesterday about the college football playoff. The American Football Coaches Association had approved and will recommend that they expand the college football playoff from 12 to 24 teams, starting in, I believe, 2 years. We gave you all the reasons why we hate that, but this is a result of money grabs. Everything's a money grab now. I think the dumbest person to want this is anybody associated with the Big Ten, because under the current setup and the current finances, the way the money is doled out, the Big Ten has been flexing its muscle, and quite frankly, I don't know why the Big Ten would want anything to change. Because this is going to lead to more money, and it's going to spread the money around, and maybe the Big Ten will make more, and maybe it won't change anything. But why would you want to mess with the system? But I'm also making decisions for reasons other than maximizing profits, which is driving college athletics and athletics in general. So you follow that up with a report today from, I believe it was Pete Thamel, that they have approved, they're going to vote to approve the expansion of March Madness from the final steps to expand March Madness from 68 teams to 76 teams. How do you feel about these two expansions basically getting pushed through in the last couple days? 12 to 24, 68 to 76.
I mean, I don't like it in either form. It's not going to affect me one bit in the college basketball because I don't pay attention until it gets to 64 because that's the tournament. It's a 64-team tournament. Even if they want to call it 76 or whatever, I don't pay attention to that. It starts that Thursday for me. So I can ignore it unless it's going to change how they get to this, how they get to the Thursday.
Well, this is a change.
Well, but it's a change beforehand. Or is it going to start with, are they get down to 64 teams on that Thursday?
They will be at 64 by Thursday.
That's all I care about. So it doesn't affect
me. It's one of the weirdest stances
I don't
you
care.
have.
You can say you don't process it. I don't. I think it's ridiculous they have to play in games. It's not still not the tournament. The tournament starts at 64. You can have 100 other teams, but I care about that Thursday. That's the first day of the tournament for me.
So this doesn't bother you?
Whatever. It's stupid, but they're going to do it, and I have no say in it. All I can do is concentrate on what I care about, and that is the field of 64 on that Thursday. Football is a different story.
I feel like nobody in the world is clamoring for 76 teams.
I can't imagine anybody.
And it's the strangest thing, and I can't remember if it was Wetzel or Thamel or one of those guys on one of those ESPN podcasts made the comment that it's really not going to result in that much more money because you're not expanding the true footprint of the tournament. The tournament's kind of caught in this 3-week window where they have to get it in, and adding more games isn't going to provide that much revenue for Tuesday and Wednesday. In fact, they got to put those games on. They got to get teams out there. They've got, all the different expenses that comes with running the events. But Kang, what do you make of these two announced additions of expansions of college football and college basketball's playoff?
I don't need it. I don't want it. And it's still going to happen probably, right? And then it just goes back to money and how that kind of just dictates what the decisions that are being made above us. And I just wish they would think about, they're making a lot of money already, right? How much more money do you need? It's not like oh God, we're in the hole, we're bankrupt. What do we do to survive?
Well, yes and no. I mean, if I'm going to take up the other side here, Arkansas just dropped tennis. Now I realize that's not going to move the needle all that much, but Michigan State dropped swimming and diving, right?
Yeah.
What if you could save some of these programs by doing this? Now, unfortunately, that's probably not where the money's going to go because that feels like necessary to keep sports afloat as opposed to my wide receiver. There's a story put out there.
You know where the money's going to go.
Yes, there's a story put out there where an athletic director was asked, you have $2.5 million to spend on a wide receiver or keep the tennis program afloat. And he said, I'll take the wide receiver. So it's adding to the richest of the sports, and it's not saving the sports that actually need the money. Now, I get it. You know, you were upset when Michigan State dropped swimming and diving, but did that really lead to outrage?
No, it was just sheer disappointment, you know, because I grew up as a swimmer and, you know, my brother was a very accomplished swimmer. So I grew up around it. It mattered to me.
Okay, let's take 10 texts right now. Which bothers you more? College football, the recommendation that it's going from 12 teams to 24 in the next couple of years, or college basketball going from 68 to 76 teams? First 10 texts, sign your text, give the reason why. We'll give our reasons why. Which bothers you more? College football's expansion, 12 to 24. College basketball's expansion, 68 to 76. Get those texts in, sign them. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. New this hour, Michigan State football has announced new upcoming home-and-home series with Big 12 opponents that'll start in 2028. MSU will play Oklahoma State in Stillwater that season and then face the Cowboys in East Lansing in 2029. In 2030, they'll travel to Cincinnati before welcoming the Bearcats at home in 2031. These will be MSU's first ever games against Oklahoma State and just the third and fourth meetings all-time with Cincy. Also, the kick time for Michigan State's renewed rivalry with Notre Dame this fall was announced for 7:30 p.m. as well. That game is in South Bend. Pistons and Cavs getting ready for Game 2 this evening in downtown Detroit. Ron Holland got some run in Game 1 that he didn't really see in the first series. After practice yesterday, he talked about being ready for his moment. Tip-off at 7 o'clock tonight. We'll have the pregame show here on 97.1 at 6:35. Lakers try to even their series against the defending champion Thunder tonight. That game tips at 9:30. Only one NHL game this evening. It's Carolina and Philly at 8 o'clock with the Canes leading 2-0 in that series. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Birchie said case.
He said case, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was 12-pack, but.
No, he said 12-pack. I said, damn, I thought it was a case. And he said, F it, call it a case. I tried. All right.
Yeah, so did he. He was going to try to split it with you.
Probably. It's what guys do to each other. So we asked, which bothers you more, the college football expansion from 12 to 24, the college basketball expansion from 68 to 76? Both have been recommended for approval in the last couple of days. Do you have a answer before we read these texts that come in?
Which bothers me more?
Yep.
It's the college football one bothering me more. I understand where they're going. It's going to be a money thing, but I think it's a destruction of the college bowl system as we've seen it. But I mean, that's been devastated over the last several years because of NIL anyway, and portal transfers and everything else. So it's where it's going. I think getting over up to 24 teams is absolutely ridiculous. You know, we're talking about trying to figure out who the best team in college football is. I don't need the matchup that could. Do you think the 24th team in the country is going to take out the number one? No, these teams, the teams that are in the top 10, those are excellent football programs, and you start to water it down as you get further and further on down the line. I don't like it.
Truth is, that's the case with college basketball in 64. There's all kinds of teams that have no business playing for national championship that gets in. It's entertaining as hell. But if you look, and I can think about very tangible ways that it is watering down sports when you do this. The first is we could sit here and try very hard November, December, January, February, March, to really talk some college basketball. The sport has sold its soul for 3 weeks in March. College basketball regular season, unfortunately, barely moves the needle. You and I love it and watch it, but we've come to learn, unfortunately, the fans don't put a lot of stock in it as much as it feels like they should. And I think it's because they've watered down the regular season so much. The games, while significant for 40 minutes, the significance ends at the end of the 40 minutes. There's not a lot of long-term ramifications from the best matchups because everybody's making the tournament. Hell, you can lose another 7-8 games. You're making the tournament. College football is in danger of doing the same. We said, and I agree with you, I think the college football expansion is way worse. First of all, I went back and looked at the last few years of college football playoff rankings, okay? And if there are 2 spots reserved for non-conference winners, Notre Dame and a group of 5 team. So you go through and you start looking at, okay, who would be ranked the top 22? Because all these teams would make it. 3 years ago, 4 4-loss teams would have been in. 4. Okay, so you lose 4 games and still get to play for the ultimate prize. A ton of 3-loss teams get in. And college football had a fantastic regular season. And if you want another thing, think about this. Think about creating a dynamic for people here locally where Michigan, Ohio State at the end of the regular season has never meant less. Sure, it'll mean something in a rivalry way, but if there are two teams going to the playoffs, there's going to be less on the line than there's ever been before. So that is a needle that I didn't need moved. And the 12-team playoff, I wasn't in favor of 12. I could have lived with 8 if it was done right. But everything that we were fearful that would happen for these very reasons has happened when they went from 4, when they even went to 4. Like, okay, stop expanding. You're not going to, are you? 4 to 12, 12 to 24. And hell, before long, they're going to run into budgetary issues and there's going to be 36 teams. I mean, it is what it is. We both agree college football. King, which one bothers you more?
Yeah, make it 3 for 3. College football bothers me more. It's just when you're letting 3, 4, I don't know if there's going to be a 5-loss team there somehow because Alabama says, our conference was tougher or whatever.
Right.
Like, it gets ridiculous. And no one asked for this, right? But they know that the numbers say people watch anyways.
Yep.
So they just want more games is what they want, and they're going to do it.
Well, the truth is the crazy thing is they've been watching bowl games. Even in this new dynamic, the bowl games get decent ratings. All right, here's the 10 texts we got. And thank you, everybody, for participating. And thank you, those of you that signed your text. Jake in Freeland says, college football expanding. Mama said there'd be no more Bourbon Bowl if that happens. Next text. I'm more bothered by college basketball, but I'm more worried about college football because the 24th ranked team in the nation, let's call him 1,000. 1,000? Let's call him 1,000. Doesn't even play the same sport as number 1 Alabama or Georgia. The way the teams are built is so much different. It's like I'm watching a baseball team play a softball team. Mike at U of M, football, 12 to 24 moves 3 and 4 loss teams into the playoffs, and those teams don't deserve to be in as they didn't play well enough. Kent in Spring Arbor says, basketball's expansion bothers me more because there aren't even 64 good enough teams.
There aren't.
Nick in Livonia, college football by far. I don't think having a full AP top 25 in a playoff is good for the sport. From Jeff in Rock Hill, South Carolina, college basketball. With all the portal activity, the big schools will be the only teams at the end. I think they should reduce the number of teams. I think they should reduce the number of teams in the tournament. Wow. College football. I agree the college basketball tournament doesn't start until Thursday. Whatever happens before, fill your boots. It's from Austin, Washington. I don't know what that means. What is fill? You ever heard the term fill your boots?
No, let's read that one again in the context.
I agree the tournament doesn't start till Thursday. Whatever happens before, fill your boots.
I don't know.
Riley from Indy. Football to 24 drives me nuts unless they decide to do away with the bowl games. Makes the bowl games turn into a charity cases. They already are.
Well, somewhere where I've become less disdainful of the whole thing about, okay, we're losing this, and I used to think, well, we're putting too much on the plate for college athletes. They're getting paid now, so they're professionals at this point. They're entry-level professionals all the way up to full-blown CEO type with the pay that these guys get. It's all throughout that. But they are getting paid now. So I suppose I should care less about the pressures and the constraints it puts on somebody who's going to college. Okay, well, I mean, you chose this life, and now you're getting paid for it. I guess I shouldn't care as much, but it still bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I wonder how much, if you look at, I'll give you an example. College basketball's March Madness tournament is so popular. The NBA created a bizarre in-season tournament, and they give out a cup because they're like, let's try this brackets thing. Like the NBA wants the one-and-done brackets in the middle of their season to capture the one-and-done excitement of college basketball, and it is one of the strangest, most convoluted things I've ever seen. Of course, you look over to professional soccer in Europe, it feels like there's all kinds of titles being played for concurrently. Maybe that's a little bit what motivated the NBA too, but there's no prestige in the NBA Cup. Is college...
Whoa.
Oh, should I strike that from the record?
Maybe you want to hit the dump button. Let's just erase it completely from the record.
If you think about, is college football trying to capitalize on Cinderella?
Yes, sure. The intrigue that, the underdog can battle through and get there. Sure, they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird because it seems like they're just trying to justify what's happened over the last few years. Like when Indiana crashed the party a couple years ago, people they never should have been there. They got beat by Notre Dame in that playoff game, and everybody's, they shouldn't have been there in the first. Well, but now you're advocating, let's jump into 24. So what are you rewriting history to say, well, yeah, they should have been there, and we should have had other teams in there too, because other teams were actually better than Indiana, and they didn't get in. And I don't know how they or why they want to justify it. It's just be upfront. Hey, you know what? We can make a whole mess load of money off of this, and the university is going to back it because it helps offset the cost for them to have to pay the NIL or have to pay the behind the scenes costs of the athletic departments that they're taking on, because it's a massive burden the athletic departments have with this incredible budget that they have to work with to accommodate the flights and the hotel stays and everything else.
All right. Ken got kind of ridiculously called out yesterday, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond. We'll get to that today at 1:20. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Take advantage of Memorial Day markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Pistons and Cavs tonight. What do you want to see more of tonight? What do you expect to see more of tonight in Game 2? I think we're going to see a big game from Donovan Mitchell. I think you're going to see a Cavs team that is really focused on not turning the basketball over. It's incumbent upon Detroit to have them continue their careless ways and turn the basketball over, which, by the way, they've done the entire postseason. Nobody in the postseason has turned it over more on a per-game basis than the Cleveland Cavaliers. That obviously includes a series against Toronto. Detroit's a better defensive team than Toronto. But what do you want to see tonight, or what do you expect to see tonight? 248-539-9797. So there is some NFL news, and I think what I'm about to say people are going to hate. Netflix and YouTube are expected to split games returned to the NFL by ESPN after its purchase of NFL Network earlier this year, per Alex Sherman. This is from Yahoo Sports. One of the two streaming platforms also considered likely to pick up NFL's Australia game between the Rams and 49ers. So more games being pulled off ESPN and parked on Netflix and YouTube. So, you know what's funny? I don't think streaming is an issue at all with my 3 kids. I don't think any of my 3 kids have cable. I think they stream everything.
Are they paying for it?
My oldest is. I have no idea how my youngest is. It's probably me. And I guess my daughter pays a lot of her own bills. She's got 3 jobs. So, but my oldest is now in the real world. It's just the way they do it. I think they'd rather do that than cable. But anyway.
Well, I mean, we're getting to a point where, I mean, so many people have already cut the cord from cable to go to this route, and I get it, and I'm still holding off on that, and I have a bunch of the streaming services, and I will for a while. But even I'm getting to the point like, all right, here what bothers me is that it's the NFL has multiple partners. That's what bothers me. If the NFL simply partnered with ESPN only, it'd be fine, right? Because you just got to find it. But it's ESPN. It's Netflix. It's YouTube. It's Amazon. It's all these different streaming services instead of just one streaming service. So now you have to get all of them. Or I imagine there's a bundle because of NFL that if you get some sort of NFL package, you get them all. But I don't even know if that's true.
I don't think it is.
So that's the part that
bothers me. You guys just jailbreak it, Scott.
Yeah, I know. But that's the part that bothers me is they're attacking it from multiple angles, from multiple streaming services, instead of anybody having exclusive rights to the NFL. You don't have exclusive rights. You have exclusive rights to Thursday Night NFL, which sucks.
Okay. Kang, yesterday, it's one person, and we get this all the time. If you make a prediction and it goes wrong, people say, you want to change your prediction? Well, no, because the whole purpose of the prediction is to make a guess on what's going to happen or a logical reason. You pick something before you see anything. That's what the prediction is. But we did get somebody saying, does Kang want to change his prediction? And I'm not going to ask you that because you picked the Cavs to win this series. My question is, do you feel better about anything? I respect your opinion a ton when it comes to NBA, so I just want to know, do you feel better about anything after seeing Game 1?
Sure. I think, like I said earlier in the show, I think I stress a lot that playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball. But after Game 1, I saw that the Pistons brought regular season basketball to the playoffs, and I think that's how they won 60 games. And if they can do that in a series and impose their will over another team, their style of play, their defense, their energy, then the Pistons can win this series. I will stick to my prediction of Cavs in 6 because that was my prediction. And by the way, when you don't predict a sweep, the other team's going to win some games. Just factually, that has to happen.
Yeah, right. Sure.
So, yeah, that also meant that I predicted the Pistons will win at least 2 games. But with that being said, I want the Pistons to win. The Pistons have the ability to win. And if they continue what they did in game 1, they will win this series. I don't want any credit for this, but my secondary pick was Pistons in 5. Like, I know you were chesty, Doug. You picked the Pistons in 5.
Yeah.
I feel like
explain what a secondary pick is, why this makes any sense, and you're not just picking both sides.
It's a hedge.
Yeah. It's not even a hedge. It's what I believe. Like, if the Cavs win, this is going to be a kind of a more drawn-out type series, physical back and forth. But if the Pistons win, I just think that, like I said, they impose their will onto this team. You saw in game 1.
You thought the way the Pistons would win it, if the Pistons were to win it, they'd win it actually pretty quickly.
Yeah, the way they play basketball. They just forced Cleveland. You mentioned earlier, they had so many turnovers against the Raptors. The Pistons are a better defensive team and more physical than the Raptors. If the Pistons continue to do that, yeah, this could be a short series, and I hope it is for, me being a Piston fan. I want the Pistons to take care of the Cavs pretty easily.
As far as what did I expect in game 1 and what looked better, I think the Pistons looked really comfortable on the stage, and probably what looked better is everybody else picking up the slack when Cade wasn't scoring. Like that, like we could sit here and we can talk about that they can't win the NBA without Cade being all superstar 30-point a game Cade, and that might be true. But you know what I don't think is a crisis? Cade going 6 for 19. I don't think it's a crisis. And I don't think they need to do anything to try and get Cade going tonight, I guess.
No, I don't think they have to. He takes care of it himself. He'll figure it out, and I imagine he's going to be better. He doesn't have that many back-to-back games where he's shooting poorly like that. But he still found a way to score over 20 points because he gets to the free throw line, and he was knocking down 3-point shots. And the other thing, Cade, is he's productive because he distributes the basketball. It was a little bit of a statistical anomaly on Monday night or Tuesday night because he really didn't have that many assists in the game. And going to the fourth quarter, I think he only had 3. But he had a better fourth quarter, and that's when they needed him to step up. And he stepped up in the fourth quarter.
4 of them.
Yeah.
Four. He only had 1 basket, and he was 1 for 4 from the floor in the fourth, but 4 assists.
I think it's a product, at least in that game, of them taking a little bit off of his workload and having other guys bring the ball up the court, other guys handle the basketball until, they really needed Cade to handle the basketball. But we saw Danis Jenkins bring it up the court a number of times, Tobias Harris, Asar Thompson. These guys were all involved with that where Cade didn't have to until he had to. So I think it's a strategy to try to keep Cade fresh. And, it's something that people have been calling for the last several weeks, right? Months people have been asking for it, right?
Yeah. I mean, he still ended up playing 42 minutes, but at least he's not handling the ball all the time, which is good. Another thing I liked a lot, Doug, from that game was I'm not worried about Cade scoring. He's going to get his at some point during the series, if not tonight, right? You always worry about the other guys. Who's the other guys going to step up? And everyone from in the starting lineup scored double-digit figures and points. That's huge. And then you throw in Jenkins with his 12 points. Mm-hmm. That's the regular season Pistons that got the 1 seed in 160 games. Cade's going to get his eventually, but if you get contributions from the rest of the team, that's how you feel good about it.
We had talked about how we thought there was an inaccurate narrative out there that Tobias Harris was not a playoff performer. He just simply wasn't in Philly.
For a year or two.
Yeah, when we went and looked at his performance in Detroit was fine. The fact that playoff Tobias is the exact opposite. Playoff Tobias has stepped it up. He didn't. We're now counting how many back-to-back games he has with 20-plus points. He didn't have 1 back-to-back during the regular season. He's had what? Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, it's Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, and Game 1. All 20-plus points. It's an amazing run for Tobias.
It's been great.
6 straight.
And I think he's really relishing this of being that number 2 guy. He's the experienced guy in this team. He's spent a lot of years in this league. He's been through it all, and he's a calming influence. There was a point, I think, in the third quarter where he just like, I'll take things over for a little bit. I'll be all right, and he does. And he's able to. He's one of the few guys on the team that can post players up and back them down, or turn around and hit the turnaround jump shot. He's one of the few outside shooters they have, but can also play inside, and his defense has been great too. Tobias has been awesome in the playoffs.
248-539-9797. Today is National Tourism Day. National Tourism Day. Here's my question. If a tourist were coming to the state of Michigan, what is the top thing you would recommend for them to do?
The entire state.
Entire state. Tourist coming to Michigan, what is the top thing you would recommend that they do? We'll take your Piston calls and feedback. And if you want to answer that question, what would you come up with? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, we've all seen it lately. Local companies being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say they treat you like family, they mean it, because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. What I love most about them is their no-pressure promise. You're not going to get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you're going to get an honest assessment of what your home really needs in terms of roof, windows, and siding. It's that integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Sean. Sean?
Sean,
are you there? Sean, are you there?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, gotcha.
I'm here. Yeah, I was just saying the Pistons coach, JB, is doing an excellent job. I think we got a great team.
I'm agreeing with the guys out there, the national sportscasters, saying this is one of the better Pistons teams they've seen, and they're a real contender, and the coaching is great. And I think that if anybody's going to come to Michigan, I think they should be looking at that Motown Museum if they want to look at some historical stuff and see where all that talent came from. And we have some other nice places, too, like the Sandy Dunes. But I definitely recommend going to Detroit. But the Pistons, I think we got as good a chance as anybody to win the whole thing this year. I think we could beat the Lakers. I think we could beat any team from the
You think
West
you can
Coast.
beat Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they can beat San Antonio.
Yeah, I think so. I think our guys playing together as a team, the way they're playing, and they can do it.
I guess, hold on. I think they can. I've comfortably felt good about picking the Pistons to win the first two series.
Yeah.
I'm getting less comfortable if they advance. Let's just say that.
Okay. All right. I think they're gonna keep surprising us, and I gotta agree with. Like I said, I'm listening to everybody all across the country, and they say they gotta get a shot as anybody else to make it all the way there and win it. I think we've got the talent. I think we've got the coaching. I think we.
Okay, so just to be clear here, Sean, when you say they have as good a shot as anybody, if you had money to bet, you think the Pistons are as good a bet to win the whole thing as San Antonio and Oklahoma City?
Oh, I think so.
Okay.
I would put my money on it, and you know what? If the odds are against Detroit, I would go. If I got kids in college right now, but if I had a little extra free money or I wanted to take a gamble, I would go and say, yeah, I would throw something at the Pistons to go all the way there. I think that they're right in that sweet spot, and they can do it. I think they will add some more talent or do something else next time around. But right now, I think that we got as good a shot as anybody else.
I always like to say makes very small wagers, Sean, and the reason why I put down dollar bets is because right now, if you put $1 down on the Pistons to win the NBA championship, you would win back 17. If I lose my $1, I will survive. If I see $17 laying on the sidewalk, I would pick it up and be happy. So right now, the Pistons are 17-1 on FanDuel. The Knicks are 9-1. San Antonio's plus 360. And Oklahoma City's the favorite at minus 170. So you got to bet 170 to win 100. Or in my case, I guess $1.70 to win $1. But I wouldn't do that. I'm not as chesty as he is. Sure, they've got a shot. They're the fourth favorite. This isn't like some miracle we're asking. But, the Knicks seem to have found a different gear, and they've benefited a little bit. They've had their share of luck, just like Detroit. At the end of the day, he should put $1 down on the Pistons, I guess.
Yeah, why not? It's $1.
Yeah, just $1.
The Doug Karsh.
My psychological
betting
play.
scale.
Yeah. And he also mentioned Motown Museum. If you could recommend one place in our state, it's National Tourism Day, for a tourist to go, where would you tell them? Michael in Lansing says, I would tell people that are coming to Michigan to visit the Great Lakes. Nothing else compares. Scott in Carlton, if a tourist is coming to Michigan, I'd tell them to go to a Red Wing playoff game. Oh, wait.
Oh,
we didn't need that.
That's just mean.
Peggy from Ann Arbor says, I would highly recommend Sleeping Bear Dunes. That would be number one. Didn't a few years ago on Good Morning America, Sleeping Bear Dunes get named the number one tourist destination in America? Didn't that happen?
I don't know if it did, but it wouldn't surprise me, and it's gorgeous up there. You get in that Traverse City area. If it were me, I would say, okay, take a week, and this is specifically for I want to appeal to golfers, and I would say take a week, go to northern Michigan, and start at Arcadia Bluffs, and then work your way north and east. So you come up around, you'll spend a day at Arcadia playing the courses they have there.
It's ridiculous.
It's awesome. Maybe, get a day on Crystal Lake, and then you work your way up to Sleeping Bear Dunes and hit Traverse City, and you go to Leelanau for the wineries and whatnot, work your way over to Bay Harbor, play golf at Bay Harbor, and then come around to Petoskey and Harbor Springs and find a way to get out into the water. Yeah, find a way to get out into the water. And there's a beach there, a public beach in Petoskey, which is really nice. You get the obviously the sand dunes over in Sleeping Bear. The whole area is amazing, but I think you need to take a full week to really enjoy the whole trip.
I feel like you just recommended about 7 different things.
Well, as I said, take a week, but it's northern Michigan.
I went with Charlevoix. I'd send people to Charlevoix. And the
awesome.
reason is because no matter what your interests are, for a day, you'll find something. If you're a golfer, there's golf there. One of my favorite little quirky, awesome courses is Dunmagloss, just down the road there. You have water sports if you want water sports. If you're like shopping, bars, restaurants, wineries, it's all right there. There's trails to hike. Like, that would be my single thing that would check a lot of boxes for a tourist. From an unnamed texter, easy to Quantum Falls. The drive to it, the beautiful hikes, swimming in the falls, it encapsulates Michigan. Have you ever been there?
I have not. I've not spent a whole lot of time in the UP. And the time that I've spent there, the bugs have been a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Kang, have you been to the UP?
No, I've not.
Is it on a to-do list here?
With the family now, probably eventually.
Yeah.
My wife likes to do those checklists, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I didn't do it as a kid, obviously, but I hear mixed results depending on who you ask. Like, I do want to experience it for myself, though.
I've talked about this on the air on a couple of occasions, and I've said, this is the year, this is the year, this is the year. I think this one actually is the year. My wife and I are talking about doing like an extended period in the Upper Peninsula. And Tequantum Falls sounds awesome.
It sounds like a Doug Karsh type of trip, man.
Yep. Hiking, biking.
Yep. A lot of helmet wearing.
Well, yeah. On the bike, for sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, a lot of helmet.
What would you tell tourists, National Tourism Day, if they come to Michigan? Jared in Rockwood says, I recommend they go get a fishing license and go walleye fishing. Send them to Bronner's. That'll either be the best day of their lives or the biggest nightmare, depending on how they feel about Christmas. It's from an unnamed texter. A day of boating on Torch Lake. That's from Jason in Mount Clemens.
Torch Lake is great.
It's insane. I mean, it's absolutely crazy.
Torch Lake. What's the Walloon Lake?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good time up there. It's all good. Glen Lake that's over by the dunes.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
I think the thing that surprises people that haven't been up north to see those lakes and see the Great Lake, for that matter, I think the thing that the most common takeaway I hear from people is like, I had no idea the water was that blue. Like sometimes it looks like the Caribbean.
A torch or everywhere?
I'll just tell you, like a coastline, like if you're up in Bay Harbor and you're up high, you're playing golf and you look over and like, oh my God, there it is. My parents had their place in Petoskey. It was right on the water, Little Traverse Bay. And like there'd be days where you'd have like 4 different shades of blue. It was absolutely beautiful. And I don't think people expect that. They're like, oh, is it some lake got a bunch of fish in there? Like, no, this is a great lake. You have to understand it's better than the ocean.
Yeah, if you're looking for discount Bay Harbor, it's Crooked Tree, which is right across the street and overlooks basically the same water, not the whole course, but it's a little bit cheaper and it overlooks the water. And yeah.
Bay Harbor's gotten way out of hand, but yes.
Bay Harbor is amazing, but yes. Across the street, Crooked Tree, that's like discount Bay Harbor.
Yeah.
Good course.
Tough greens.
Tough course. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We want to know what is the tourism site you would go to if you had a tourist coming to the state of Michigan. We also are taking calls on the Pistons, what you expect tonight, what you hope to see tonight. Meanwhile, John Heyman just tweeted out from New York Post, MLB writer, Turk Skubal's elbow surgery was such a success, he could start working out within days. And 2 months is even seen as a conservative estimate for the 2-time Cy Young winner to return. 4 to 6 weeks possible. Right. One relatively small loose body was removed.
So it's just loose body.
Yeah. And relatively small one at that.
Calcified, whatnot.
They say he can already pitch better than Jack Flaherty.
Flaherty was good last night. Stop it. Yeah. He was very good last night. What does Scott Boras think?
I don't give a F what
I know,
Scott
but
Boras
I'm curious if he's like, yes, get him out there as soon as you can, or is he like, hold on, pump the brakes. He'll come back when he's ready. Which, by the way, he'll come back when he's ready to come back. Whether it's 2 months, 3 months, or 6 weeks, he'll be back when he's ready to pitch.
Man, you just introduced something I wasn't even thinking about, but I was like, this is good news, and then you're like,
well, yeah, because
maybe.
the agent throws a wet blanket on everything. Because the agent's not thinking about the rest of the season. The agent's thinking about the future of his stud.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but it would behoove this agent if his stud shows that he's healthy and can be ready to go in just a matter of, say 8 weeks.
I'm in a little bit of a dark place as it pertains to the Detroit Tigers, so I'm going to take this as great news.
I think it is.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, I've known the Bernstein family for quite some time, and I've seen how they work firsthand. If you're injured, call Sam. They're a firm that demands respect, not just for you, but for insurance companies too. 50 years of winning earns that. 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right. It's apparently official. According to CBS Sports' Matt Norlander, the NCAA has voted to make the change to expand the men's and women's basketball tournament to 76 teams.
Yeah. Here we go. Said nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in favor of this? I mean, fans aren't. Do you think fans are?
So it sounds to me like it's only coaches. There will be money made somewhere, but not a ton. Like, because these are just adding games to days there are already games being played. The TV inventory doesn't expand dramatically. You're not adding new days.
Do you think coaches like Tom Izzo and Dusty May are in favor of this? I'm going to guess no.
The one thing I will say, Evan, you're in
I
favor?
would guess Izzo is a yes, because that streak is never getting broken now.
Evan from behind the glass.
He's going to be the first 2 game or whatever. It will never be broken.
The first 2. Here's the thing about this, and I know, Gator, your feelings about the tournament doesn't start till Thursday.
Because it doesn't.
You realize that all of these games that are played on Tuesday and Wednesday currently and probably in the future are going to be actually better matchups than many of the games on Thursday and Friday. Because the way it's worked now, it's always 11 seed versus 11 seed and 16 versus 16 seed. So those games have actually been decent games because they're 2 teams that are in the same boat playing for their spots on Thursdays and Fridays. Whereas the 16s and 1s, those games, I don't even know why I'm caring. You don't give a F at all.
I mean, look, in theory, is that true? Sure, that's true. Do I care? No, I don't care. If we're talking about 2 16 seeds battling it out to see who's going to play the number 1 seed, and it should be a competitive game between the 2 16 seeds, yes, but you're going to lose. So I don't care.
Well, the 11 seeds have a better shot.
11's different. Yeah, I get that, but I still don't really care. Because frankly, if you got 2 teams that are worthy of an 11 seed, they both belong in the tournament. But we have to go through this BS and rigmarole to weed
So it's
through it.
official. With the expansion, the additional 8 teams would be added to the current first 4 play-in round, currently held Tuesday and Wednesday. The newly expanded play-in round would then feature 24 teams playing 12 games over 2 days, before the winners join the other 52 teams already in the traditional first-round field that initial weekend. So wait a second here. Let me just do some math. So currently there are 4 games, 8 teams fighting for 4 spots. So 60 teams. So this is going to actually, under the current format, 60 teams get Thursday and Friday bids. Under the current format. And the Tuesday and Wednesday games are feeding into the final 4 spots. Right? Because there's 4 games played, 4 teams, they feed it. So 60 teams get Thursday and Friday. Now 52 teams get Thursday and Friday bids. This is actually going to take teams that would have had Thursday and Friday bids and make them play on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. That's something.
I like this even less.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Let's go to Steve in Bloomfield Hills. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
Hey, how's everything going?
What's up?
Well, I know golf is, you were backing up a little bit to the attractions and stuff, and we all know what Michigan means as far as golf, but a couple little things. Michigan has the most public golf courses of any state. I believe I'm correct on that. But the other thing I wanted to chime in about was we have one of the jewels of the country, which is there's a course called Crystal Downs.
Oh, yeah.
And it's up in...
But it's private.
Beulah. It doesn't get much...
Because it's private.
Because it's very private, yes.
Yeah. It's exclusive, and it gets all the... It's very heralded because it was designed by the same guy that designed Augusta.
Correct.
Alistair McKenzie.
He did Crystal Downs, and then he went down and did Augusta National.
Yeah, beautiful, but not accessible.
Yeah, but it's inaccessible. Yeah, unless you...
No, you're right.
You really got to know somebody. Even then, it's not...
I mean, don't get me started on True North. But yeah,
True North.
It wasn't private.
No, it wasn't at one time.
Private.
No, it is.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brent in Grand Blanc. Hello, Brent.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, first time, long time, and just wanted to chat with you guys real quick about this NCAA expansion.
Yep.
Basically, what it looks like it's going to do is make every region is going to have 16 play-ins and 11 play-ins. So that's where you lose the teams that normally would have had the Thursday, Friday. Those 11s that were in the bracket
that were getting
didn't
in.
have those play-ins. Now they're having to do a play-in, which, again, is nobody's asking for this, but this is just, like you said, a money grab. It's just what they're going to continue to do. And then we'll eventually see it to where they're going to have 15 play-ins and 14 play-ins.
Brent, there is a future where there's 96 teams and then there's 128 teams. I mean, it's just not going to stop.
Start the tournament in January. That's all we're going to do now.
And I mean, look, given what they've done, they've already sold their soul to March. They're just going to keep selling.
You guys ready for July Madness?
Yep. Right?
It's gonna be a big bracket.
It's gonna
use a lot of ink, printer ink, for those that still do that.
Sure.
I mean, is this done to get more crap conference teams in, or is it done to get more power conferences in?
I don't know. It's because they'll probably just be the same selection committee, the same selection criteria. So whoever was currently the first 4 teams out and the next 4 teams out, regardless of conference, they're going to get in now.
Yeah, but basically, if you're in the crap conference, you have to win the crap conference tournament in order to get in. Unless you have some situation like last year with this past season with Miami.
What? Oh, you're talking about Ohio. Sorry,
yeah.
I thought.
So you typically it's just going to be one team. Is this now expanding it so that more of those crap conference teams get in, or is it done because, hey, we're not sure if Indiana or Minnesota belongs in there, but it's Big Ten and you were better than 500, so why not?
It's going to be year to year because it depends on who those last 8 teams are. If it happens to be teams from mid-majors, and I'm trying to find this year's final Lunardi bracketology to see who the first who would have got in this year under that format and where they came from.
Can't wait for Lunardi's last 20 out.
Right?
Be a good one.
First 20 in, first 20 out.
I mean, kind of. That's exactly what it is.
64 teams on the bubble. Who's on the bubble? That's a big bubble.
Nobody did ask for this, did they?
You think a number 62 seed will ever beat a 1 seed?
I mean, it kind of feels like we're going to have 17 and 18 seeds.
It's going to be weird when Specs Howard makes it into the tournament. You got a lot of local teams.
You're going all Pat Caputo, man. DeVry. Schoolcraft. Okay.
Okay, so here were the
Mike Ilitch School of Business. Okay.
Here are the first 4 out and the next 4 out. These teams, I guess, would have made it. Oklahoma, Auburn, San Diego State, South Florida, New Mexico. I thought South Florida made it. New Mexico, Indiana, Stanford, Seton Hall. Oh, they did. This is just Lunardi's last bracketology. So that's almost all big conference teams. Yep. Now that's this year. Other years it might have been different.
Nah, probably not. No. I'm guessing this is skewed so we get more bigger conference teams in because there's more alumni, which means you might have better attendance, which means more money.
Which means more coaches. Coaches will love this because, hey, I made the tournament.
Some coaches will.
Who won't?
I think the coaches from your, I don't want to say blue bloods, but of course blue bloods and your perennial top 20 programs, I think these guys are going to be like, what are we doing? Yeah, I mean, those teams aren't going to have a shot in hell of winning the national championship. Why are we expanding this?
Yeah, it's funny because there's already teams that don't have a shot in hell winning the national championship, but
it's another game on a schedule for these guys to get hurt, is how they're going to look at it.
So the good news is apparently the Scooble injury the surgery went well and it could be 4 to 6 weeks, whether that's propaganda from the agent who's already trying to negotiate the next contract and making that up and telling John Heyman that, whether it's actually true. And who knows if the agent will have any say over when he comes back. I hope not. Here's Rico Beard. What's up, man?
What's going on, man? Yeah, it was funny because if you look at the first comment out of that tweet is, how much did you get paid for this? What's your commission for this tweet? So
which tweet?
The Scooble
Oh, John Heyman?
Yeah. I don't think people are believing that.
No.
But, yeah, we're going to have some fun today. Pistons, of course, Tigers, and Vrabel-Rousini on a boat.
All right, well, have a great show. Thanks for listening, everybody. Big game tonight, of course, down at LCA Game 2. We'll have a lot of talk about that tomorrow. Rico and Mike straight ahead. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, man. We are so back. That's right. That song is not just any open. Oh, no. That song actually is perfectly descriptive. We are back because Club Rossini is back. I hate the idea that we have to do this. I feel guilty. I mean, I have so many good topics today, but as I've always said, people, we don't make the news. We just report it. And the story that won't go away between two of the dumbest human beings ever to be birthed into this world, Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel. I want to bring this up because I think something is going on. Besides,
you think?
No, I mean, besides that. Because I think there is a PR strategy happening here. And I said it to you. I can't take Mike Vrabel resigning off the chessboard. And what's happening here is a trickle effect. But back to the part of them both being brain dead stupid. The latest report today is not only, it's evidence. It's in pictures. It's in writing. TMZ has provided documents showing that Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini rented a private boat together in Tennessee in June of 21. Just the two of them. There was not 6, 8, 10, 12 people. This was not a girls' trip.
Wait. Oh, the girlfriends didn't show up for this?
No, but she did have a guest.
Who was that?
Inside of her. And I'm not talking about Mike Vrabel. She was pregnant for this voyage with her first child that would be named Mike.
Well,
what on earth? This story gets worse and worse. She went on a private yacht tour with a man that wasn't her husband, with a baby that would be named after Guy, not her husband. Coincidence or not, it's true.
Wait, his name's not Michael?
No, it's like Kevin, and he runs Shake Shack, which, by the way, fantastic chain. Saratoga Paddock Bar, Kenny. Get yourself a Shake Shack burger.
Kevin's close to Michael.
Now, David, let me ask you a question. When your wife was pregnant with one of your 7 kids, was she on any boat trips with men that the kid would eventually be named after?
No.
Interesting. That's because your wife is a saint and a normal human. I can't get enough of the story. But I want to make this, because I know last time we did the playlist, we're not doing that today. Right. We're not. I mean, did the boat have a radio? Probably.
Probably didn't need one.
Well, there may have been a different soundtrack. The point,
Sounds of the ocean.
But it gets worse and worse. TMZ reporting they appeared extremely cautious about photos being taken, while she declined to pose at all. Yeah, because you're pregnant and you're with someone who's not your husband, yet the kid has the same name as the guy who's not your husband.
You don't need the receipts.
How has her husband not demanded immediate swabs? Swab it up. You are the father? Question mark.
I have an answer for that. I do believe, Mike, ignorance is bliss. You don't want to know because he's grown to love those kids. If he knows they are not his kids, everything changes. So long as I stay ignorant of this fact, it's Schrodinger's cat. You're my kids.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I'll Google that, though.
Oh.
Schrodinger's cat?
Schrodinger's cat. Yeah, both things can be true. It's a long story, but basically, you can be his kids and you could also be my kids at the same time. So long as I don't know, we both can be happy.
David, you vibing with Schlesinger's cat?
I'm sorry, I just started listening. What about Corey Schlesinger? What happened?
Okay. You know, he bent his face mask once. Also, by the way, relevant to this story, and this is the part that really upset me, was, again, this is how she was getting her info. Diana Rossini reported Atlanta had a first-round pick on the table for Julio Jones, and then Vrabel's Titans got him for a second. She tried to do the same thing with A.J. Brown, blow the top off the trade early so Vrabel could get him for a discount. I mean, we're talking about real-time NFL reporting. And then this is a good synopsis that's available. And again, I want you to understand, I know that you guys might not care, but I do. I get annoyed when I feel like you're being lied to, okay? And that's different than an opinion you don't agree with. So, Rousini, the layers of conflict of interest. Vrabel's conflict is she's a Coach of the Year voter. That's problematic. Rousini's conflict, he is her journalistic source. ESPN's conflict, well, they're owned by the NFL, and Rousini's in their former employ. And again, if you, like, now you're starting to see it is this situation harms the NFL and its news cycle's credibility because she was, it definitely, the term pumping someone for info might be inappropriate here, but I just, on all levels, I hearken back to, Rico, this is a trickle effect. This is Chinese water torture. That these stories aren't stopping, namely because these two are the two biggest dopes on earth. You're knocked up with another man's baby, and you're going on a fun cruise with a married NFL head coach who's not your husband. Yeah. And by the way, the fact that the kid was named Mike. Now, hold on. The only thing that would be a bigger coincidence is Framber Valdez throwing his first four-seam fastball in 700 pitches the moment he dotted Trevor Story. I'm sorry. Either that or there's a special place in hell for Diana. Hey, honey, I know what I'd like to name the kid. Name of guy I'm banging. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Vrabel makes it to the beginning of the season.
So you don't?
No, Mike, you can't. And yeah, the fact that the insult to injury is your first child is named Michael. So dad doesn't want to know because
Schlesinger's cat. It's a thing.
He doesn't want to know because if he knows, his entire world gets flipped upside down.
Can I ask you a question?
Right now, he could just get divorced.
But I gotta ask you a question. Can everybody join me on this? I just want you to think about, you're an NFL head coach. You are a movie star in today's society. Mm-hmm. You are. You're Diana Rousini. Now, while she may not have the same profile as an NFL head coach, she is on TV, and she's been on ESPN, which is like a higher form of TV, kind of like what it does for your visibility. The two of you
enhances our brand.
Right. Now, the two of you are not with your spouses, and you're alone together, renting a boat together, while you, Diana, well-known female sports journalist or former journalist, are pregnant. You're with a man who, well, if it is his baby, this story just went insane levels. If it's not, well, still are not good. How do these two not recognize their visibility in what they're doing? You're in a Tribeca bar. You're in a casino. You're on a love cruise. What planet do they reside on?
See, well, the Tribeca bar is where that's just purely ignorant right there, because the other one, you're in Tennessee, so you figure you're out in the middle of nowhere, and
where he's the head coach of the Tennessee Titans.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, all right, you win that one.
Thank you. I'm glad I got that one.
The Sedona one, that's off the beaten path. So I think that
you're
they thought
at
it was
a
safe.
couples resort, dude.
Right, but you're like in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of mountains.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But yeah, the Tennessee trip. Yeah.
Club Rousini is popping.
Hey,
right
David,
now.
Has Mike Tomlin signed that contract yet?
He's back.
He may be getting a call from, hey, this is Robert. I need a coach.
Look, it's just insane. And look, I mean, maybe at some point she comes out and tells, quote, her side. I don't know what her side is. What's her side? Diana, here are the pictures. Diana, here's what we have. There's no side. You're two consenting adults, but what's your win here again?
She can never really come out and say that, Mike, because
it's going to happen.
No, because the second or third question is, well, whose kid is that? And she doesn't want to answer. And we haven't gotten the truth
I'll tell you this
yet.
right now. I would be willing to bet you Good Morning America or 60 Minutes, someone, she'll go on TV.
Correct. But if they're doing their job, that's got to be a question that's going to be asked. And then are you really going to believe anything she says to you?
Well, no, that's why I won't watch it. I'm not interested. I think they're two of the dumbest human beings on the planet. That's been my take from the beginning.
She'll get painted as a victim, and oh my goodness, he took advantage of her. No, he didn't.
The NFL is in bed with all the streaming services. Just sell a package so we can have a show dedicated
Rousini.
to this.
Wait, we're going to bring Maury back.
We should for this.
Netflix.
Dude, it is absolutely diabolical. And again, even if you had picked the name out, even if you want me to believe, you had selected the name and then it was total happenstance that you would have an affair with a guy named Mike. Change the name. Honey, I've decided against this.
Right.
You could change it. It hasn't been hatched into the world yet.
Right.
You could change it to Thomas,
Bill, Alfred, whatever.
Schlesinger, whatever the hell example you brought up. I really wonder if this trickle effect continues for Vrabel, because it's not going away in the stories. This is stupid now. This is dumb. 1 day of counseling, huh?
And then you bought the
Let me ask you a question.
sweatsuit from the airport.
Can I ask one last question? Because I don't want this to come across as crass, but I'm being serious now. Why would you agree to go on a boat with her while she's pregnant if it wasn't your kid? I'm asking. Can I just say the quiet part out loud? I don't know it. I'm not accusing. Right. I'm asking. Why would Vrabel, even if you were in an affair with this woman, if she were pregnant with another man's baby, why on earth would you still be with her? So that only leads me one place, Schlesinger's cat, that Occam's razor.
I'll explain it.
Occam's razor.
I feel like the old man from Coming to America in the barbershop.
Aha!
Yeah. Because if anything, okay, we're going to give you a baby shower. There's people there. There's lots of people there.
Rika.
Hey, you've been such a good reporter. You know what? Let me do something nice for you. Invite your friends. I'll rent the boat out, and we'll go out.
That's inappropriate. He's on a boat with a pregnant woman that he was having an affair with. If it's not his baby, why is he on that boat alone? I'm thinking it. I'm not accusing it. I'm sorry that my mind goes there.
No, Mike.
David, hang out with any pregnant ladies that aren't with your kid?
All I'll say is there's a such thing as a baby moon, meaning a final trip before you have a child.
Oh.
And it's usually within that time frame that they went on the boat.
A baby, like a honeymoon.
Yeah. So
like the
your last
sword of
trip before
Damocles.
I'll explain
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose is successfully specialized in all types of tax problems. For over 30 years, their extensive experience means if you're facing an IRS collection or audit, just make one call and get to work and let Jerry and Maurice get between you and the IRS. Let them put their 30 years of experience to work. Visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Dear God. So, yeah, Club Rossini is back. We just had to dedicate a couple segments to it. I'm so if I'm a bad person for thinking this way, you can say it. What is he doing on a boat with an 8-month pregnant woman if that kid's not his? Forget about the affair. Even if you're having an affair and she tells you she's pregnant with another guy's baby, you ain't going on a love cruise. And by the way, the kid that she had in her belly, she named Mike. And whether that's for Mike Vrabel or not, that's diabolical at best. Or, as Rico's just explained to me with Spacely Sprocket's cat, it could be his. Right.
No. What I said is,
I want all of Rico's opinions over music. This is going to be like the Pharrell show back in the day.
What I am saying is, for the husband, Kevin, I don't think that's information Kevin really wants to. He knows, but he doesn't know officially.
Brother.
Because once he knows officially, he can't look at his kids the same way, especially Michael.
I think that horse left the barn when this story broke.
He knows officially.
David, he knows.
He knows.
But if a doctor walks in and says, hey, buddy,
what about Maury Povich?
Or Maury, that ain't your kid.
They should do this at halftime of an NFL Europe game. A little 9 a.m. start in Germany.
I'd actually watch it.
Maury Povich halftime show with Mike and Diana up on the stage. You are not the father.
While the Patriots are playing. Yeah.
And the bottom line, look, I have an issue with the journalistic integrity stuff because she was affecting the news. But I have the biggest problem in all of this. If you're Vrabel and you're the leader of a multi-billion-dollar company, this trickle effect, it is lasting. It's not going away. And it's getting worse because, I'm sorry, her being pregnant and you being with her alone on a boat, why are you there if it's not your kid? If it is your kid, we got a whole different ball of wax here. I'm not taking it off the table. He resigns.
What were you doing for 2 and 3 hours?
Not going there. David, the text communications, I know we got a lot to get to today, including major news. The Tigers stink. David?
Oh, panicking? No.
Panicking Tiger Town. No, it's not, but I'm annoyed.
What about you at 4-0? Like, I'll be damned. They got swept.
Vrabel took Diana on a boat to prove to her it's not about the size of the wave, it's about the motion of the ocean. That is Gabe and Warren. Someone says, or James in Tecumseh says, I'm dead. That's how you started the show. I'm dying at work right now.
Maybe he did his own version of Billie Jean.
Kevin, anywhere in the world, he says, that is his baby, and I'm upset about it. Signed, Kevin.
No. If I'm wrong for thinking that, tell me why. Why on earth would you be on that boat if she was pregnant with someone else's baby? It does not compute.
There's no rhyme. There's no reason to any of this.
And it's named Mike.
And it really spits in everybody's face when she came out and said, no, we were on a girls' trip in Sedona. Still have yet to see the photos from that girls' trip.
I'm telling you what's going to happen. We live in a society where everybody gets to speak their truth. She'll be up there on Good Morning America or on 60 Minutes. It'll be highly curated. It's the same thing as when they had Sharon's lover up there. I'm not interested in hearing it.
And just like Sharon's lover, they're going to paint her as this victim, and it's just like,
no.
Yeah, I'm not really buying it.
Because
what
victimhood? You advanced your career. What victimhood? You may have had his baby. I mean, no offense, but show me the paternity test. Why is the kid named Mike? Why on earth would it be named Mike? You got to name it anything else.
And Mike, how about all of the receipts of you basically trashing your husband on the air, saying, well, if I had a good-looking husband, maybe I'd post about him more.
Oh, great. We have this? Oh, this ought to be awkward. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, dear.
Sadly, there's more.
No.
There really is.
No, please.
Jimmy G. Oh, it's a very handsome man.
Oh, I just wish I had the drop of the monkey in the movie. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yeah. I'm going to go to the people. That is, oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. That's my general response to all this. Go to Mike. All right. We'll check back on Mike momentarily.
Maybe he's on a boat.
We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, bud?
Good, how are you?
Good, Matty. What's the word?
I was wondering with this whole situation and it being so blatant and so long, does anybody wonder if they had like an open marriage?
Oh, the old Cookies Costa routine. Got it.
Yeah, like they had an agreement, like you do your thing, I'll do my thing.
I don't know.
Married financially, business deal kind of thing.
You know what, Matt? I can't sit here and say you're wrong. You may be right.
Maybe Matt's right.
I didn't even think of that aspect of it, but
a lot of love.
Maybe.
Just because of how blatant it was, and if it's his kid, the husband doesn't care because they have, there's so much money on both sides.
Maybe you're right.
Divorce.
Matt, maybe you're right. And look, in the end, you know my deal with this. I don't care what anybody does. It ain't my business. But when you're public,
I agree,
and it impacts the news cycle or it impacts an NFL team, now we've gone somewhere different. My whole bit with this is how stupid could these two be?
Right.
And look, this is just another layer. I mean, Matt, open relationship or not, she's pregnant. She's going to give birth in the next 6 weeks. She's on a boat with the guy she's having an affair with, and the kid ends up being named the same thing as the guy she was having an affair with? And you want me to believe that that's not his kid?
Blatant it is.
Yes.
Well, that's what you know what, Matt? Your explanation actually makes the most sense.
That's true.
I could, yeah, you know what? Now I understand it. Maybe Matt is on to
Now,
something.
time out. There were 4 penalty flags thrown behind the glass.
There were.
What happened?
You cannot say the old cookies.
Can't slander cookies like that.
Oh, time out.
Oh, that's what. You know what? Let's go to New York and review it.
Hold on.
We're going to allow it.
They constantly make fun of him for going on like swingers cruises and stuff. I didn't know that
They do.
So I just thought I was playing along with the joke.
Yes.
I don't know what the kid's into.
Yes.
It's not my business.
Yes.
They always say he loves pineapples. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is a joke.
Now you gotta stop.
David, it's just a joke. Cookies does not participate in those types of things.
Okay. All right. I thought I was just playing along with the joke. Let me see if Mike is back or is it elevator music? Mike. Okay, we're going to help Mike out and just hang out. Okay. Rico, take him to church. We are going to get to a little blitz. We got plenty of other things to do. We'll keep you updated on Club Rossini.
Hey, the beauty of it is if they ever do that Maury show, I can watch it down in the new basement, Mike. Great
segue.
Thank you. Thanks to the Matrix Basements. They took my totally unfinished basement. Man, did they ever hook it up. They did it in about 7 weeks, and now it is the place for movies. It is the place for sporting events, and you can do the same thing. Look, you've been thinking about this for weeks, months. You may have even been thinking about this for years. I want to get my basement done. In the paralysis. MatrixBasements.com will help you. Why? Because their award-winning staff will design a basement that fits you and your personality. Whether you have a totally unfinished basement or you're adding a new room, Matrix Basements can help you out. Whether it's big or whether it's small, you can get this thing done. Why? Because Matrix Basements people are the best. Like I said, that award-winning staff will hook you up. Go to MatrixBasements.com right now. Design that pays off.
All right, let's get to a blitz here. And I don't know if it's NBA, NFL, what David's got planned. Hit the music and we'll find out. Go ahead, David. Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is
nice
NBA
update
related.
from this trash can league.
Yeah,
let's do it.
So this is what The Athletic did. The Athletic did a anonymous player poll regarding different topics in the NBA, and I want to get you all's opinion on some of this stuff.
Sure.
So the first question they posed is the integrity of the game in danger?
Yes.
74.6% said no, but there's a couple quotes here. One says, I don't think we have an integrity issue. It's almost like it's the beginning of a possible issue, though. Then one other player says, the purists, we just want to play. Now, the reason why I bring this up along with this question is because everything we've had with gambling, Porter, the Billups situation, the Damon Jones situation, is there an integrity problem in the NBA?
Yeah, and you said players were asked?
It's an anonymous player poll, yes.
They don't see. Yes, there is an integrity across the board. And I wasn't even thinking of gambling. I was just thinking of guys just don't want to play.
Yep, there it is.
So I got to beg you to play. I got to set rules that basically say you can't have dessert unless you finish your dinner. Unless you play 65 games, then you can't win anything. But then it comes to all the gambling and things like that. Yes. And the fact that they don't think that they have one, Mike, that's called denial.
Oh, 100%. I think you said 99% of it. I just, night in, night out, you don't know who's playing. And 13 teams tanking, that's an integrity issue. Yeah. And here's what I was more alarmed by. It's an anonymous player poll. The fact that 25% said yes, you would think anonymous player poll, 100% would say, oh, no way. 25% are like, yeah.
Yeah, they get it. Maybe they're from the 13 teams that were tanking.
There you go.
It is interesting that you're right about what you just said, Mike, but the quotes they use are players saying that there is a problem. So it's like 75% voted yes, right, or no, rather, and yet they're using the quotes of those that say yes. So that's interesting to me. Let's move over to the next question here. It says, how much of a problem is tanking? Since you brought that one up, Rico. They have three choices. It's a little problem, it's a big problem, it's not a problem, and it's a little problem was voted the most at 43%, with the other two coming in at 28%. It's a big problem, then it's not a problem. But a quote here says from a player, I'm salty on this one. I think the league needs to do something about it.
Half the league, basically.
Yep.
13 teams, I could tell you, were tanking. So not quite half, but close enough. It's a big problem. But whatever, I mean. Go ahead, Rico.
Wow. And just the fact that you don't know when anybody's going to show up. I mean, look, how many games were at the LCA and the Stars just didn't play? The Pistons took on G League teams. They won the games. Hey, congratulations. You beat Oklahoma City, or you beat this team. But it was empty calories. It didn't matter because they weren't there because they are tanking. They just don't want to play. The load management thing. We actually know what load management is because of the NBA.
He's right, you know.
So this next one here is, I want to give you some choices. Well, you all can think about what you actually want to change in the NBA. Because
everything.
I'm going to go through the list here. It says, if you were commissioner for a day, broad power to push through any change, what change would you make to the league? Now, I'll tell you, there's three choices here that were tied at the top. It says no back-to-backs, fewer games, and then rule changes in favor of defense. And then they had expansion as the fourth choice here, mostly voted. What would you change if you were the commissioner of the NBA?
You know what? I was actually having this conversation with a friend of mine. Fewer games. The NBA is telling you, with this rule of you have to play 65 games in order to get awards, that you really only need 65 games. So why are we playing 82 games? Let's shorten this thing down. Let's get it to 65. Maybe the games will mean more, and maybe teams will want to go out there and play, and you don't have to worry about, well, I don't want to get injured because, okay, we're going to just take these other games off the table. All right. Nobody should be sitting out anymore.
No change I make would ever happen. So I'd rather just not answer it.
Well, what would you do?
What would you do?
I can't make players care. I can't make rivalries a thing again. I disagree that back-to-backs should be gone. I think back-to-backs are how you test the mettle of a team and how we condense the schedule. Like I don't, nothing I would want will change. So
but
all right, you want one?
I understand.
I'll give you one. Here, fine. I'll give you one. No more East or West Conference. Because you know what I'm tired of? Tired of having a deep competitive imbalance in one of the conferences. And sometimes it's the West, and now like this year, the East is trash. You should take 1 through 16, seed them, and go play. No more East and West. Because I'm tired of the imbalance.
No, the days of the Lakers and Celtics are over, pretty much. So I get that.
That would be the change I would make.
Let's get now into a little bit of news here because the East, again, looks to be more wide open than ever. OG Anunoby is going to be day-to-day. He is dealing with a hamstring strain.
I wouldn't play him till Game 5. Make absolutely certain you can play him 35 minutes for Game 5. Let him heal up. You're up 2-0 in the series. Maybe you can steal one. He's been fabulous.
Yeah.
If you're a Piston fan, pray he falls down the stairs and tears his hamstring off the bone. I mean, honestly, like if you're a Piston fan, if the Knicks don't have OG, you might sweep their ass.
Yep. And
he's a difference maker for them.
And the voodoo is going to continue for the Pistons as players just keep falling off to the side of the road, clearing the path for them. Not their problem, but they can take advantage of it. I'm with you. So long as the Knicks have a lead, he's not playing. So if we get to Game 5 and they're up 3-1 already, you know what? You're going to sit. And if we can finish the series without you, that's just more days of rest. I would do. Now, the second, it's if it becomes tied or we start losing, I got to play you.
Then it's different. Yeah. I wouldn't do it up 2-0. Give him a little bit of time. Look, it's the same damn thing for Cleveland. Like, they got to play tonight without Merrill, who's a 38% three-point shooter. You know, if they can steal a game tonight, do you have to play him in Game 3? Maybe not. But Merrill, he had the hamstring after 6 minutes. Or is it desperation and you go, F it, I got to win tonight? He's questionable, by the way.
Let's move over to a team that is not in the playoffs only because they just introduced their new coach and the owner spoke. They introduced Taylor Jenkins as the new head coach in Milwaukee, and the owner spoke regarding Giannis, saying that he wants a decision done before the draft. The draft is at the end of June. Will it happen, though?
Yes. Jaylen Brown will be a Milwaukee Buck. That's what you get when you stream after a Game 7 and cry like a baby. Jaylen Brown picks players for Giannis. Done.
Before the draft, David, see, it makes sense, but because it makes so much sense, I'm going to say no. But I hope you get your wish or he goes someplace else because I always thought that he was going to end up
Miami
as a T-Wolf.
Oh, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they're still in the playoffs, that's kind of difficult.
Just remember, when you trade for Giannis, you got to trade for his brother, too. Thanasis or whatever his name is. That's like his therapist.
Sure.
I'm telling you, hey, you got to keep a roster spot open. If the guy's not there, Giannis loses his mind. It's been written about.
I understand. Right. Whatever team he goes to, I'm sure you're willing to get rid of last guy on the bench if it means you get Giannis.
Yeah, that's not an Uncle T situation. Like, he really needs his brother. Like, that has to happen.
Right, but okay, fine. We'll cut somebody. You're off to the G League. Giannis, welcome.
That is your NBA Fast Break, 97.1.
Spring's here. Weather's starting to turn a little bit. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Right now, a 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month, 24 months, or a 26 Invista, $249 a month. Both leases, $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, you can take it to Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights for certified service. You also get that free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. Online anytime, rentexpress.com, or stop by on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, before we get to the business of the day, and part of it, we're going to get to the Pistons later because I'm not a big fan of preview radio. Look, we all know what the deal is. You win tonight, you take complete control of the series. You don't win tonight, you're going to find yourself in a series. Let's go do the damn thing. But we're going to get to it in the 5 o'clock. I want to bring up the Tigers because I got to be honest, I'm pissed. And I do want to go back to the Framber-Valdez thing because I was listening to a former baseball executive kind of talk about it. And I kind of want to monitor something. I'll explain it. You can tell me, Mike, that's redonkulous. But it was embarrassing last night. It's embarrassing this team has been swept 3 times before Memorial Day, especially to teams like Minnesota and now Boston. And look, they're just comprehensively not a good ball club right now. And I'm concerned. I can't say I have zero concerns. I'm not freaking out. But I think it's okay to talk about this in real time. Yeah, you're in the worst division in baseball, and part of that is it's you. Like you're not any good. It's one thing to say this division is total ass, and you've got a 6-game lead in it. But if you had your record in any of the NL divisions or the AL East, you're 7, 8, 10 games out of first right now. I want you to think about that. Like that's the blessing of being in this division.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you don't have any lead in this division. Division's ass, but we're going to get to it. David, the text communications, please.
The NFL, MLB, and NHL should do away with conferences. Shame we could never see Brady Manning in the Super Bowl in their primes. Jared in Waterford.
I agree completely. I think the day and age of conferences should come to an end. Take all your teams, rank them.
Yeah.
Let's go play.
I mean, Mike, you're young enough or old enough to remember when AFC was just a joke in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
NFC title game was the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was just a coronation.
Yes. Look, for years, the Western Conference has been better than the East in the NBA. Well, why not open this thing up and look at the matchups you'd get? I mean, candidly, like San Antonio and OKC probably shouldn't meet until the final. But unfortunately, they're going to play each other in the Western Conference final. I'd rather open this thing up, and you would create unique matchups that we haven't gotten to see. And again, whether maybe the Pistons would end up playing the same teams. Maybe they wouldn't. But I think it would just add an intrigue to it that, look, you can have your conference in the regular season if you want, but come playoff time, we're going to seed this damn thing. And it's going to be like Kenny's wrestling. You know, they put everybody in the cage, SummerSlam or whatever it is, and you just go. Or Royal Rumble, is that what it is? Kenny, help me. You're the wrestling
Royal Rumble
guy.
does not involve a cage, but I understand what you're saying.
No, it's just where everybody dies and one person wins.
Hell in a Cell, there's a steel cage match, there's Elimination Chamber, all inside of a cage.
Fantastic.
Well, here's the thing. Well, you know, if they actually did reseed the playoffs, the Pistons would probably be playing the T-Wolves right now, minus Edwards and people. Because that's just how it's going for them.
Be careful, though, because now you're opening yourself up to, well, if the Red Wings were in the Western Conference, they would have made the playoff.
But that, my whole point is just take everyone and seed them. It won't change.
I love it. I agree completely.
Red Wings. Who are they? As far as I'm concerned, there's an original 5. The 6 checked out like Betty White.
Got relegated?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. This is an embarrassment in this town. David? That's it. Yesterday's show, we brought it up. I'm done. They can do something, and we'll talk about it. I quit. It's a joke, man. I'm watching Buffalo skate around against Montreal. Oh, we're sitting around making the playoffs in 10 years.
If you shorten the season to 65 games, then the load managers will just play 48 games. It won't actually fix the problem.
I know. No, I know you're probably right. It's why I've lost. I really, look, man, the last couple of years, it's really started to wear on me with the NBA. It's just not a good product. And it's every night, look at the point spreads. You can't even get 2 full-strength teams facing off on national TV. That's before we get to the rights deal, and you got to go all over the place to find your games. It's not a good product.
Well, I got something for you for a second. But, David, going back to what you said, okay, here's the thing. If I'm the commissioner, I'm going to add upon that, and we're just going to have this a league doctor who checks you out. And if you miss games, you miss money. NBA players love one thing. It's not titles, it's money. So, well, that comes with the money. So, you don't play in 42 games because you're load managing, that's fine. Your paycheck gets docked. Because the worst thing in the world is when the fans just get screwed over because you bought tickets. I always think when the father who buys the son tickets for Christmas, hey, you're going to see Oklahoma City Thunder. Well, you're seeing the jerseys because the main players aren't playing in the game.
Steph hasn't played in Detroit, I think, in like 6 years.
He
Embiid
played
has
once.
never played in Denver.
Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing here? So, but by the way, speaking of Mike, they come up with the first game of the season for the NFL. Rams-Niners will be played in Australia, and you can watch that game on Netflix.
I hate everything. David, there's just nothing for me to say. It's the first game of the season, and you don't even make it available to all of your fans. You don't even put it on regular television. To hell with them all.
All this talk about loose bodies, I keep getting these Scooble and Rousini stories.
Nope.
Confused.
Nope. Just no. Oh, Kenny's really pleased with himself.
I like that one a lot.
Someone's saying this whole story, though, about Rousini and Vrabel, is this why the Titans fired him? Wesley and Howell.
My memory serves me, you had a volatile ownership change, and I believe the daughter of the owner took over. There's a personality conflict there. You had the GM, I believe. God, I'm not trying to slander anybody. I thought the GM had to go away for a while. I don't know if it was rehab or what it was. I got to go back. It's 5 years ago. There was a lot happening in that organization. But look, anything's possible right now. The fact is, that guy rented a boat with Rousini while she was 8 months pregnant. What are you doing on a boat with a pregnant woman? We already know you had an affair. I'm making a point. Why would you be on that boat if it's not your baby? And the fact is, the kid was named Mike. Yeah. So, hey, look, man, that's just where my mind goes. And this is the reason you go, well, why are you guys talking about it? I still maintain I don't know that Vrabel's the coach of the Patriots week 1. I'm not calling the shot. I'm just telling you. This is a PR strategy, what's happening right now. The Chinese water torture trickle effect of these stories keeps it in the news cycle. It keeps the pain point up on Vrabel. Because Rossini's already toast.
Yeah, and it looks like Vrabel wanted more power and more decision-making in
Really
Tennessee.
thought you were about to say something else, and I had my hand on the dump button.
So did we.
Wow.
So did we.
Really?
Wow.
Thanks for thinking so highly of
He
me.
wanted more power.
I was right here on the dump button. Like, you got to be kidding me. Is he really doing this?
Really? Wow. Glad you guys think so highly of me.
It's not about high or low. It's just you're comfortable chatting. We're just having a fireside chat.
When have you ever heard me talk that way?
It happened once before.
We have a song about it.
About it. Yeah, remember that? Remember where you forgot the cat to the first word? Yeah.
Oh, that time. Oh,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, when have you ever heard me? Oh, I don't know. Live on the air about 4 years ago.
Well, I wouldn't use it in that context.
Got it.
Okay. He wanted more control.
Please. You're getting close every time you say words.
You know what?
Just,
look it up for yourself.
Maybe we move on, huh?
Look it up for yourself.
You wanted more control.
Oh, boy.
Which leads me to this text. Someone says, please cover the Rousini all day long to 6. That is Dale in a truck.
No. We had our fun with it. The story came out. The guys here know. Club Rousini is a story I just can't get enough of because of how brain dead these two are. And then, the pregnancy on the boat thing, and it's named Mike, and you go, I mean, come on, how do I not? You gotta bring it up. So we can get to, I'll be honest, I'd rather talk about Club Rousini than the Tigers. But unfortunately, duty calls, so we'll get into it. We need to have a serious conversation. This has been a pretty traumatic week for Tiger fans and this ball club. But I want to know if it leads to more. And I'm going to bring up what a former baseball executive had to say about the Valdez thing. You tell me something or nothing. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Pistons host the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight for Game 2 of the series. One of the Cavs' best three-point shooters, Jackson Merrill, is still questionable to play thanks to a hamstring strain. Kevin Huerter doubtful for Detroit. Everyone will be on flopping watch after these Donovan Mitchell comments. Pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1. Knicks forward OG Anunoby has a right hamstring strain. He's
Anunoby.
Anunoby.
And it's OG.
The Tigers have the day off as they prepare for a series with the Royals tomorrow. I reached out to MLB yesterday to clarify why A.J. Hinch was suspended. They said, quote, our usual approach is that a pitch that's been deemed as intentional throwing at a batter results in a one-game suspension of his manager. We do this to promote player safety, end quote. Per John Heyman, Tarek Skubal had successful surgery to remove a single loose body in his elbow. He said it's possible he returns in 4 to 6 weeks.
Boris mouthpiece, disregard.
MSU football announced several matchups in the future. They'll face Oklahoma for the first time ever in a home-and-home starting in 2028. Mike will be tailgating. A series with Cincinnati will start in 2030. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you. We're going to turn our attention to the Tigers for a little bit. You know, I mean, we joked about it a little bit, but there was an element of truth to it. I felt like last night it was a bigger game, not Panic in Tiger Town or anything, but you can't just be getting swept by teams like the Boston Red Sox at home. And I know baseball's a really weird sport, and it's 162 games. You have a good hot week or a hot 2 weeks, you put some things in the rear view. But look at what the week is now. You lost Skubal for at least 2 months. That John Heyman report, you can keep it. Heyman is on Boris's payroll. I'm not interested. The point is, you lost Skubal. You've lost a hell of a lot of arms. You lost Gleyber Torres to the IL. You had Framber Valdez lose his mind. He's not going to take another turn in the rotation. And as we sit here, you know, I know we joke about the AL Comedy Central. And, like, I make fun of the NBA's Eastern Conference, but it ain't got nothing on the Comedy Central. This is a division where if you are simply a 500 team, you're in first place. The Tigers are sitting at 18-20, and if they were in any other division, for instance, the AL East, you would be the better part of 10 games out of first. In the National League, I mean, you'd be 9.5, 8 or 9 games out in the NL East. You'd be what, 7, 8, 9 games out in the Central. Forget about the West. The Dodgers are there. The point I'm making is this: we're at the quarter pole. They have not played good baseball, and I understand the injuries will put a roof on what they can accomplish for a bit. But I was listening to a former baseball executive. Now, listen. Do I think highly of this person? No. I want to say that because I don't want people thinking, oh, well, you like this person. No, I don't, actually. You ever hear of David Sampson?
Yeah.
Okay. Very, very famous for a lot of the wrong reasons with the Marlins and the Expos, etc. But he had a long-form discussion on the Valdez thing. And I was pleased that he saw it the way I saw it, which was, look, A.J. Hinch didn't back his own player. He didn't.
Yeah.
AJ saying we play a good brand of ball around here. Normally when you're out there, you feel like you're in your right. It didn't feel good to be out there. He didn't back what Framber did. And he described moments like that where the season either launches to a better place or launches to a worse place. Because the description he gave is the Red Sox wanted to be out there together. The Tigers did not want to be there. It was more like, well, guess we got to go out there now because of what Captain Goofball did.
Yeah, all the Red Sox emptied their bench, so
right.
Here we go.
Guess we got to do it. But it's this idea of they didn't really back Valdez. They did the bare minimum. The manager didn't back Valdez. Now, why is it important? Rico, he's their $40 million man. And for all intents purposes, he's going to be Tarek Skubal for the couple months he's not around. When you look at how they've played, when you look offensively, like I was talking to Cookies about it, is sure, on an OPS level, you could be like, well, Riley Green's having a nice year, or Colt Keith has a flashy batting average. Riley's on pace for like 15 home runs. Colt Keith hasn't hit a home run in 8 months. Like, there's no power. You got a lot of guys have been useless. And then you have a lot of pitching injuries. Look, Kansas City's played better of late. I'm not telling you there's some good ball club. Then you get the Mets, who maybe the Mets have turned it around a little bit. You can't lose 100 in a row. I'm more concerned than I was even a few days ago. Mm-hmm. And I think the Valdez thing was an interesting conversation by Samson. I wanted your take. I wanted to hear from the people.
No, that's a really interesting take of the fact that, yeah, I remember when AJ said, we didn't feel good about that thing, but you're right. They didn't support why they were out there. They were out there because, I guess the unwritten rules of baseball. They empty their bench. We got to empty our bench.
Yep.
Please, God, don't throw any punches. You're probably telling your buddies on the other team, we're just out here for show. Please, nobody do anything stupid. We'll all go back, and nobody will get fined but that loser. But I do like the fact that, yeah, they're going to have to – they got to figure it out. He has to take that step up to be the leader, and he didn't. In his moment, his time to shine, it failed. But when I look at this team, because everybody always says that magical number, 40 games. What Sparky Anderson said, well, you're really close to the 40 games right now, and it's everything that you said. So many pieces are missing from this team, or just the bullpen is not good. Players are getting in. Your starting pitching staff is just falling by the wayside. You're not able to get key hits and home runs. You wasted actually a start last night that was pretty good. That any other pitcher probably should have won that game.
Yeah, Flaherty with 10 Ks, and you also had some bad defense. It elevated his pitch count. This is the other problem. What did we say about this team? Look, they were very good at the margins. They were very good. Like, they're not a good defensive team right now. I feel like every night I'm watching something go wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just, the concern is growing, and I don't want to whistle by the graveyard because the Pistons are in the playoffs. Rico, look at what this week was. Back-to-back Cy Young died.
Yes.
You had your $40 million guy lose his mind. You had the most professional hitter in the lineup get hurt, and you got swept by the Red Sox. Third sweep before Memorial Day.
If you told me that the only thing missing, let's just say Skubal was going to be out for a while, but everything else was intact, I would say I'm not that concerned.
Right.
Because at least I'll treat Skubal as almost like a trade deadline thing, and you acquired him. But when I look at all the missing pieces, who's coming to rescue this team? Who's going to be that guy to step up and help get this thing back to where it's going to be? Who's going to self-correct this? I don't know. So I'm very concerned. Is it full-blown panic? No. But I don't see how it gets better before it gets worse. The only thing you could say is, well, you play in a bad division, that's pretty sad. You're not saying, oh, because our hitting is timely. Oh, we're getting home runs, or our bullpen is just, you know what? If we get a lead, we'll shut you down. Well, we just play with 4 other teams that also stinks. But as you said so eloquently, you're part of the reason why the Comedy Central is the Comedy Central. It's on you because you didn't run away with this thing.
What is your concern level, guys? And if you say 0, back it up with something. Because right now, look, a lot of the last 2 years, when you looked at the Pixar movie to make it 2 years ago, okay, that I could view as magic. The way they started in April and May of last year, I would say, was magical too. Nothing about the rest of the year was magical. Mm-hmm. They were not a good baseball team. They fell apart. I kind of wonder are we about to live the median outcome? You're not going to get what you got 2 years ago, and then maybe they're more of the team they were the second half of last year than the team in the first couple months. Remember where it was McKinstry, All-Star, Baez, All-Star? Those things aren't happening.
First team to 40, first team to 50.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't want to be right. I liked what they did to bolster the pitching and bolster the pen. I understood when people called in and said, but they didn't do anything offensively. I know, okay? I know. Rico, I'm worried that this thing It's right in front of our face. They're not a good baseball team.
Am I wrong? Because out of 10, Mike, I'm at a 7.
No,
because
I don't think you're wrong.
The only reason why it's not just full-blown panic is because you also play in the same divisions, the White Sox and the Royals and the Guardians and the Twins. But other than that, I don't see how this gets fixed anytime soon. And you're treading water, but you're not really doing that anymore. It's like you're starting to lose this. You're 2 games below 500, and you wonder at this time next week, will you be 3 or 4 games below 500?
And that's baseball, where if you just put a nice 10 days together, it can all look really different. We can only deal with what we have right now. I can't futurecast that they're going to win 7 of 9. And when I look at, like, last night, you're right. Pitching performance was fine enough. Your defense failed, and your offense never showed up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's losing baseball.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get that pitching performance on a lot of nights, considering you don't have any pitching that's healthy.
Right. And then you laugh, like late in the Red Sox stranded a bunch of runners, but it didn't matter. They had enough runs to win.
They were. I don't know. I just like to know from you guys. Or maybe you're not paying attention yet. Maybe it's only May 7th, and maybe the Red Wing playoff run. Oh, wait. 248-539-9797. You tell me, what is your level of concern? This was a pretty catastrophic week for this baseball team, both on the field and then with injuries. I think it's okay to be at a 6 or a 7 of concern. You're a quarter of the way through, and right now you're not a good baseball team. And if the goal was winning the World Series, and that's why you elevated your payroll, then I don't think Rico deserves to be made fun of. Not for this, at least.
Because I'm looking at a 7 out of 10 because I don't see where the help comes any time.
I'm just annoyed they got swept by the Red Sox. I admit it. Like, you can't get swept by bad teams. That's ridiculous.
I chuckled because we did the whole, what if they lose? I didn't really think they were going to lose.
Well,
I'll be damned.
Yeah, well, there it is. All right, get with the people. David will get with the text as well. 97.1. If you're in an accident, it can feel like you're on your own. The insurance company, they're not your buddy. The paperwork's a total nightmare. That's why you need to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action, you need it now. Counselors keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts will lock that case down. It's smart, it's fast, it's built to win. Just go to Get David, Get Paid. I mean, it's not a tagline, it's a playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, real quick. There's no good way to do it. It's awful. We'll get to your calls momentarily, but Rico, you've got some news for people.
I do, and this comes from the Caputo family, Pat Caputo's family. Unfortunately, today, May 7th, we lost Pat to cancer. Pat was surrounded by his family. Thank you for all your support. That is from the Caputo family. So he has passed away. He's a very private person. And as you all know, he's been off the air here for a little bit of time. And unfortunately, Pat is now gone on. And, thoughts and prayers go out to his family. It's going to be a tough loss. I mean, he was a Tigers guy. He loved him some baseball and Tigers. So.
Nobody knew more about him. That's for damn sure. Awful. And just cancer can go straight to hell. It's affected my family. It's affected everyone's family. Yeah. It's the absolute worst. So, there's no easy way to bring that up. Posted somewhere?
just posted like a few minutes ago. So, but it's fitting that we're talking Tigers.
I know,
and that was his passion and his love.
And there's no segue to where we just, go. Oh, hey, let's go. You know what I mean? I don't know. All right. Well, David, do you want to just read a few texts and we'll keep it going? But rest in peace. Awful. Sucks.
For the Tigers, my concern level is a 3. It would be a 5 if they were at least fun to watch, but they are not fun to watch right now.
Well, listen, my opinion about Tiger baseball. Like I've made peace with it, which is I'm never going to approve of the way they approach things. All I can do is, does it work? Will they win games? Can they have a chance to win? I hear you. No, it's not enjoyable. And optionality only works when your options are worth using. They don't really have that currently.
Yeah. My concern level is a 5. Uncharacteristic 3 games against the Red Sox. Move on, just stay around 500, and that wins you the division.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If you've been swept 3 times before Memorial Day, I don't think you get to call it uncharacteristic, no?
You win. Circle gets the square. No, you're right. You're right, Mike. That's why my concern is at a 7. But people are like, oh, it's just baseball. They'll be fine to get to 500. Well, who's going to go and take the mound for you? Because you're losing pitchers left and right. Okay, let's say you get the lead. Who maintains that lead for you? Your bullpen blows. And you're not you brought it up yesterday. You're not even hitting home runs. So scoring runs is at a premium. When you score them, they come in bunches. Yeah. Well, they'll score 8 or 9 runs in a game and then follow the rest of the series up, scoring 4 total.
Well, the other thing, too, is I'll give you an example, and I know, baseball's strange. I mean, Torque had the 5 games in a row with a home run, and he's still a negative WAR player. Think about that. I mean, he's basically Rob Deere. Like, there's nothing I can gravitate towards. I mean, Riley has had a nice year. Now, you could say, okay, well, strikeouts are down. Great, he's going to strike out 167 times, not 200. The power's not there. Colt Keith, the OPS looks nice, but he's a liability on defense, and offensively, he has factually 0 home run. Like, this is a struggle. And look, McGonigal is a kid. This is why I caution people. Like, I have no problem signing him. I wanted to sign him, but notice now he's kind of a pop-out lord. Like, the video's out. Mm-hmm. The pitchers adjust. And look, he's an advanced kid. He's got a really great approach at the plate. I'm sure he'll counterpunch, but right now, not going well for him. Mm-hmm. Glaber's dead.
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, for McGonigal, it's that second time around when pitchers see you again, because that's when he's gonna be all this great. Let's just wait and see what happens next, and they've adjusted.
David, one more. We'll get to the people.
Was at the game last night because we got free tickets. Down 4 felt like down 40. We are not getting any run support. This sucks. I'm concerned.
Yeah, I want to see what the weekend holds. I mean, Kansas City's played better ball. But, yeah, I mean, if you start digging yourself a hole and Scooble's not there to help you and your rotation's banged up, your bullpen's been subpar, and offensively it's helter-skelter, I mean, you start to, first of all, yes, thank God you're in this division, but B, at a certain point, you do have to play. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how are you?
What's up, gentlemen? Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
Listen, Yeah, first things first. Heartfelt condolences to the Caputo family and to the family at the ticket. I'm sure you're all feeling it. It's a sad day for sports commentary in Detroit.
Well, thank you.
Well said.
Having said that, my concern level's a 6. It'd be a heck of a lot higher if we didn't have such a poor level of opposition in our division. But I'm actually as concerned about the bullpen as anything. We could, if they hadn't squandered late inning leads, and that was supposed to be a strength of this team, right? If we can keep ourselves, honestly, playing 450 ball for the next 2 to 3 months, let's say beginning of August, we're within 6 or 7 games, and we get some people back, we can be still the best team in the division and be good enough to close that gap. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure we can be within 6 or 7 games of first place at the beginning of August. And, people are going to look, Max Clark is smacking the cover off the ball in Toledo, and that's great. But he's completely blocked on this team. Where are they going to play him? DH, left field, right field, all blocked, right? You're going to make a trade and take one of those guys off the team? I don't see the Tigers doing that, right? So you got nowhere to put that kid.
But even still, look, he started out hot as a firecracker. He's actually been slumping lately, and you got to be careful. I mean, he's a kid. The idea that he's going to come up and be phenomenal, that's a lottery ticket. And
I'm just saying that there's Tigers fans go, oh, we'll bring Max Clark up and everything will be great.
Yeah,
no, that's not the case. It's not.
That's people. I know it frustrates me greatly. Like, look, the Kenley Jansen thing. That's the one signing I admit it. I made fun of it. I didn't want Kenley Jansen here. I'm not. I mean, it's just I've seen this. It's a tale as old as time. You pay a guy for an outlier year later in their career, and now look. Now you've inherited a guy with a 1.6 whip. Yeah. A guy who's blown a couple of games early. A guy who can't locate, and if he does locate, it's middle. It's a room service fastball. Like that. Now, it can change, but we are at the quarter pole. I need you to lock in because Lord knows right now it looks like it's going to be tough for this team to get a bunch of leads. Mm-hmm. And we can't be afford to giving any away games now. We've been swept 3 times already. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I say a 5.
Okay.
And you kind of answered a lot of my questions. Like you said, Riley Green, he's still going to strike out, like you said, over 150. As far as Torkelson, he's walking more, but when he gets his pitch, he never hits it, And that's what concerns me, they're hitting. I don't think their pitching's as bad as maybe we can patch it together. The Madden kid looked the other day when he come up. You got who's the other starter? The other guy they bring up all the time.
Listen, the kids, it's going to be chaos. That's what this is. It's going to be pitching chaos. They're going to have a bunch of names you've never heard of, and they got to throw everything against the wall to make sure it sticks because they don't have the starting options anymore. Period.
I'll go with you on that, and maybe they can make it work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But their hitting is horrible. I went to the game last night, man. It was like, nobody's hitting the ball hard,
No, and I mean, I give you another example, right? You talk about, you bring up Riley Green and strikeouts are down, or I think you said Torkelson, well, the walks are up. He's on pace to strike out damn near 200 times this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of times where the ball's not in play. If you put it in play, at least something happens.
No, and the problem still.
Carpenter swings for Mars every time up.
No, and I've settled. I like Kerry Carpenter. I'm okay with him, but this team lacked right-handed support in the lineup. Well, if Glaber's dead and Torkelson's terrible, you start to look at where are my right-handed options here. What do I have? Right now, comprehensively, the best offensive player on this team has been Dylan Dingler.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. But, I mean, we need some help.
That's why I'm at a 7. Because there's too many holes to fill, and I don't see who's going to step up and become that guy to fix this problem. That's why I'm very concerned.
Part of this is going to be getting pitchers healthy.
Yes.
And that just takes time. But offensively, there's concerns. Defensively, there's concerns.
And look, Mike, it's as they say, you can't win the World Series right now, but you can lose it. You can take yourself out of the playoff chase where you need a miracle run. And I don't know if they can do what they did a few years ago and just come back and win this thing like the horse did in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I think this is setting up. Obviously, this division's not going to get a wild card. You got to win the division to make the playoffs. So that's fine, and you can tune everything else out. But man, I don't know. It's just bothered me as watching them and low energy, low output.
Right. And
terrible series against the Sox, the injuries, the Scooble news, Valdez losing his mind. It's all just comprehensive. Glaber to the IL.
Dude, think about it. As you said yesterday, I'll give you credit for this. You get into late September and you're 2 games out of winning the division, and you're going to look back and say, we got swept by the Twins and the Red Sox back in April and May.
You're begging for those games.
Yeah.
Begging. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get to the Pistons a little later in the show. And we do have news from the world of college sports. I don't even blame Rico for it. We're just...
You know what? Thank you.
No,
That's progress.
We're just living in the Willy Wonka movie at this point. Rico will give you the news at 4. I may throw a chair. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. We'll wrap up Tiger Talk. Again, I'm not asking anybody to go crazy, but, man, when you look at the week that was and the way they played last night, and when you centered around Valdez, I couldn't get the David Sampson dissertation. I don't think much of Sampson from his time in the league, but I have to respect the fact he was in the league. The idea that the manager didn't take up for Valdez, the idea that his teammates begrudgingly, as Rico said it, just did what they had to do, and they came out last night as flat as they came out, that didn't galvanize the team. That wasn't a rallying moment. And as Sampson put it, it either goes way up or way down. These moments matter. And I just thought it was kind of jarring to watch them bumble around last night and play the way they played. Like, if that truly was a galvanizing moment, they had Valdez's back, they come out and destroy the Sox last night.
Yeah.
So, look, something or nothing. Hey, maybe they put a good 10 games together and it's in the rearview mirror. But, no, I think the concerns are real. And now, look, you got to monitor this Gleyber Torres thing. An oblique injury for a hitter, especially a guy who's getting a little bit older. Those things are as unpredictable as it gets. And right now, you can't afford to have professional hitters out of your lineup. So let's get to the people. Go to Katie, 97.1. Katie, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
What's going on?
Watching them recently, it's like watching paint dry. They put guys on, and it's just a pop out, 2 on, 2 out, pop out. Flaherty, he had the one bad inning, and then, okay, and that's usually his spiel is, 2 bad innings, and then, but there's no support. And
yeah, Katie, I'm with you on the fact that there is no support for this team. That, even if you happen to get the runs, do you trust that bullpen will close the game out? I don't.
Oh God, I was gonna go there with their if they even have middle relief or bullpen, that's where they got to get some help too. Also, I mean, putting Kyle Finnegan. Finnegan's probably their best one, and that's not really saying much. But
look, there's problems everywhere. Katie, nothing you're saying is wrong. And go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Velasco. He came in. I was like, who's this guy?
I think you're going to have a lot of that the next few weeks, Katie. I got to be honest with you. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's. I know a couple of years ago it was funny with the chaos and stuff, but right now, look, it's all hands on deck. They don't have anybody.
It's going to be me at the MSU spring game. I don't know who that is. Hold on, let me look and see. Oh, you still don't know who he is.
Who this? Right. Couldn't tell you. Go to Gary, 97.1. Gary, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, I need you to talk me off of this opinion. I never thought I'd come up with this, but the other day I got to thinking about the Tiger woes, and unfortunately I landed on Javi Baez. He was actually having a spark, and, some twilight years might be coming from him, and he's the guy that's out there having fun, and he's grinding, and all of a sudden he's out. And I think when he went out, they lost something. Well, what do you guys think about that?
Look, I won't rule anything out. I'm not going to bust your balls, Gary. I just don't have a high opinion of Javi. I think he gave you MVP-like numbers to kind of start last year, where it was this weird moment in time. But again, even at the time of him getting hurt, and I know it was right around maybe 90 at-bats, Gary, he was a negative WAR player. So
he had some big hits. And I'm not a huge Javi guy either. I think his best days are gone, but he was bringing an energy or. All
right. Well, what I'm saying is I can't, and I want Gary. I'm being respectful. I'm not trying to be a Richard here. You're bringing up things that I can't quantify. So therefore, I can't argue them. So, okay, you want to tell me he's kind of that emotional leader? You're going to win that argument because there's no way I can disprove you. All I can do is provide the data that says you'd be better off playing a replacement level player than Javi Baez. He wasn't any good from a numbers standpoint when he got hurt.
Yeah, Tool-wise, can't argue that. Tool-wise, can't argue it.
Yeah, and guess what? You might be right as the emotion outweighs, him not being great, but it's Garrett, a certain level offensively, they need guys to produce. How many negative WAR players are you going to have in your lineup? Yeah, you're not going to win that way. I mean, it's just this thing is
numbers got to come from somebody.
Yeah, and look, Gary, I'm not saying they've hit the iceberg. I'm not, but I'm also not going to act like it's 80 and sunny. It's a little bit not creepy. It's a little uneasy right now. This doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right. And that Valdez flashpoint, if it was going to rally the team, you would have saw it last night. It sure as hell didn't. They looked flat as a pancake last night.
They did.
Go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Okay. What's going on?
Hey, just Jake Rogers is where I'm going to lay some of the blame here. You're keeping guys like that in your roster that give you absolutely nothing. Offensively, we got problems. Bring Briseño here. If you're worried about at-bats, dude, he can platoon at first base too. Get Torkelson out of the lineup every other game. Give Dingler a break. Platoon Torkelson. Let Briseño get his swing, switch hitting. I mean, he gives you something, and he might be your future.
Andrew, I think everything, if this continues, and I don't want you to think I'm copping out. I'm not, Andrew. I'm saying while it's not early, it's not late, the next few weeks are going to determine whether you're calling this show back, and I'm just going to agree. You could say they need the Muppet Babies, and I'll say yes. Go make the trade.
Well, dude, I like Dingler and I like Torkelson, but Briseño gives you something that Rogers can't.
I hear you. What I'm saying is, if we turn this into just play the kids, that's what we said about the Red Wings when they were deep in a rebuild. If you're relying on your prospect pipeline to be a 90-win team, the odds of that, Andrew, are infinitesimal. That's how you know you're down bad. Having McGonigal here was different. That's a one-off. But when we start going, well, that's it. Give me Briseño. Give me Max Clark. Give me Max Anderson. Give me Hyu Lee.
You're throwing your hands up in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
You're saying, you know what? Write this year off, and we'll see what happens.
Right. And I'm not.
Now you're the Toledo Mud Hens.
Right. And I'm not.
Good point.
And I'm not ready to do that yet. Because while it's not late, it's not early, and vice versa. I'm trying to be as pragmatic as possible. But I can't lie to you and tell you, they're not a good ball club right now. It's not even close. David, a couple of texts, and then we'll get to business.
It's because on top of everything that you all have said about the Tigers, they're also not good defensively. So when you're dealing with pitching issues and now you have errors in the field that now the inning extends and you're giving up more runs now, more pitches on the arm, everything isn't going right now.
True.
Text here says, Montero is our best pitcher. That would make the concern level high. That is Bob in St. Clair Shores. Torque got 5 home runs in a row. That's not good enough. Who are these callers?
Hold on.
Because, you know what, Mike? Go ahead.
No,
He's still sitting at a negative WAR.
That's my point, is that he had the 5 home runs in 5 days. But comprehensively, it didn't lift how bad he's been outside of those 5 days. Yeah, everything in baseball is in the aggregate. It's one of the only sports that we truly use counting stats. That's all. Sorry, and I apologize if I cut you off. I get so flustered. I don't know why. Because I just want people to look at it in a healthier perspective. If a guy's having a terrible year over 200 at bats, don't isolate 11 at bats. You're doing it wrong. Now, the playoffs, that's a different story.
Right.
Go ahead.
You do that in 5 games in the playoffs. Thank you.
Well, now we're talking something different.
Yeah.
Right. They'll have you next to the Johnny Kane statue down there.
No, never mind.
Nope.
But yes, it's a different season. But right here, right now, yeah, the 5 home runs looks good.
But then he was right back to where he's always been this year. TB from Southfield says, hello, David, Mike, and Rico. This Tigers team is good enough for 75 wins. The manager is great. The players overachieve at times. But besides that, there's too many injuries, so I see 75 right now.
You need to talk to me on June 1st. I'm not ready to go there yet. And I'll say it again. I hate the fact that I'm doing this. I hate myself. That's really what this comes down to. 2 years ago, they were 10 games out of first, and they still made it because it's the AL Comedy Central. And then you saw the other end of the spectrum. You're 15 and a half games up, and you blew that. I'm trying to live in the median here, but I can't write them off, guys. They got to get healthy. They got to play better ball. I don't think any of that is crazy.
Yeah.
But right here now, no, this isn't good enough. Comprehensively, it's not good enough.
No, and I would like them to be good enough that you don't need Scooble to come back and be lights out in order to make the playoffs, because I think that'll put too much pressure on him. That it'll be a nice bonus, a nice addition. Like I said, you treat it almost a trade deadline type of thing. But somebody else, the starting staff, you got to find something, because right now you hope that these guys come back and they still have something, because if not, well, maybe we'll see what Cobb is doing. We'll bring him back.
I hate you. All right, 97.1. All right, David, text communications. We'll get to a blitz top of the hour. Rico has breaking news from the world of college sports, and I don't even blame him for it. But we're going to talk about it because we have to. And then Pistons will gear up for game 2. This is the night you either wrap your hands around the neck of the Cavs or you find yourself in a dogfight. That's the fun of the playoffs. You're up 1-0. You go up 2-0, this thing's done. You're not losing 4 out of 5 to these cats. But if you go 1-1, Cleveland looks around and goes, mission accomplished. We'll see you down at the Q or whatever the hell the thing's called now. We'll see you at Panini for a sandwich or the winking lizard across the street. David, talk to me. What do you got?
It says, gentlemen, I am highly concerned about this team. Yes, they have a lot of injuries, but they were only playing 500 baseball when they were healthy. So this is not a good team in my mind.
Yeah.
So
right now they're not, and it's okay to say it. They can be, but they are. Last night disturbed me. I admit it. And part of it was listening to David Sampson talk about it. Yes, I don't think very highly of him from when he was with the Expos or Marlins. The point is, it doesn't make his opinion wrong. This is the problem we have in this country. It's like if you don't like somebody, well, then I can't take anything they say. No, every opinion is separate. You can dislike somebody. They can say a lot of things that are wrong. Maybe once in a while, a blind squirrel finds a nut. In this case, credit where it's due. He ran a team. These moments, they cut one way or the other. And I'll tell you, if the team's reaction to Valdez or Hinch not backing him up is whatever I watched last night, that is not a good sign. What I wanted to see was a real energetic response, save the series, get a win, we're on to Kansas City. And again, if you think I'm making too much of it, that's cool. Not you, I'm saying people. Yeah. Guys, we watch the games. They got to matter. This isn't the NBA regular season. These games matter.
No, especially when you play bad teams. Like if you all of a sudden got swept by the Dodgers, you got swept by the Yankees, you got swept by the Braves, you can live with that. They're better than you. These teams aren't.
That's correct. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says, please don't make McGonagall suffer like we did Barry. Get this man some help.
All right, hold on.
In the lineup.
Hold on. Time out. Are we really going? We've reached that point now. The guy hasn't even been here for a season. Second of all, he's hit the skids. He's human. We are not going to turn him into poor martyr Barry Sanders after a decade of elite play and needing help and losing touchdowns to Tommy Vardell. Come on. I mean, really.
It's a little bit of a stretch. It's a lot of bit of a stretch.
Yes. David.
My Pete in Macomb says, my level of concern is actually an 8 or a 9, and I'm usually the most positive Tiger fan, but this team can't do it right now.
Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
Hey.
Brett. What's up?
Hey, this is what drives me nuts about national pundits and some of your other brethren down in Detroit. When we signed Valdez and Verlander, we have one of the best starting rotations in the league. You can't win games if you don't score runs. You can pitch. If you don't pitch a shutout, they're going to lose, basically. We have no hitting. The only thing we added to our team this year was a rookie who, we all thought he was going to be this, but did anybody really believe he was going to be this on day one?
Okay, but Brett, can I just say one thing? Look, I'm fine if you think basically you're mad at me, and that's fine.
No, I'm not mad at you. I never said that. I said your other brethren down there in Detroit.
No, but
But
I mentioned having one of the best rotations in baseball, so I'm one of those people. What I couldn't.
Well, yeah, but you're putting your faith in people who are old.
Okay.
Jack Flaherty, and
I want to try this again.
Two injury-prone starters.
Okay, but hold on. When they signed Valdez, look, I don't love Valdez, but he's a good number 2 in this league, and he's a 200-inning pitcher, okay? I couldn't knock it. The Verlander thing was based on his last 13 starts in San Francisco with an ERA sub-3 in a stretch drive, and he pitched really well. I didn't know Reese Olson was going to die, and I sure as hell didn't know Skubal would miss 2 months. Now, I'm with you. Brett, I didn't want Jack Flaherty here, but I'm not the one who signed him to the vested option that this team had him on. But
That's where my problem is is with Scott Harris, who seems to think that you can win with just pitching. He will not sign anybody else to help us with anything other than pitching.
No, they
What
have
is
a
wrong
belief.
with the guy?
They have a belief. Brett, I am with you. I have begged for a right-handed bat for 3 years now. I am with you. What I can't do is change them. He has a very particular way he wants to build this team. They want to draft, develop, and sign their offensive players. And they'll go out and pay for pitching. I'm not telling you I totally agree with it, but we have to work within the parameters of reality. Things like taxes or team approaches or budgets. I can't change it. But if you're mad because we thought they were going to have one of the best rotations, the baseball world did. It fell apart because of injury. It's not like Skubal, Valdez, Verlander, Reese Olson, all these guys are rocking 10 ERAs.
And that's just it. You can't predict that at the beginning of the season.
What we can predict is college athletics drilling itself into Middle Earth. Rico's going to get to that in the 4 o'clock. Totally predictable.
We all saw this one coming.
I can't wait to get into this because I don't blame you. But I think it's going to put people to a choice. Because I have a little surprise for you. But we'll get to it. We'll do it next. David, are we all set? 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. 97.1 The Ticket host for nearly 20 years and longtime Oakland Press writer Pat Caputo passed away today at the age of 67. His family posted the following on his X account, quote, "Today, May 7th, we lost Pat to cancer. Pat was surrounded by his family. Thank you for all your support," end quote. Pistons are prepping for Game 2 against the Cavaliers tonight. Cavaliers sharpshooter Sam Merrill is questionable with a hamstring strain. Jalen Duren arguably coming off his best performance of the playoffs. Cade spoke about him after the game. Pre-game right here on 97.1 at 6:35. The NCAA has officially approved the expansion of the men's and women's college basketball tournament to 76 teams. It was a unanimous decision. With this, the first four is going out the window.
Because they're all feckless, greedy pigs.
Wow. With the first round where 24 teams will play appearing at the top of the bracket as well. Make that a drop, please. MLB writer John Heyman says that Skubal had successful surgery today where they removed a single loose body in his elbow. MSU football announced several matchups in the future. They'll face Oklahoma for the first time ever in a home-and-home starting in 2028, a series with Cincinnati coming up in 2030 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, a little bit of music, David. We'll take a quick TO before getting back to business. Go ahead, buddy. Uh-oh.
So what I want to do here is I want to have a little fun here. We're going to ranking the 8 most down sports cities right now. So on May 7th, the most down sports cities, here's what we have a criteria. If a team is terrible, of course, that counts. If a team was expected to be good, it's falling apart, yes, that counts. If a team got very close to winning a title but lost, that also counts. And then some cities, of course, have a combination of this. So I'll give you a couple guesses before we go through it all, of course, for major sports.
I'll just start with New York. Major championship drought. The Mets are an abomination. The Yankees blew a World Series. All 3 hockey teams missed the playoffs. One of the NBA franchises is vomit. The Knicks are fake. I'm just going down the list. I'd say New York. It's a disaster.
Jets,
hey, Giants and Jets are complete duty.
New York is not on this list.
Really?
Then this list is stupid. I just like to tell you that.
Yeah, I'll go local. I'll go Michigan.
What?
We said cities.
So
okay.
Detroit. Texas with a dollar sign?
No, because you said no, because you threw Buffalo in there as well. That's why for hockey. So Detroit.
No, Detroit is also not on this list. I'll give you number 8.
Wait. And this is a city with all 4 sports, or it doesn't have to have all 4?
They can have as much as 3.
Okay. All right, give us one.
Number 8, the San Francisco Bay Area. Says the Giants and the Warriors are carrying the torch for bad in this area. Yes, the Sharks have Celebrini, but they're not good enough yet. They said the 49ers having a 12-win season almost put them off this list, but everyone else sucks.
It's fair. I mean, the Warriors are about to go right in the tank.
Yep.
The Giants are pretty irrelevant. It's fair.
And then they also mentioned just simply Rafael Devers.
Yeah, just a debacle. Total debacle.
No
other way to put it.
Number 7 on this list. I'll give you a hint for this one.
I was going to say, would Dallas be on the list?
Dallas is on this list. They are at number 6.
Okay.
This one here says the Stars had the 3rd most points in the NHL, yet they lost in the first round. Cowboys, 2nd straight losing season. They traded Parsons, and we all know the Mavericks and what they're dealing with right now.
But New York wasn't on the list.
That's what I don't get is New York has 9 professional teams. Rangers, Devils, Isles all stink. The baseball teams going. Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. The Mets are the Mets.
I got one.
I don't get it, but go ahead.
Miami.
Miami is on this list.
Good one, Rico.
They are number 2 on this list. Yes, the Dolphins, the Panthers, after winning the Stanley Cups, did miss the playoffs this year. The Heat did miss the playoffs this year, and the Marlins are under 500. So they are number 2.
It's a really good poll by Rico. Let me offer one. What about Washington, D.C.?
That is number 1 on this list. The Capitals
just
came
had to
close,
top me.
Back in the game, baby.
The Commanders missed it after going to the NFC title game. And then, of course, you have the Nationals and the Wizards.
Yeah,
the
just
worst.
one word, Wizards.
So
you got the top 2 and you got number 7.
Chicago.
Chicago is not on this list.
Okay.
So number 7 on this list, a city that just hosted the NFL draft.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is on this list because the Penguins lost in heartbreaking fashion, it says, to the Flyers. The Pirates are the Pirates. They have an owner that does not spin. And it simply says Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers is all you need to know about how bad this city is right now.
Well, he's visiting Pittsburgh. Like a college
is
visit.
This a college visit? He's visiting on Friday. Visiting.
Aaron Rodgers entered the transfer portal to transfer to the University of Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't understand that. Number 5 on this list is a Canadian city.
Okay, hold on. Blue Jays, heartbreak. The Maple Leafs, oof. The Raptors are just eternal flirts. Now, they did win it in 19, but then they got their guts ripped out when Captain Krusty the Clown left. I'll go Toronto.
Yeah, it is Toronto. And again, it is today. It says Toronto, sure, the Raptors made the playoffs, but they lost again.
Yeah, who cares?
The Leafs are awful. And then it also talks about the Blue Jays. While they did make it to Game 7, they are dreadful this year.
They are. But it was heartbreak. It was having your guts ripped out. They had every right to think they were beating the Dodgers.
See, and that's what it is, because one of the criteria is you're good and, you don't quite get there. Well, heartbreak.
Let me go with the city of Phoenix.
No. Okay. They are not on this list.
Really? Suns.
Just a couple more cities left.
Cardinals.
Number 4.
They got their hockey team taken away from them.
Right. Number 4 on this list, Houston. Since the Rockets are the Rockets, they're going to lose another player again. The Astros are off to a bad start. The Texans, while they had a chance, they blew the opportunity by throwing interception after interception after interception against the Patriots. So they are number 4 on this list. I'll give you one more try, Rico. There's one more city left.
East Coast or West Coast?
It is East Coast.
Could you go with Philly?
Philly is not on this list.
Okay. Charlotte.
Further east.
Hold on. Rico's now right. He's reached the rifling of city stage. And Charlotte, Nashville.
We talked about something going on in this city, a controversy going on in this city earlier today.
Boston?
Yes. And that is included on why they are a bad sports city right now. That controversy with the Patriots, even though they made it to the Super Bowl.
You might lose your coach now because of Club Rousini.
Correct. The Bruins lost their first round series to the Sabres. Then it also talks about, the Celtics blowing a 3-1 lead against Philadelphia.
They won a title too recently to be on this list.
It's about
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
This is a bad list.
Right
I
now.
don't care what it's about.
Today.
Yeah, look, if you wanted to say, okay, the Celtics won a championship a couple of years ago, they've also flamed out of the playoffs spectacularly in the 3 years surrounding it. And go to 22, they choked away a 2-1 series lead. I could make that case. The Red Sox are morbid. The Bruins are not really good anymore, but they're not terrible. I don't love that over New York, which has been a debacle.
I think you could put Detroit over that.
Right.
Look at how the Wings lost and keep losing.
Yeah, but every other team has made the playoffs.
And the Tigers get eliminated. The Pistons got bounced in the first round.
The Pistons might go to the NBA Finals this year.
The Lions have been a disappointment because they haven't gone to the Super Bowl. Any more teams left? Any more cities?
There are no more cities left.
Oh, I know why. It's because we got a PWHL team assigned to us. So never mind. Take it off the board.
Because I was going to say,
Wow.
I was going to say, would Denver count? Because that's been heartbreak.
Well, they got a really good hockey team, so I think that's why. But they did. They put only 8 cities on here. So if they would have expanded to 10, then New York probably would be there.
I'm just saying the Nuggets, everybody thought were going to be good.
They blew it.
The Broncos had their quarterback just he's injured.
You make the AFC title game, but you have no quarterback.
That game was handed to New England. We have nothing. It felt like Christmas Day with the Vikings and Lions. You knew it was going to be no offense.
You are exactly right. And that is your look into the bad sports teams right now, 97-1.
Okay, let me take care of some business here and just tell you Northville Lumber is tops in class. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. It's absolutely fantastic. I was with Stu a few weeks ago. If you're a contractor, if you're not dealing with Northville, you're wasting money. Period. No one beats them on selection, service, price. Full window program as well. Go out, check it out. You're going to have everything you need when you need it. No delays, no nonsense, no BS. Period. Take home some samples, and of course, go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so we got some news from the world of college sports. That means Rico to the front of the classroom. And I don't blame Rico for any of this. But I'm going to sit back. I'm going to listen. I'm going to give you a fair shake here, mister.
Michael, it was probably the worst kept secret ever when it came to college sports. Today, we found out that the NCAA tournament, both men and women, will go to 76 games. Thank you for giving me time to say that. 76-game tournament is here. Technically, it still has to be ratified by the board of directors and the board of governors. That's just a rubber stamp. They voted on it. I believe it was unanimous. It's going to happen. Here's how it breaks down, in case you were wondering, because I know you were. 12 games will be played in the play-in game. So there'll be 24 teams playing between Tuesday and Wednesday. The winners of those games will then join the regular 52 teams in the tournament. And those games, the 12 games will consist of all the 16 seeds, half of the 15 seeds, and a mixture of seeds 11, 12, and 13. And it will start this upcoming tournament. So, yes, we will now talk about, when it comes to Bubble Watch, teams 77, 78, 79, and 80. So, yes, the tournament, it was going to happen. It was going to expand, just like it's probably going to do for football. Because
Why? It was beautiful.
It was.
It was perfect.
It was.
There was no need to do this. No one asked for this. This has nothing to do with the sport.
No.
This isn't a competitive balance issue. It's not an expansion issue. This is not a representation issue. I'm always going to go back to this. When you use your pablum line, which you're right, by the way, I'm just going to fight it the same way. What was always going to happen because of money. This is the destruction of college sports. It's the destruction of all sports. Is they're making decisions with no eye on the health of the sport and its relation to fans long term. That's why this idiotic banana ball is busy selling out 100,000 seat stadiums. Because the only thing where they're putting the fans first.
Yes. Because I guess now the play-in games will go on all day. So the only one who benefits from this is the city of Dayton. Because there'll be 12 extra games there. Well, 6 extra games.
Now, you mentioned the football thing.
Yeah.
Is that's happening too?
I believe the football will eventually happen. That's getting a little pushback. And I don't think they wanted to do it in the same year, but I think the 24 games in the football playoff, that's kind of like this. It's going to eventually happen. They're just going to skip and go straight to 24.
Can I ask a question? Now, I don't know if this is the right question, but it's the one that's on my mind. And it's to you out there in listener land. If you're just cruising in your car, maybe you're between meetings, just lend me your ear. At any point, is this stuff going to lose you? Like, at any point, do you end up like me? Or am I the weirdo because I gave up the ship? I'd had enough. These decisions, the NCAA tournament was perfect. There didn't need to be any changes. There didn't need to be any tweaks. And whatever money they may add to the pot, all you're doing is further diluting the regular season, where I don't even understand the bubble conversation anymore. It will be 500 teams. And to Rico's little provocative point about the college football, let me be even more clear. If you go to 24 teams, let me help you with this. You're going to end up with a 5-loss team making the playoff. And when you factor in the non-conference, that means you're under 500. Like you drill Georgia Southern, Florida Gulf Coast, and Mercer. That means your other 9 games, you win 4 and 5. Who needs that? Who wants that? You've already destroyed the bowl system. You've already destroyed big bowl games. They're all gone. And now you end up with largely, not exclusively, I want to be fair to Rico, largely unwatchable playoff games. At any point, are you going to end up like me? Or do you hear Rico's words And this is your response. Nope. Like you're fired up by this. You're excited by this.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to hear from the people because I don't need to say anything. They know where I'm at.
Because here's the thing, Mike.
This is nonsense.
According to this, like teams like Auburn, they would have been in the tournament last year.
Please.
To localize it,
It's 16 losses.
Indiana was 18-14. They were 9-11 in the Big Ten.
They'd be in.
Indiana was in.
And when you factor in, you're under 500 in your conference, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're barely 500 in your non-con. You're not a tournament team. It's just a grift.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this is. So you communicate with the audience.
Right.
I'm done.
No. Because I'll
done.
ask you that. You're doing this, I guess, so you have more excitement. Like, no one really counts the tournament as starting until Thursday anyway. The play-in games are just something to do on a Tuesday or Wednesday night. And occasionally you'll find two teams you don't care about. You throw some money on them, and then you care about them a little bit. But would you Mike, did the tournament miss anything this year?
No.
Listen to if you added the extra teams from 68 to 76.
The tournament is already largely ruined due to NIL and the portal in that even fewer teams have a chance. Cinderella has no chance to make a Final Four now.
I mean,
why do this?
Auburn, San Diego State, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Indiana, Stanford, and Belmont.
Who missed them?
Exactly. So I'm with you on this. I thought maybe it'll be some pushback, but all of a sudden the NCAA just opened arms and said, yeah, we need to do this. This is what the people want. It's like, but did you ask the people?
No.
Because we accepted the play-in game. It was cute. It was fun. Fine. You want to do that.
But they didn't even do it right. That's what has always angered me. The play-in game should have been the last four in versus the last four out. That's the truest form. Instead, they went, hey, let's watch bum fights. And we're going to put 16 versus 16 in just this shrapnel play-in game of garbage.
Well, they kind of do that when they put the 12s up against each other. All right, one of you will actually make the tournament and the other one won't. But I'm with you. It's just like...
And what you're saying about the football thing? Hey, man.
It's inevitable.
Well, if you want to blend the topics, you can. Which expansion would you be more tolerant of? I'll tell you this. Look, college football's been ruined for a myriad of reasons. But the minute you devalue the regular season further than where you're at right now, you will have ruined the singular best regular season in all of sports. Before you guys yell at me, think about that. MLB, too many games. NHL, NBA, too many games. The NFL has gotten to too many games, and they're letting too many teams in the playoffs. College football used to be perfection only. Okay, we're going to go to a 4-team playoff. All right, I might be able to lose one, but I got to be great. I got to get there. Mm-hmm. Now you expanded it to where I think you realize it now. For instance, you Michigan fans, your blessed little game at the end of the season really doesn't mean what it used to. And now, if they go to 24, let me help you. The first thing you're going to need to do to make the big game matter is move it to October.
Mm-hmm. Because what will happen is, and I think it really won't hit home until all of a sudden you see players say, I'm going to kind of opt out of this game because it doesn't matter if we win or lose. So I'm going to save our star running back or our quarterback won't play in the game. Okay, if we lose it, no big deal because we're going to be in the playoffs anyway. I'm with you. I think for as far as college goes, we all know that these extra 8 teams aren't going to really make or break whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
But for football, what you're going to see is...
opt-outs. Why would I play? I'm already in.
Yeah.
I doubt if there's 24 teams in and I'm the number 4 team in America, why do I care about my last game of the season?
Mm-hmm. Because what's going to happen is I don't want to play the extra game.
Exactly.
So...
I'll leave it to you. And what is the question you want to ask the people? This is your show because I quit. You've made me quit. You have broken me now. This is your show now. It's the Rico Show with Guido, 2 to 6. Mamma mia. Go ahead, please. Please. What would you like from your audience? They're not mine anymore.
Which college expansion will hurt this sport the most? because I think college football will happen at 24. You're already getting 76 in college basketball.
Just
Which college
say that
expansion?
one more time, and I want you to think about the absurdity of what you just said. A 76-team tournament.
Yeah.
That is almost 25% of Division I college basketball teams making the NCAA tournament. That is a absolute absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're happy.
248-539-9797.
David, do you have thoughts? I mean, you love expanding your family. This should be right up your alley.
But before you say that, David, the reason being, I say I'd rather have college hoops because when it comes to football, Mike, I'm with you. You want to see teams who, if you lose, I can even take if you play in a tough conference. You're in the SEC or you're in a loaded Big Ten.
You can lose twice.
You
That's
lose
it.
twice, but you lost to two of the top teams that are already in.
This?
I can live with this. You expand this thing to 24.
You can be a
You
500
laughed
team.
at me. I think you're going to see an 8-4 team make that final spot.
No, you're right. No, I'm not laughing. You'll see a 7-5 team because I know what this is about.
And 7-5, if all of a sudden that's that down year that Alabama had, but hey, they got the brand.
David, go ahead, buddy.
No, you're right. That's the worst of it. I hate the 76 teams, but this is the NFL now, basically. It doesn't matter if my team loses. Lose another game. Doesn't matter. Lose another game. Doesn't matter. Like the regular season means nothing now. Absolutely nothing.
I couldn't fight you guys on that because I enjoy regular season college hoops. And I realize along me and Jeff Rieger are probably the only two people in the city of Detroit that actually give a damn about regular season college hoops. So it's okay if you expand it because whatever. But college football, what you're going to see is because I thought college football with the expansion was going to be like college hoops where you actually get good games early, where big-time schools will play big-time schools. Saying the opposite.
Yeah, let me take you to Ole Miss and Tulane for a second.
Yeah, where they're opting out. No. So I could either play I can go schedule Wayne State or I can go schedule Arkansas.
You know Joey Bell was a security guard at Wayne State?
I heard.
Okay, sorry. You know Clayton Kershaw and Stafford grew up together?
No.
All right, we're good. I love the
that
old
Mariucci and that Izzo guy.
Yeah, they're from Iron Mountain, huh?
Yeah.
Crazy. Chris Allen grew up on the same street as Magic Johnson's uncle.
Oh.
All right, let's move forward. We'll get to your phone calls next.
That Gus Johnson and Cassius went to the same school?
Only one of them's been back. 97-1.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it is the real deal, folks, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, and scrolling, or whatever else you do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wow, right? Now all you got to do is think about how much you're going to spend on all that extra money that you will have. Go to XfinityMobile.com. Visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees are extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply.
Straight to the people. The news out of college sports. I leave it to Rico and you guys. This horse has left the stall. I'm out. Go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Afternoon, fellas. So as I've gotten older, I'm in my 50s now, I started looking at all sports different. I'm starting to look at management and stuff like that. I grew up in the bad boy eras and the going to work, and the Barry Sanders was exciting. But now, like last year, I told myself, if the Tigers bring back Maeda and Ibanez on the same team, now I know Ibanez, that's a tough contract to get rid of, but you brought back Maeda too? I said, that's it. I'm not investing a minute of my time if you ain't investing into the team. And then they say they're going to basically run it back this year. I'm good. I got more important things to worry about in life than wasting my time watching something that management ain't going to invest into.
But Tony, here's the problem. Here's the problem. They have a top 12 payroll. They spent on Framber. They spent on Verlander. They spent on Kevin McGonigal and rewarding him with a contract that in years past I don't think they would do. Look, I hear you. I'm as angry about the product as anybody. But the one thing
I'm not talking about invest as money. I'm talking about invest as quality. You get what I'm saying? So, like the Red Wings, as long as Stevie's running the team, I'm not watching it.
All right, so now we're over to the Red Wings. All right, look, Tone, I'm just trying to explain to you that you're going to get pushback about the Tigers' payroll when it went way up. And look,
no, I get the payroll. I just think that the quality ain't there. We don't have a great team. Period. We just don't. I don't know why people think we had a chance because we got Verlander back. Oh my God, the guys. I could probably pitch. Well, no, I'm not going to say that.
No, but because the last 13 games of a pennant chase with the Giants, he pitched great with a sub-3 ERA, and he was coming here to be the number 5 starter. Look, Reese Olson dying didn't help. Skubal getting hurt doesn't help. I mean, Mize is hurt. Job is hurt. Melton's hurt. Oh, and now for fun, Framber Valdez lost his mind. He was one of the 3 best free agent pitchers on the market, and they got him. Tony, the injuries do play a role here, my man.
I get all that, but like the whole Skubal thing, it was management that screwed that whole thing up. This is what I'm talking about. It's management that makes me make my decisions, not necessarily the players and stuff like that. It's bringing in the quality, handling the team properly. Look at like David said with the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's management that's ruining that team. It's not necessarily the players. If these guys aren't going to run these teams properly, why am I going to invest my time into it?
No, you don't have to. I mean, Tone, believe me, I identify with getting older and sports evolves, and I find myself turned off by a lot of sports. That doesn't mean I don't like sports, but I feel like sports is in a very gross point in time where, to Rico's point, and I've always said this, you can make most of your decisions about money, but there has to be a portion of the process that keeps in mind the long-term health, the tradition of the sport, the direction of the sport, and the fan. And what's happening right now is they're making 100 decisions 100% about money. And it's killing sports. It's killing what we love. That's the problem. So I hear you. I think you're Tiger one by saying, well, where's the quality? They're all dead. They're all injured. It's a bad product. Now, the Red Wing thing, that's a whole different thing. And in my world, they don't exist. I'm done with them. Ooh. No, that's it. Until they do something, they are persona non grata on this show. I'm done.
I got you.
Usually I'd push back on you on that one, Mike, but I can't. There's nothing I can say about that.
No, because you're my wartime consigliere. You agreed with the decision.
I told you this was going to happen months before you even admitted that you thought it was going to happen.
I told you. Okay.
I told you so, Nana Boo Boo.
That's exactly right. We'll go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, pal?
Good. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, listen, I hate to sound like the grumpy old man that's telling kids to get off his lawn, but I grew up in mid-Missouri and watching in the 80s and the 90s these football teams having undefeated seasons. Like there was that year when Washington and Nebraska both were undefeated, and they talked, the ESPN was trumping up, we need to have this mythical national championship game played in between these two teams in a farm.
Right.
And the NCAA came out and said, well, you can't do that because there's too many games in a season, and we can't do it. And then somebody said, well, hey, Division II and Division III have a playoff. Why can't the NCAA? And so the NCAA says, well, we can't do that to Division I. So what have they done since then? They've increased the amount of regular season games, and then they've included both their championship games, and now they're deciding to do a playoff game. Well, that's 4. Now let's have 12. Now let's have 24.
There you go. They're going to be
When on
playing
earth are they
17,
gonna
18
realize-
games. Exactly.
When are they going to realize that the players are going to die one day or be severely injured? And it's a,
Yeah, but Kevin, the problem is you're paying these guys now, so I can't go there with you. Look, here's one thing you brought up, Kev. Guess what happens with the expansion of the playoff? And they should probably do it right now, but I guarantee it should happen if they go to 18 or 24.
What's that?
Get rid of the conference championship games. They
They
don't
got to.
mean anything. It's over.
And you probably will get that. But no. Actually, Kevin, you probably won't, Mike, because they're sponsored.
But they're a sham.
They are a sham, but they are sponsored by Dr. Pepper or whoever, and they're not going to get rid of those things. So, hey.
Enjoy your sport.
I try.
Enjoy your sport. You can't tell me you still enjoy it. You can lie. You can lie.
No,
you can pull a Vrabel-Rousini.
No,
but you can't. I know you're lying. That's the difference.
No, it's not it. Mike, as I told you last year, when Saturday rolls around, I forget all about the NIL. I forget about all that stuff, and I'm just watching the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're right. During the week, you remember all of this other stuff. But once,
Man, somewhere in this, there's a Vrabel-Rousini pregnant boat ride, but I'll just leave it out.
No, Mike, I still
know about forgetting about everything else.
Oh, I was about to say no, but when the games start, I'm watching the games.
Okay, God bless.
I haven't reached that point that no, I haven't reached the point where you are.
Rico's a hooer. What is it, Ralph from The Sopranos? She was a hooer.
Nope.
Rico's willing to deal with this giant hooker's dalliance known as the NCAA.
I think most people, once Saturday rolls around, you're still watching the games.
Talk to your audience about it. I'm going to Houston. 97.1. Houston, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think there's something that's really major missing in this discussion. I think the primary catalyst behind all of these decisions isn't necessarily the sponsorship. I believe it's all of these gambling companies and these gambling websites.
Sure.
It's simple as math. The more game, a lot of people are really addicted to gambling. Just full disclosure, I don't gamble. But so every game they have is tens of millions of extra people, not tens of millions of dollars. It could be close to, I don't know, $500 million or $250 million for every game because all this, the people in this country like to gamble. You guys know people out there on their phone doing it. So I believe that is the primary catalyst to the expansion. Not so much as selling Dr. Pepper as much as it is more games, more gambling. And that's pretty much all I had to say.
I think it's interesting.
Talk.
The Dr. Pepper thing is the actual conference championships. Those are sponsored, and I don't think they're going to let those things go. So
his point about gambling? Yeah. Probably, because, look, if you really look at the arc of all of this, the gambling's now been around, 6 years, 7 years in certain states. It's kind of hit its apex. And while you do see gambling numbers are big, these gambling companies, look, call it what it is. It's not what it used to be. People have tried it. They've fallen off. And now you need more games, more ability. I think Houston brings up a good point. You need more bettable assets, so to speak. Do I think that's the number one thing here? No. I'm with Rico. It's sponsorships. It's just greed.
Yeah.
But it has no positive effect on the sport.
Because if you're going to get rid of the conference, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
I don't care.
Just get rid of the conferences and just take the top 10.
Yeah, finish destroying the whole sport. That's fun. 248-539-9797.
You don't like Cal and the ACC?
I hate it all. This is all for you, buddy. All right. Weather's going to start to turn around here. Moran Buick GMC. Well, how about Moran Chevrolet? 2 years in a row. Number one Chevy dealer in the state, the 26 Silverado Crew Cab starting at $249 a month. They also have the 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases, 24 months, $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, you know what to do. You get that loaner vehicle, you go to MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get to a blitz here. And I don't know if it's NBA, NFL, what David's got planned. Hit the music and we'll find out. Go ahead, David. Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is
nice
NBA
update from this
related.
trash can league.
Yeah,
let's do it.
So this is what The Athletic did. The Athletic did a anonymous player poll regarding different topics in the NBA, and I want to get you all's opinion on some of this stuff.
Sure.
So the first question they posed is the integrity of the game in danger?
Yes.
74.6% said no, but there's a couple quotes here. One says, I don't think we have an integrity issue. It's almost like it's the beginning of a possible issue, though. Then one other player says, the purists, we just want to play. Now, the reason why I bring this up along with this question is because everything we've had with gambling, Porter, the Billups situation, the Damon Jones situation, is there an integrity problem in the NBA?
Yeah, and you said players were asked?
It's an anonymous player poll, yes.
They don't see. Yes, there is an integrity across the board. And I wasn't even thinking of gambling. I was just thinking of guys just don't want to play.
Yep, there it is.
So I got to beg you to play. I got to set rules that basically say you can't have dessert unless you finish your dinner. Unless you play 65 games, then you can't win anything. But then it comes to all the gambling and things like that. Yes. And the fact that they don't think that they have one, Mike, that's called denial.
Oh, 100%. I think you said 99% of it. I just, night in, night out, you don't know who's playing. And 13 teams tanking, that's an integrity issue. Yeah. And here's what I was more alarmed by. It's an anonymous player poll. The fact that 25% said yes, you would think anonymous player poll 100% would say, oh, no way. 25% are like, yeah.
Yeah, they get it. Maybe they're from the 13 teams that were tanking.
There you go.
It is interesting that you're right about what you just said, Mike, but the quotes they use are players saying that there is a problem. So it's like 75% voted yes, right, or no, rather, and yet they're using the quotes of those that say yes. So that's interesting to me. Let's move over to the next question here. It says, how much of a problem is tanking? Since you brought that one up, Rico, they have three choices. It's a little problem, it's a big problem, it's not a problem, and it's a little problem was voted the most at 43%, with the other two coming in at 28%. It's a big problem, then it's not a problem. But a quote here says from a player, I'm salty on this one. I think the league needs to do something about it.
Half the league, basically.
Yep.
13 teams, I could tell you, were tanking. So not quite half, but close enough. It's a big problem. But whatever, I mean. Go ahead, Rico.
Wow. And just the fact that you don't know when anybody's going to show up. I mean, look, how many games were at the LCA and the Stars just didn't play? The Pistons took on G League teams. They won the games. Hey, congratulations. You beat Oklahoma City, or you beat this team. But it was empty calories. It didn't matter because they weren't there because they are tanking. They just don't want to play. The load management thing. We actually know what load management is because of the NBA.
He's right, you know.
So this next one here is, I want to give you some choices. Well, you all can think about what you actually want to change in the NBA. Because
everything.
I'm going to go through the list here. It says, if you were commissioner for a day, broad power to push through any change, what change would you make to the league? Now, I'll tell you, there's three choices here that were tied at the top. It says no back-to-backs, fewer games, and then rule changes in favor of defense. And then they had expansion as the fourth choice here, mostly voted. What would you change if you were the commissioner of the NBA?
You know what? I was actually having this conversation with a friend of mine. Fewer games. The NBA is telling you, with this rule of you have to play 65 games in order to get awards, that you really only need 65 games. So why are we playing 82 games? Let's shorten this thing down. Let's get it to 65. Maybe the games will mean more, and maybe teams will want to go out there and play, and you don't have to worry about, well, I don't want to get injured because, okay, we're going to just take these other games off the table. All right. Nobody should be sitting out anymore.
No change I make would ever happen. So I'd rather just not answer it.
Well, what would you do?
What would you do?
I can't make players care. I can't make rivalries a thing again. I disagree that back-to-backs should be gone. I think back-to-backs are how you test the mettle of a team and how we condense the schedule. Like I don't, nothing I would want will change. So
but
all right, you want one?
I understand.
I'll give you one. Here, fine. I'll give you one. No more East or West Conference. Because you know what I'm tired of? Tired of having a deep competitive imbalance in one of the conferences. And sometimes it's the West, and now like this year, the East is trash. You should take 1 through 16, seed them, and go play. No more East and West. Because I'm tired of the imbalance.
No, the days of the Lakers and Celtics are over, pretty much. So I get that.
That would be the change I would make.
Let's get now into a little bit of news here because the East, again, looks to be more wide open than ever. OG Anunoby is going to be day-to-day. He is dealing with a hamstring strain.
I wouldn't play him till Game 5. Make absolutely certain you can play him 35 minutes for Game 5. Let him heal up. You're up 2-0 in the series. Maybe you can steal one. He's been fabulous.
Yeah.
If you're a Piston fan, pray he falls down the stairs and tears his hamstring off the bone. I mean, honestly, like if you're a Piston fan, if the Knicks don't have OG, you might sweep their ass.
Yep. And
he's a difference maker for them.
And the voodoo is going to continue for the Pistons as players just keep falling off to the side of the road, clearing the path for them. Not their problem, but they can take advantage of it. I'm with you. So long as the Knicks have a lead, he's not playing. So if we get to Game 5 and they're up 3-1 already, you know what? You're going to sit. And if we could finish the series without you, that's just more days of rest. I would do. Now, the second, if it becomes tied or we start losing, I got to play.
Then it's different. Yeah. I wouldn't do it up 2-0. Give him a little bit of time. Look, it's the same damn thing for Cleveland. Like, they got to play tonight without Merrill, who's a 38% three-point shooter. You know, if they can steal a game tonight, do you have to play him in Game 3? Maybe not. But Merrill, he had the hamstring after 6 minutes. Or is it desperation and you go, F it, I got to win tonight? He's questionable, by the way.
Let's move over to a team that is not in the playoffs only because they just introduced their new coach and the owner spoke. They introduced Taylor Jenkins as the new head coach in Milwaukee, and the owner spoke regarding Giannis, saying that he wants a decision done before the draft. The draft is at the end of June. Will it happen, though?
Yes. Jaylen Brown will be a Milwaukee Buck. That's what you get when you stream after a Game 7 and cry like a baby. Jaylen Brown picks players for Giannis. Done.
Before the draft, David, see, it makes sense, but because it makes so much sense, I'm going to say no. But I hope you get your wish or he goes someplace else because I always thought that he was going to end up
Miami
as a T-Wolf.
Oh, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they're still in the playoffs, that's kind of difficult.
Just remember, when you trade for Giannis, you got to trade for his brother, too. Thanasis or whatever his name is. That's like his therapist.
Sure.
I'm telling you, hey, you got to keep a roster spot open. If the guy's not there, Giannis loses his mind. It's been written about.
I understand. Right. Whatever team he goes to, I'm sure you're willing to get rid of last guy on the bench if it means you get Giannis.
Yeah, that's not an Uncle T situation. Like, he really needs his brother. Like, that has to happen.
Right, but okay, fine. We'll cut somebody. You're off to the G League. Giannis, welcome.
That is your NBA Fast Break, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons host the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight for Game 2. One of the Cavs' best three-point shooters, Jackson Merrill, still questionable to play thanks to a hamstring strain. Kevin Huerter is doubtful for Detroit. Everyone will be on the flopping watch tonight after those Donovan Mitchell comments the other day. Pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1. The team is giving away blue and white rally towels with Detroit basketball on them. The Lakers and Thunder also tip tonight at 9:30. The Tigers have the day off as they prepare for a series with the Royals tomorrow. I reached out to MLB yesterday to clarify why A.J. Hinch was suspended. They said, quote, our usual approach is that a pitch that's been deemed as intentional throwing at a batter results in a one-game suspension of his manager. We do this to promote player safety, end quote. Per John Heyman, Tarek Skubal had successful surgery to remove a single loose body in his elbow as well. MSU football announced several matchups in the future. They'll face Oklahoma for the first time ever in a home-and-home starting in 2028.
What about Duquesne?
I don't know. Pat Caputo was a talk show host here on 97.1 for nearly 20 years. He passed away today with family by his side. Rest in peace, Pat. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, guys, 5 o'clock hour here in Detroit as we get ready for Game 2 for the Pistons. We talked some Tigers. We also talked about Club Rousini, and the NCAA has expanded the NCAA tournament. If you missed any of that talk, use the Odyssey rewind button. But tonight, it's Game 2. It's Game 2 for the Pistons and the Cavs. Pistons got the 1-0 lead, and honestly, if you're Detroit, this is the game where you got to come back. You got to make sure that you just keep your foot on the Cavaliers' throat. You go back to Cleveland up 2-0. Spider Mitchell has already said, hey, he complained, he baited, he seated the refs. Hey, watch out. You know, Pistons getting those unethical fouls, as some may call. So, Game 2 tonight. And when I look at this is one where if you're the Pistons, go to Cleveland up 2-0. Hold serve at home because Cleveland, they're very difficult to play in Cleveland. On the road, not so much. And you saw that Harden turning the ball over like he was just giving away candy.
No, it's the response game. That's it. Like to your point, if the Pistons go up 2-0, series is over. And look, the Pistons have also earned the right. They don't have to win a road game. You go up 2-0, you don't have to win in Cleveland. I mean, that's not optimal.
Right.
You don't want to give 7, but they've earned that right. The question is just, look, Game 1 kind of went the way you figure it would go. The home team's going to win it. And, yeah, it was a weird game because they dominated. And when you watched it, they looked like the better team. And then they dominated the box score. Cutscene, we're tied at 93, and I'm like, oh, boy. Tonight is whatever Cleveland has from a game plan, from a tactical adjustment standpoint, it's all tonight. Look, and this is my, and I don't want to be bad about it, but like in this town, if even a role player gets hurt here, it's the biggest deal in the world. But then if I bring it up for another team, people get mad. Like, look, the Merrill injury for Cleveland, that's a 38% spot up dead eye shooter.
Yeah.
That matters. They don't grow on trees. You saw the value of Max Strus. And they have a lot of shooting, but Merrill puts it over the top. He's questionable. Now, I don't think he plays tonight. I think you'll see him in Game 3. The point I'm making is, Donovan Mitchell, you said it. Am I wrong in that mentally I'm preparing for the ref show tonight? I'm preparing that the Pistons will not be plus 20 from the free throw line based on not that it's right, not that it's fair, that it's the NBA, which is one step from the WWE.
The pendulum swings the other way, and now all of a sudden you're looking at Duren with 3 fouls early.
I don't know. Rico, it's just you've watched the league as long as I have, a little longer. Like, when superstars go to the media, this is what happens. Now, here's the other problem. Right now, what I would say to Donovan Mitchell is this. Yeah, you averaged a ton of free throws in the regular season, But in this postseason, especially over I think it was in the Toronto series, he averaged like 2 free throws a game. If the Cavaliers want to generate free throws, then for lack of a better word, then take it up strong, man. Like, they settle for shots. You're not going to get rewarded for that.
No, nobody.
And for Donovan with these floaters, how often do you see a foul called on a floater? The hell are we talking about? Right. Go to the rack.
Right. They're afraid their shot's going to get blocked at the rack, which is why the Pistons in that defense, and that's why they're trying to seek the foul calls, saying, hey, they can't be that great at playing defense. Look at all those blocked shots. I think they got me on the arm. And they're hoping that the referees see that.
There's an element of truth to it, but you have to be the aggressor to have any hope of getting that call. Look, the Pistons, I think there were 2 moments they foul hunted, and good for them. The rest of this stupid league is doing it. Why shouldn't Cade do it? Oh, you're going to put your hand in the cookie jar? Raise up, 3 free throw. I'm not telling you it's pretty.
Right.
But I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and get mad at. I told you Cade needed to do more of it. Kang's the only one who gets all angry. Unethical. I'm trying to win.
Right.
The best team in the league's got the most annoying player in the league in SGA. So, look, whatever it takes to win. My question to the people is, what is your confidence tonight? I mean, maybe it's a stupid question. Maybe you're all a 12 out of 10 because it's your team. But I'm interested to see how this game's officiated, because when Donovan Mitchell goes to the media and politics, this dates all the way back to Magic and Bird. When superstars go to the media, there usually is a pendulum swing. Can you beat them if the foul shooting is more even? Of course you can. The turnovers and the offensive rebounds are going to be the biggest 2 things. I truly believe you could distill it down to that. Now, look, if the Pistons go out and pull one of their 5 for 33 3-point nights, that's different.
Right. And that's, for me, Mike, it's 3 things. It's the amount of turnovers that Cleveland had. Is that going to happen again?
If it does, they're dead.
Right.
Because the Piston runouts, the 31 points on turnovers, you're not overcoming that. No. You're not.
The free throw disparity, does that gap get closed? And also the others, the way, like I said, I look at a Duncan Robinson. Can you get another 19 points out of him? Tobias Harris, I'm just going to go ahead and pencil him in for another 20-point game, because he's just done that with like 5 games in a row now. So he's good. I believe what he can do. But those are the 3 things that I'm really looking at.
Imagine if he was your number 3. You'd be championship good. That's the point.
We would be talking Pistons and OKC.
Yeah, because that's what it's going to take to win an NBA championship. He can't be your number 2. He can be on the team. You know what? Yeah. The Tobias shows are like the Iserman shows. Totally bored by it.
But no, I'm just giving him credit. Like, yeah, he's going to go out there. He's going to score the points. Can you get that from Duncan? Can you make sure that Cleveland put the pressure on Cleveland, make sure they turn the ball over again? At least Harden looked every bit as just 36. He looked bad
again.
In that game.
I think that'll be. I don't want to nerd out. People don't care. But it's just, that's one of the adjustments I'm interested in. Is, okay, look, I'm not telling you they're not going to play Harden, but the idea, I thought it was pretty arrogant on their part. It bordered on insane. You're running the ISO action with James Harden at 36 years old with a Soar or Cade right there. Man, you are not getting away with that. Now, if you're going to screen and rescreen, force the switches, run players through traffic, and eventually James ends up on a big or he ends up on Duncan, now that's different. The other one is going to be Schroeder. Look, Schroeder's athleticism bothered the Pistons. It bothered him on the perimeter. It triggered the run that really got the game close twice. He was a real net positive for them. But that's nerd stuff I'm looking for. The bottom line is, if you're a Piston fan, you're going to the game tonight, what's your confidence level? And are you worried about the ref show because the opposition cried? Well, the only 2 questions I have, because Rico said the gospel. You win tonight, series is over. You lose tonight, you're in the mud pit. That's playoff basketball.
Yeah, you lose tonight, and now you got to go and steal one back.
Correct. But that's, again, this is what playoff series are. This is why we like playoffs. Look, I can complain about the quality of the product. It doesn't change the principality of what these games are. Cleveland's job was to come here and steal one.
Because when I look at Cleveland, Mike, and the reason why I said those 3 things, because we talked about it. It was 93-all late in the game. And that's with everything going your way. You take one of those away from you, do you have enough to overcome that and make sure you still seal the victory in tonight's game and go back to Cleveland up 2-0?
The other thing you could say from a positive standpoint, Cade should have a better shooting night. Again, I don't overreact to one game, and I thought Cade was fine. But he wasn't the most efficient version of himself. Like, I would totally imagine him playing better tonight from a percentage standpoint.
Yeah, well, then he'd be A+.
Oh, don't, man. These callers wear me out with some of this crap. I say the team plays an A+ game one, and I get people bitching at me. Okay. Man, do you. Try watching more than 10 minutes of hoops in 10 years, and then give the show a call. David, your thoughts on anything we said. Any concern about the ref show tonight?
No, I'm not concerned. I just know what I'm expecting to see. They're going to get more calls tonight. I just know that. So I guess I'm not looking into it or going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be upset about it. I know what's going to happen tonight. Now, that doesn't mean that you lose the game because of that. You can still very well win that game. They can get up to 30 free throw attempts, and you can still win the game if you're right. Don't turn the ball over, and you rebound the ball. Period. You can do what you need to do.
Well, that's going to be the other thing is, look, you had the benefit of Jared Allen playing like 15
Correct.
minutes because of the foul trouble, and you were good on the glass. You didn't dominate the glass. The 6 extra offensive rebounds is what I focus on. Be interested tonight is, does Jared Allen play more than that? Does he get in foul trouble again? And part of that is you went at Jared Allen. You know, you deserve to get that player in foul trouble when you attack him, and they did.
And with him being out, which is why I'm not going into this game. I know some people still are. I'm not going into this game saying, well, let's see if we get more from Duren. I'm already canceling him out. Because Allen didn't play, now you're going to have the 2 bigs down there. Okay, then Duren just won't do anything. But you need everything else. And I'll say this again because I said it after game 1. Cade shoots better. Duncan doesn't get 19. That will even out. It will. It just will.
No, I'm look, this is a very, 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 like, this is what you yearn for. They got an opportunity to take a command position in the series, or you better put your hard hat on. And they came up here and did their job. It'll be on you to go down to the 2-1-6 and do the same. It's cut and dry. I mean, guys, I apologize if you think I'm oversimplifying it, but that sometimes what Rico likes to say, it's Occam's razor. Like, simple is best. It's game 2 of a playoff series. This is what it is.
Yeah, Cleveland's very good at home, so you don't want to give them a game up on you. You want to close out here, and even if the worst thing happens, you lose 2 in Cleveland, well, okay, you come back here for game 5, and it's a best 2 out of 3 series. But 2 of the games are here in Detroit.
248-539-9797. David, we'll get to text. Let's try to stay timely. We'll get some phone calls as well. But talk to me, guys. Concern about the ref show playing a role tonight? And do you agree with us? You win tonight, it's over. You lose, you better hunker down. You're probably going 7. That's kind of how it feels to me. But it's up to you. I mean, you guys are the basketball savants. Because the 9 does mean stop sign. That is factual.
6-6.
By the way, I just wanted to give Kenny an opportunity to hit that drop. He hasn't played it all day.
I know.
Now Kenny's back. Now the energy's right for the 5 o'clock.
6-6. All right.
Here's Rico.
He's 6'7" now, actually. I was in the intro.
Just read it. Just read.
Oh, man.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Guys, look, the spring is here. I know it's not warm yet, but your grass is still growing. And if you happen to take a look outside and you saw the weeds and the dandelions, that means you did not treat your grass well over the winter. Well, good news is that's what Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service does for a living. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or you go online at Natural Way, and they will come out there. They will check out your lawn, and then they will design a plan for your lawn to make sure that you have greener grass and fewer weeds. Isn't that what everybody wants? You want the best lawn on your block? You need to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service right now, 888-GET-GREEN. And as I said, they'll design a program to strengthen your turf, improve your color, and control the weeds. I'm telling you, if you're tired of fighting those weeds every single year, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They've been doing this since 1990, and 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Call 888-GET-GREEN, or you go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Before we get to the callers, David, let's get to the text as we talk about game 2 tonight. Go ahead, bud.
Text here says Jared Allen having 3 fouls in the first 3 minutes and Duren having 0 fouls the entire game is going to be different this game. I hope people understand that.
Well, look, there's a reason we brought up the ref show. And when a superstar barks, people listen. And I think the same thing will happen at some point in this series if Cade spoke out. This is part of the politicking that goes on in big NBA playoff series. Maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe it won't matter. But we've watched enough NBA, and so have you. This is kind of like wrestling when it comes to stuff like this. You feel like they're going to get more calls, which means the Pistons will have to do it a different way. I'm with Rico in this regard. Cleveland is a turnover-prone team. That was not some grand outlier. When they turn it over 20-plus times, it's a few more than what they're – but that's kind of who they are. Mm-hmm. That's going to be the pivotal thing because so much of the Pistons' offense – is the run out. Hey, James Harden just dribbled it off his hot dog. Whee, layup. That's what makes you good is getting out in the open floor because as a half-court team, you're not good. David?
I do believe the Pistons will win tonight. However, I also believe there will be a two-headed ref reckoning tonight. Cleveland will have less fouls against them, and they will get more free throws attempts. It's the NBA.
That's the problem. It's like an established thing. It doesn't make it right. And honestly, I didn't feel like the officiating was unfair the other night. I didn't. I mean, yes, the Pistons were the benefactor of 20 more free throws. They also were the more aggressive team.
Right there. If you're aggressive, you get the calls. But you're right. If you're shooting floaters and jacking up threes, you're not getting those calls.
Cavs played Charmin soft in game 1. If they decide to play with some toughness, that could be the problem tonight.
I don't agree with that. I understand the narrative, and it is true, is that no one thinks they're a tough team. You got to have some stones to come back from being down all day. Every time you'd get a chance to cut it to 6, it'd go to 12. Yet, tied at 93. There is an element of toughness required to make multiple pushes on the road and get a game tied. And look, Cade, best player in the series, took over with not 1, not 2, but 3 beautiful setups for Duren for easy dunks.
Yeah.
And you closed them out. I just be careful writing them off. Look, if they weren't tough, they're down all day, they call the wambulance, they lose by 30. They do what the Sixers do the other night. That's not what happened.
And then one more here says, Kenny, thank you, King. 6-6, you better watch this.
That's right. The 5 o'clock hour is not right unless Kenny is active on the drop board. That's just not the same leading into a game. And I can put my disdain of played out Mason clips aside. It's that
now he's
high
on
level
fire.
of production. We go to Steve in Detroit. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Steve.
Yeah, I have to agree with you guys. I hate the script writing in regards to when it comes to James Harden and Mitchell. I am afraid of the referees and everything. But with that being said, we're talking about Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. Like, when have they ever did anything in the playoffs?
I know.
I mean,
Steve, that's where, too, is this series. There's not, and I know this might sound crazy, but work with me. The pressure is all on Cleveland. Yeah, I know you're the 1 seed, but remember, you're not going to blow up your team. Cleveland, if they falter here, is going to lose a series to the coach they fired. They will have made an acquisition in Harden that didn't work, and then they'll have a superstar in Spider Mitchell that simply the narrative in the plain dealer can't get it done. Mm-hmm. That's where, man, I'll tell you, if you get up 2-0 in this series, that's where you could break these guys.
And I get that, Mike. Everything you said is a fact, but it's not like we haven't had that storyline with both of these players at different times of their career. Everything you said is correct, and it's the storyline of these two players. Now, like you said, if there's going to be some fouls called, they're going to kind of level it out or whatever the case may be. But I would hate for the NBA to bow down to these two individuals who have never done anything in the playoffs.
Steve, I got bad news for you.
Complain about calls in the playoffs.
They've bowed down to less, pal. I'm just telling you, like, you're right, but this league is a made-for-TV product. It is not authentic on many nights. So I'm just saying, hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a game on the level tonight. But it's not a worry. I'm with David. I acknowledge the fact that Cleveland crying about the officiating, and it's a max-level player doing it. Yeah, I'm going to be prepared for a few whistles that'll bring me out of my seat, and I'll be like, that's potty language. Yeah, especially I can't say the words I'm going to use.
The killer part, Mitchell and James, neither one of these guys in the playoffs have done anything to cry about.
But Steve,
the way Harden looked, he looked like
that's fine.
The way he framed
Steve, they're both
out
Hall of Famers.
That's exactly what it looked like.
I understand.
That's all I have, fellas.
He looks like a guy who worked second shift and then played pickup ball. I know that. They're Hall of Famers, Steve. You got to let it go.
See, I say he looks more like your car mechanic.
Look,
cigarette hanging off his lip.
Part of what hurts Harden from a visual is he's always played this way. Now he is 36. So he always played that, like Chris Paul played like an old man at 22. The carve out the space, the negotiate the space pace. Look, Cade plays an older brand of ball. It's just Cade is this physical transformer. There's a difference. Harden cannot be expected. And this is where, look, this is not our problem. J.B. Bickerstaff is up for 48 minutes working the officials, and Kenny Atkinson looks like he's getting a pedicure. You can't have Harden ISO'd against the Sawyer Cade. If that's their game plan, the Pistons may win the series in 5. Now, I would expect a different game plan tonight. Otherwise, you need more Dennis Schroeder. It won't matter who you put on Schroeder because athletically, he's a pest. And Piston fans can't say he's not because you loved him when he was here. So don't play that crap with me now that he plays for somebody else. You know what I'm saying.
I got you.
You were willing to kiss his ass when he was wearing the red, white, and blue. Don't be sassy because he plays for Cleveland now and act like he stinks. He doesn't. He's a pain in the ass. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tom, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so, I think with the foul situation, because we're at home, I think we need to just take this to our advantage. Like, if you're going to foul and they're coming, put Mobley on the line, put Allen on the line, take them out of the game that way. You work the crowd's advantage. Like, you go to beef stew, say, don't do stupid fouls, but this is your chance to be a little more physical because if the whistles are coming anyway, and even send Harden on the line because they're not exactly the greatest the greatest free throw shooters anyway. So I would say go ahead and use them. You got 5 fouls, go ahead and use them. Just use them smartly. Take your advantage, slow down the game, gum it up, muck it up, frustrate them. And then my question I have for you guys is, does K need to play 42 minutes again? Or if you're up by 10, 15, maybe get him to 40, 39 minutes, have him get a little bit of a breather. Because if you look at game 1, he was out there for 42 minutes. Cleveland, they can sit Harden, they can sit Harden and have Mitchell out there and vice versa. I think we need to just tweak the rotations just slightly.
Tom, I would say you probably can't get Cade out of the game because Cleveland showed you that even though they were down with 18, they found a way to scrap back. So even if you're up, I guess maybe in the final 3 minutes, if you're up 18 at that point, yeah, go ahead and sit him. But I think Cade is just going to have to go out there and be that guy. I don't think you have that luxury.
You don't, but look at the way they handled the Orlando series, where towards the end of the series, they were just playing him in shorter bursts. They weren't giving him long rests, but it was just shorter bursts, keep him fresh. Look, it's a rock and a hard place. I'd love to say you just played a whole 48, but you don't play for Duke. This isn't college, and you don't run a 3-2 zone. Cade is a warrior, but I'm sorry. No, I think you're playing him just about the right amount, and he needs to be fresh to be effective. And look, you're in the war phase of your season. You don't want this guy wearing down in game 5, 6, and 7 because you used him up in game 1 and 2. Plus, remember, he's coming off that collapsed lung. True. No one but him and the team knows what the limitations are. I'll never question his toughness. I just think there's a respect factor of, look, I need to give you 8 minutes a night. You know what I mean? There are very few guys in the history of this league that can play Kobe minutes.
No, and you see that normally like the last 2 minutes of each quarter that he gets substituted out, and then they bring him back in to start the next quarter.
And I think at home it's easier to do because you can bank on getting a better version of Jenkins at home than you can on the road. Easier to do it here. No, the Cleveland games, I think if you have the ability, look, if they get tonight, this whole thing becomes easier. If they don't get tonight and you know you're going to be in a war and you got a shot to win that game, that's where you overextend Cade to get the 2-1 lead. Or, heaven forbid, you got to tie this thing at 2. At home, I'm with you. I guess I just feel like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a 12-0 run in 2 minutes unless, Bane rises up from the Jumbotron. I mean, what would have to happen there?
They go full Orlando and just miss shot after miss shot after miss shot.
Never, ever go full Orlando. That's just like 38 missed shots in a row. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797. We'll get some texts. We'll get some people. We'll get a blitz as well. 97.1. Uh-oh.
So what I want to do here is I want to have a little fun here. We're going to ranking the 8 most down sports cities right now. So on May 7th,
okay,
the most down sports cities, here's what we have a criteria. If a team is terrible, of course, that counts. If a team was expected to be good, it's falling apart, yes, that counts. If a team got very close to winning a title but lost, that also counts. And then some cities, of course, have a combination of this. So I'll give you a couple guesses before we go through it all, of course, for major sports.
I'll just start with New York. Major championship drought. The Mets are an abomination. The Yankees blew a World Series. All 3 hockey teams missed the playoffs. One of the NBA franchises is vomit. The Knicks are fake. I'm just going down the list. I'd say New York. It's a disaster.
Jets,
hey, Giants and Jets are complete duty.
New York is not on this list.
Really?
Then this list is stupid. I just like to tell you that.
Yeah, I'll go local. I'll go Michigan.
What?
We said cities.
So
okay.
Detroit.
Texas with a dollar sign?
No, because you said no, because you threw Buffalo in there as well. That's why for hockey. So Detroit.
No, Detroit is also not on this list. I'll give you number 8.
Wait. And this is a city with all 4 sports, or it doesn't have to have all 4?
They can have as much as 3.
Okay. All right, give us one.
Number 8, the San Francisco Bay Area. Says the Giants and the Warriors are carrying the torch for bad in this area. Yes, the Sharks have Celebrini, but they're not good enough yet. They said the 49ers having a 12-win season almost put them off this list, but everyone else sucks.
It's fair. I mean, the Warriors are about to go right in the tank.
Yep.
The Giants are pretty irrelevant. It's fair.
And then they also mentioned just simply Rafael Devers.
Yeah, just a debacle. Total debacle.
No
other way to put it.
Number 7 on this list. I'll give you a hint for this one.
I was going to say, would Dallas be on the list?
Dallas is on this list. They are at number 6.
Okay.
This one here says the Stars had the 3rd most points in the NHL, yet they lost in the first round. Cowboys, 2nd straight losing season. They traded Parsons, and we all know the Mavericks and what they're dealing with right now.
But New York wasn't on the list.
That's what I don't get is New York has 9 professional teams. Rangers, Devils, Isles all stink. The baseball teams going. Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. The Mets are the Mets.
I got one.
I don't get it, but go ahead.
Miami
is on this list.
Good one, Rico.
They are number 2 on this list. Yes, the Dolphins, the Panthers, after winning the Stanley Cups, did miss the playoffs this year. The Heat did miss the playoffs this year, and the Marlins are under 500. So they are number 2.
It's a really good poll by Rico. Let me offer one. What about Washington, D.C.?
That is number 1 on this list. The Capitals
just
came
had
close,
to top me.
Back in the game, baby.
The Commanders missed it after going to the NFC title game. And then, of course, you have the Nationals and the Wizards.
Yeah,
the
just
worst.
one word, Wizards.
So
you got the top 2 and you got number 7.
Chicago.
Chicago is not on this list.
Okay.
So number 7 on this list, a city that just hosted the NFL draft.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is on this list because the Penguins lost in heartbreaking fashion, it says, to the Flyers. The Pirates are the Pirates. They have an owner that does not spin. And it simply says Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers is all you need to know about how bad this city is right now.
Well, he's visiting Pittsburgh. Like a college visit.
Is this a college visit? He's visiting on Friday. Visiting.
Aaron Rodgers entered the transfer portal to transfer to the University of Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't understand that. Number 5 on this list is a Canadian city.
Okay, hold on. Blue Jays, heartbreak. The Maple Leafs. Oof. The Raptors are just eternal flirts. Now, they did win it in 19, but then they got their guts ripped out when Captain Krusty the Clown left. I'll go Toronto.
Yeah, it is Toronto. And again, it is today. It says Toronto, sure, the Raptors made the playoffs, but they lost again.
Yeah, who cares?
The Leafs are awful. And then it also talks about the Blue Jays. While they did make it to Game 7, they are dreadful this year.
They are. But it was heartbreak. It was having your guts ripped out. They had every right to think they were beating the Dodgers.
See, and that's what it is, because one of the criteria is you're good and, you don't quite get there. Well, heartbreak.
Let me go with the city of Phoenix.
No, they are not on this list.
Really? Suns.
Just a couple more cities left. You
Cardinals.
Got number 4.
They got their hockey team taken away from them.
Right. Number 4 on this list, Houston. Since the Rockets are the Rockets, they're going to lose another player again. The Astros are off to a bad start. The Texans, while they had a chance, they blew the opportunity by throwing interception after interception after interception against the Patriots. So they are number 4 on this list. I'll give you one more try, Rico. There's one more city left.
East Coast or West Coast?
It is East Coast.
Could you go with Philly?
Philly is not on this list.
Okay. Charlotte.
Further east.
Hold on. Rico's now right. He's reached the rifling of city stage. And Charlotte, Nashville.
We talked about something going on in this city, a controversy going on in this city earlier today.
Boston?
Yes. And that is included on why they are a bad sports city right now. That controversy with the Patriots, even though they made it to the Super Bowl.
You might lose your coach now because of Club Rousini.
Correct. The Bruins lost their first round series to the Sabres. Then it also talks about, the Celtics blowing a 3-1 lead against Philadelphia.
They won a title too recently to be on this list.
It's about
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
This is a
It's
bad
about
list.
right
I
now.
don't care what it's about.
Today.
Yeah, look, if you wanted to say, okay, the Celtics won a championship a couple of years ago, they've also flamed out of the playoffs spectacularly in the 3 years surrounding it. And go to 22, they choked away a 2-1 series lead. I could make that case. The Red Sox are morbid. The Bruins are not really good anymore, but they're not terrible. I don't love that over New York, which has been a debacle.
I think you could put Detroit over that.
Right.
Look at how the Wings lost and keep losing.
Yeah, but every other team has made the playoffs.
And the Tigers get eliminated. The Pistons got bounced in the first round.
The Pistons might go to the NBA Finals this year.
The Lions have been a disappointment because they haven't gone to the Super Bowl.
FanDuel, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all
left?
NBA playoffs long. I had the misfortune of walking by Rico
Oh, I know why. It's
about
because we
15
got a
minutes ago.
PWHL team assigned to us. So never mind. Take it off the board.
Because I was going to say, would Denver count? Because that's been heartbreak.
Well, they got a really good hockey team, so I think that's why. But they did. They put only 8 cities on here. So if they would have expanded to 10, then New York probably would be there.
I'm just saying the Nuggets, everybody thought were going to be good.
They blew it.
The Broncos had their quarterback just he's injured.
You make the AFC title game, but you have no quarterback.
That game was handed to New England. We have nothing. It felt like Christmas Day with the Vikings and Lions. You knew it was going to be no offense.
You are exactly right. And that is your look into the bad sports teams right now, 97-1.
All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. Everything from Pistons to Club Rossini today. That Rossini story is insane. If you missed that earlier, I mean, totally normal behavior. 8 months pregnant, and she's renting a private boat with Vrabel. One problem. There's pictures, video, the whole thing. Oh, and by the way, if you're Vrabel, why are you on a boat with a pregnant woman if it's not your baby? Uh-oh, what was the kid named 2 months later when it was born? Mike. Oh, dear.
Just the three of them.
Club Rossini. The stories are wild. David, text communications before we get to the very exciting, very important game 2 tonight. What do you got?
Another reason the association is garbage. People are openly predicting how officiating will affect the outcome of the game.
I know.
I hate this sport.
Look, I've grown to dislike it. And I mean, dude, it's in the midst of my team being good. The quality, specifically the last 2 years, to me, it's gone off a cliff. This ascension of SGA and having to watch guys flailing around like children in the sand. I feel like the load management's gotten worse. I feel like the tanking's gotten worse. And all year we talked about it. It was very hard. Look, if you're just on basis watching the Pistons and it's this binary thing, Pistons win, good. Pistons lose, bad. Cool. I'm not talking to you. I'm looking to be engaged. I'm looking to watch games that are exciting. I'm looking to watch quality. And the regular season in this league, what did we always say? Look at the schedule tonight. Find 2 teams where A, they're both playing everybody, and B, one of them isn't tanking. You had a hard time doing that in this league. 13 teams were actively tanking. The NBA has problems. So I'm not mad when people say that. I do agree with it. Now, I can separate my worlds is that in the end, you're in the playoffs now, and you need to take advantage of what's happening, which is this is a really bad Eastern Conference. It is. In another year, you're a 4 seed. But in this year, you were the dominant 1. Go win the damn thing. And do I think you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning a championship? No, I do not. Who cares? Invaluable experience for this team and a great ride for the fans to go on.
Right.
And who knows? Maybe the whole Thunder team will die. I mean, you're basically batting 1,000 with injuries in your series so far. Let's go.
And future series.
Somebody's going to push OG Anunoby down the stairs and he'll beat the Knicks too. Just go with it. I don't know.
Or if the Philly comes back, Embiid's already injured.
Dead. Lieutenant Dan. David.
One more here says, Donovan Mitchell had 1 shot in the paint. When did he want fouls to be called? That's going to be different today. I expect him to drive more and get to the free throw line because of that.
Maybe. I'm with you. I didn't think the officiating was egregious at all. I thought the Pistons merited more calls. I thought the Pistons were the more physical team, the more aggressive team. I don't, again, when Donovan's doing that weird, almost like Iceman, Gervin, Palmett, and wee around the world flip shot, what do you think you're getting out of that? You're not going to get a call on that. I mean, were there a couple collisions at the rim you might have been able to get a call? Maybe. But the free throw disparity was based on, I thought the Pistons played a more direct, aggressive, physical side of ball. Period.
Let's go out to the LCA. Jeff Rieger.
Riggs. Sounds like you're at a morgue. Is there anybody there? Well, I mean, okay. You're kind of setting me up for a fail here. I'm not going to answer that. What do you mean you wonder what Piston fans think? You know what Piston fans think. The 9 means stop sign, Pistons in 3. 6-6, you got to watch this. Pistons in 2.
Hey. I'm hoping so.
No, but I'm making a point. I mean, Jeff, you know what you're going to get, and that's fine. But, no. No, I like that question a lot. I do.
Because
Yes.
Rieger, I promise you this. If the Pistons lose, it'll be all tomorrow the refs screwed them out the game. It won't be because something happened. It'll be, the refs had to do the ref show and they had to even it up and they had to help them out. That's what you'll hear.
And for me, Rieger, it's just different. Is I just go game by game in the playoffs. I don't think there's any real point. There's no momentum between games. I don't think you can future cast things. You just take it game by game. So game one, we watched it. I think you made a valid point where, okay, how sustainable is what the Pistons are doing? By the numbers, 40% from three or forcing 20 turnovers. There are certain elements of there that are absolutely sustainable. But to your point, the game was still tied. Now, I think the ref show has a shot tonight because when superstars cry, and that's what Donovan Mitchell did, this league unfortunately rewards it. But the Pistons just control what they control. And look, Cleveland averages about 16 turnovers a night. So if the Pistons just do their thing, get 16, 18, 19 turnovers, generate 25 points off those turnovers, they're already in a command position. And then the rest will just come down to the rebounding. And look, I don't worry about that stuff. Cleveland, here's the other thing. Jeff, your job is to sweep the home and move on to the ECF. For Cleveland, they only need to come up here and get one. So it's just different perspectives. No, I look, I don't think for a second they're unbeatable either. It's Can I just, I got it. Well, no, the Duncan thing, that felt like a bit of an outlier because he also had some dribble drive stuff and he was screaming in James Harden's face. I don't know what that was. But, no, I mean, again, play better, can't play worse. Also, I don't think Atkinson did him any favors. What are you doing ISOing on Asur? You're not going to win that. That's right. I mean, stop sign. Especially when you're guarding Fred Samford. I mean, he's 36. Not in this lifetime or the next. Absolutely not. It's played out. It's not for me. It's for the fans. They enjoy it. I don't have to like it. Right, that was 25 years ago. I know. We can let it go. Now Ben looks like a great-grandfather. Yeah, I kind of put that in the same category as the big leprechaun years for Shaq. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
The Iverson years here.
Oh, boy.
Chris Webber here.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Jeff is next. I'm going to pretend he didn't say that. Game 2.